a lot of this stuff too. So we're just going to get the panel together and we'll kind of get started here in just a few minutes.
Yeah, just to echo what Nick said, shout out to the team for helping us significantly on the back end, find a bunch of stuff. We've been working. People have been kind enough to DM us stuff as well that they think is cool from the doc or that we can post that's interesting or informative. So thank you to you as well. And we've been posting everything. It's like in a chain. So if you click on the most recent tweet, you can literally read everything by clicking what's in the quote tweet over. It's like a little loop that we've created. So you can catch up with us as we're going, and we're going to highlight some very key important stuff throughout the space about what's coming out. And as the space is going, we have the team combing the documents still. So new stuff could be coming out. Live revelations could be coming out throughout the space. So stick with us.
Yeah, and you never actually know. We don't know when the next tranche of documents is coming out. There is potential that they could come out while we're doing the space as well. There might be another. Don't know how many pages there are left to be released, but as we were told before, it was going to be a rolling release of documents up until about January 20th. So we'll be keeping an eye on that as well. I think a lot of people are anxious to see more. But yeah, so trying to get a couple more people up here, having some trouble with Johnny, but we'll work on that in the background. Ryan, so far, what's been your biggest takeaway?
The big one for me has still been Stephen Hawking, man. I still cannot believe it. I still can't understand it. And full transparency, I've never been a big fan of his, so it was hilarious to see him in there.
Yeah, well, there were some really, and I'm not going to post any of these, but there were actually some really, really freaking funny memes about that, that were just everywhere last night. So there were a lot of them in our comment section too.
Oh my God, bro. If you guys want a good laugh and you're feeling down, go read that comment section.
Yeah.
Does nobody get the sense from the Hawking thing that maybe there might be some issues with the credibility of the witnesses? I mean, look, I'm as hardcore on the Epstein thing as anybody, I think, but there are some questions on. I don't know that everything should necessarily be taken on faith just because it's accused. I mean, I look at that Stephen Hawking thing, and I kind of feel like that is the world's biggest gift to somebody who is accused, to say, well, listen, they said Stephen Hawking was, had a thing for midgets on fucking, switchboard. Like, I mean, the thing was so crazy that I don't know that it necessarily, to me, it kind of, it almost makes me want to revisit what I've saved to master, so to speak, on what I think is true of the Epstein stuff, because some of this, I don't know. I don't necessarily accept it just because it's alleged.
Yeah. So Mike, just to ask that question about, for the audience, give them a little bit of a reminder. What were the accusations that were made against Stephen Hawking? I mean,
well, they said that he had a thing for watching.
No.
That was a meme.
No, that was wrong.
What was it then?
Okay.
There was something not.
It was
only, right. It was like
the only
some
thing
sexual
actually thing. in the document was basically that Stephen Hawking participated in an underage orgy, and that was only found in some email from Epstein to somebody named G-Max. They were trying to sort of say that wasn't true. Okay,
so,
or you should.
Yeah, can you explain to me Can you explain the logistics though of Stephen Hawking participating in an orgy?
I would prefer not.
How does that work?
And I'm happy to have anyone else chime in there.
So
I mean, Hugh Hefner has some history like that.
The thing with Stephen Hawking is we've known Stephen Hawking has been on the island. There's been pictures of him there for a long time. He, in fact, went on a submarine for the first time because Ghislaine had one specially fitted out for him to make it ADA accessible, which there's a picture of.
Really?
But yeah, the email is from Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell, and it's actually as a way for she's giving Ghislaine advice on how to make Virginia Giuffre's case look bad, because that is such like a ridiculous sort of like premise that Stephen Hawking was in like a party orgy or whatever, that they said that they could maybe put that forward as something she had said in order to discredit Virginia.
Oh, interesting. Okay, well, this is useful. Thanks for the correction.
Yeah, and I don't know, Mike or Johnny, actually, you've been following this story for a while. You've done a great job with it, and we're happy to have you back on stage here for another day. I want to know. I believe that the most mentioned person, some of the most mentioned persons in the document were Prince Andrew, Alan Dershowitz, and Bill Clinton, obviously. What have been their responses so far?
Well, it is also echoed Barack, but most of them have like a sneering, smiling response. You know, when Bill Clinton's been questioned in court, there was one person who caught him with an Epstein question a few years ago, and he just had a big grin across his face, and he knows he's going to get away with it. They all know they're going to get away with it. I mean, it's already been left too long. They're very old, and they're very reaching the end of their power and usefulness, and that's when things come out. And is it bad for them? Is it good for them? Who knows? They're not losing any wealth or any sleep over it, I don't think.
Well,
yeah, I go ahead, Steven.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so like, just so that you guys are aware of my political views, I'm as conservative as it gets, and like, there is nothing in here that vilifies Bill Clinton as any sort of criminal. And in fact, there's a story of Epstein trying to seduce Bill Clinton with these two young girls, and Bill Clinton didn't bite. So, like, as much as I don't like Bill Clinton, there's as far as I've seen, there's nothing in here that incriminates him in any way. So I think that he's off the hook as far as the Virginia case goes.
I can speak to some of that. Just with Bill Clinton, there's a lot more to Epstein and Bill Clinton's relationship than just sex, and that's what they've been concentrating on. Understand what they like you looking at and what they like you looking away from. When you see that in 2002, during the peak of his operation, Epstein went around Africa and Asia with Bill Clinton. They weren't going around having sex parties all over the place. What they were doing were meeting people like Casey Wasserman, who's the grandson of Lou Wasserman, who's one of the most amazing moguls of Hollywood history, who's done so many nefarious things too and have been involved in powerful affairs, but also like people like Ron Burkle, who were buying into media institutions, trying to buy into media institutions in America later on, and then afterwards went to Asia, in China and around there, and bought media institutions. It looks like it was a spy game, and that Clinton was heavily involved in the spy game too.
Yes. So what did we learn about all of that in terms of, like a deep state connection? And I know these accusations have been going around for a long time, for years. Is there any reason to believe that Epstein was, linked to the Mossad or anything of that nature?
It seems pretty clear that he was working as an interlocutor for an intelligence agency to allow in other intelligence agencies. So I believe personally that he was running the East Coast for the CIA. That the evidence shows that I've investigated shows that basically his job was to bring in foreign intelligence assets and find how they can be working within the American system, and that was really Epstein's function. He ran guns, he funded the running of guns, and helped with Iran-Contra. So I mean, he was involved with deep state CIA ties very early. Remember, Iran-Contra and October Surprise was all linked up with getting George H.W. Bush and Reagan into office, and that was everything. I mean, that they did all the people involved were people like William Casey, who'd gone to be the director of the CIA, and a load of other people who were part of the deep state. This has always been, Epstein's always run in these circles. Little bit CIA, little bit Mossad. Intelligence is all a blob.
And in fact, Bill Barr was actually the mop-up man for Iran-Contra. Bill Barr, who was the Attorney General for the DOJ, who was the one who made the declaration that Epstein killed himself. Bill Barr was literally started his career in the CIA and was the guy who killed the Iran-Contra investigations in Congress.
Yep.
He was in fact, New York Times actually wrote about that very thing. I mean, it is that, but in terms of the evidence linking him to intelligence, I think there's a million pieces of circumstantial evidence, but the piece of direct evidence that I think is probably most famously known is when Acosta was having his Secretary of Labor confirmation hearing, and he was challenged on why he didn't go for a stronger prosecution against Epstein the first time. he said that he was told that Epstein, quote, belongs to intelligence and to leave him alone. And this is a guy who was, working at the DOJ at the time, told to back off because he belonged to intelligence. So that, I think, is sort of the wellspring that all the other circumstantial evidence sort of most directly attaches to.
Definitely. And just to add on to that, just very quickly, that the Iran-Contra link there has another link within this case, because Epstein was involved in that. And also J. Stanley Pottinger was involved in that. He was central to forming the actual meetings that took place in Spain during Iran-Contra and the October surprise to help their friends get into office. And he became one of the lawyers for Epstein's victims. Understand?
Yeah, and you got right. Well, and there's this whole thing about because Iran-Contra, for folks who don't know, this was probably the last blown clandestine operation in the U.S. that had major hearings over it. This was during the early 1980s. This was basically a situation where the CIA was doing this sort of drugs for guns for cash to fund a proxy war in Nicaragua and for Iran against Iraq. And so it involved these intelligence rings and these sort of lots of clandestine operations. And at the time, I believe Epstein was involved in a sort of gun running operation through his sponsors, the sort of Wexner network. What's really interesting is the Mena Air Force Base out of Arkansas, this tiny little 5,000 person town that served as the CIA basically landing spot for drugs being run into the country to convert to cash to fund Latin American proxy groups. It actually moved, that base folded up and moved essentially to the Cincinnati, Ohio, Les Wexner gang area. There's a strange case where Epstein's, I think it was his lawyer, this guy Shapiro, ended up being sort of shot and killed under very mysterious cases. But you had this Air Force base with this like CIA proprietary airline that directly moved basically to Epstein's sponsor, while Epstein's whole network there was working as gun runners. So I mean, it appears to be the situation where you have CIA dirty work that spans everything from blackmail rings to working with mobs to running drugs or underage children. And it's been going on for a long time. And, I'm fascinated by the Barr thing because Barr just so quick. I mean, that thing died. I'm mad personally at these documents because we don't have the information about the death. I mean, to me, the logs were ripped out of the books. Both security guards fell asleep. Both security cameras malfunctioned. And not only that, they malfunctioned to the point where there's nothing recoverable from them. The fact that investigation is dead is it's like the January 6th pipe bomber thing. I mean, that's all you need to make your opinion up about Epstein, in my view.
Yeah, they definitely memory hold the J6 thing. The circumstances around it almost seems like the majority of the population at this point actually don't believe that Epstein killed himself. Just too many things were, if you've ever been on the inside of a jail, you know that, especially, I believe he was on suicide watch right before that, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was taken off suicide watch by the time his death happened.
You'd still think that number one, a high profile prisoner like him, and number two, somebody that was allegedly suicidal, would at least be watched a little bit closer.
Hey, you'll get no. I think he was being watched pretty close, but yeah, you'll get no argument from me.
So, I mean, I don't know why, and maybe one of you panelists can actually tell me, maybe Tira might be able to tell us here, why can't we get any more information on this? Why are there pretty much no, there aren't a lot of records that have been released on the death of Jeffrey Epstein. It's almost like they just tried to memory hold the entire thing. Why can't we get more? Why did Bill Barr not decide to pursue this more?
I don't have an answer to that. I do know that the two guards, I believe, if I remember this correctly, who were supposed to be watching him were sort of accused of having left their posts. This is very vague to me because I read it a while back, but there was some sort of investigation into them. That does not, of course, mean that they were not told, to leave their posts, etc. This is one of the few times actually where, Nick, I will probably agree with you on some things. I too find his death extremely suspicious.
Yeah, that's funny, Kara. Yeah, so actually here, there was somebody that was up and that I was going to go to and is now down. So,
yeah, I was just going to say one just quick thing on the Barr thing. Again, you can look this up. The Washington Post wrote about Bill Barr's role as being the CIA's mop-up man for Iran-Contra. So in terms of Bill Barr so quickly closing down the investigation and making nothing public for the year and a half that he was still, Attorney General, head of the Justice Department after Epstein, Epstein himself, it would be consistent with how he started his career if it's indeed true that Epstein belonged to intelligence. I mean, that would be Barr being true to form with what got him in that position, being the intelligence world's guy for justice, and simply continuing that role while he was the head of the Justice Department under Trump.
And
John, what
yeah,
about
going back, there was an investigation. Once again, I'm not saying this was thorough or went into any of the details that might have been gone into, but there was an investigation by the Inspector General about the Jeffrey Epstein suicide, and they basically listed any number of problems. The surveillance cameras didn't work. The workers were overworked. One had been on duty for 24 hours. He was not given he wasn't checked on as regularly as he should have been. He wasn't given a roommate. I mean, they literally went through a whole list of reasons why he was left alone. There were lots of bed linens in his cell. Once again, you can obviously say all of this was planned, etc. I'm not actually saying that, but there was some sort of investigation.
Yeah, John, jump in, and then I'm gonna kind of shift just a little bit. So
yeah.
Go ahead. Oh, actually, John or Johnny. We have two Johns up on stage now.
I'll jump in real quick. It's a very peculiar situation we find ourselves in. Inhumanity in general has been going on for decades and decades, and this is why social media and shadow banning has come around. It's because more people are able to network and start following the breadcrumbs. And we're talking about linens in the cell. I mean, when I was doing vax mandate protests here in New York City, when I got arrested and they cut my strings off my shoes, they cut the strings off my sweatpants. I was in direct eye shot of everybody. Like, we're talking about Jeffrey Epstein here. And the only reason we're getting these little nuggets now is because we have rooms of thousands of people on X. We have people with endless memes. People are keeping it in the public eye that, hey, they're doing it again. They're not telling us. And here we are now, and they're giving us a little bit. And until everything is out in the open, and it should have been that way immediately, people are always going to have questions as to about how much was redacted and changed behind the scenes. And I mean, it's the right thing at this point to question everything.
Yes. Speaking of questioning everything, it seems like once Jeffrey Epstein was actually arrested, the FBI raided his estates, seized a safe full of surveillance footage, tapes, hard drives with incriminating evidence of a lot of these clients. And we've never gotten any information about what was on those drives. And, it's another mind boggling thing that why is the FBI working so hard to cover that up? And maybe we'll eventually figure that out. But Eugene, welcome to the stage.
Thank you. I have two questions for the panel. One is it true that Bill Barr met with Jeffrey Epstein the day before whatever happened? And number two, did Epstein have a suicidal attempt before this incident during this current incarceration that he was in?
The answer to number two is yes. He had tried to commit suicide, and they had sent him to the psychiatrist at the jail, but he was taken off suicide watch, I believe, 12 days before he died.
Yeah, the answer to number one is as far as anyone knows, no. Bill Barr never met with Epstein.
Thank you.
Wait a second. So, I mean, but there's a ton of connections between Bill Barr and and Jeffrey Epstein. So
yeah, I'm saying
yeah.
there's I'm not saying there's not connections between the two, but like as far as we know, well, I can rephrase it like this: it's never been put forth that he met with him the day before he killed himself or in jail at any point.
Right. Okay. But just so people know on for the space, I mean, Bill Barr's dad literally hired Jeffrey Epstein in high school to teach math and physics. I mean, there's a literal family connection. I mean, you can look this up. I'm looking at a Time magazine article right now, just to refresh my memory on this. And it was a Time magazine article calling for Barr to recuse himself at the time when Epstein was in jail the second time. And they cite the fact that Barr's father was the head of an elite New York City school that hired college dropout Epstein to teach math and physics. That's what put him on that path to being this sort of, faux money manager thing. And then also it was Bill Barr's law firm that handled the original prosecution with the softball plea deal. So I mean, the Barr links to Epstein go back literally to before Barr was Barr was on the map, and the fact that adding again just that whole CIA Bill Barr connection. And I just want to read a quick quote here. I just posted at the top of my timeline. I think it'll be helpful for people on the space. This is from the Wall Street Journal in February 2019. Attorney General nominee Barr helped navigate CIA through rocky times with Congress. Bill Barr helped the CIA navigate one of the most turbulent periods in its history. This is the Wall Street Journal. Mr. Barr said his work in the CIA in the 1970s as an agency liaison to a skeptical Congress, remember, this was during the Church Committee hearings, was good preparation for his rise through the Justice Department. By the mid-70s, the CIA and FBI were facing a growing public outcry after a series of journalistic exposés revealed highly controversial covert activities, both abroad and at home. Mr. Barr transferred to the CIA's Office of Legislative Counsel 2 years later at the height of the turmoil. That liaison job put him in the center of a showdown between the CIA and Congress over access to some of the intelligence community's most closely guarded secrets. He protected the CIA against the Church Committee and the Pike Commissions. Much of Barr's work with the CIA during those years involved answering questions from Congress on an array of issues. He was basically the liaison for both of those, and the CIA gave him a friggin' award for helping defend the CIA against congressional investigations.
It's not
so
just
if Epstein
that. It's Donald Barr was a member of the OSS, which was the precursor to the CIA, which was Bill Barr's father, and which was the man that gave Epstein his job as a professor, even though he didn't even have a college degree. So the links to the CIA are definitely there, but the links to Mossad are even more there. And that's why, and Johnny will speak to that, he has spoken to that, basically the Mossad and the CIA were kind of infiltrating each other in that sense with this guy Epstein, and especially Ghislaine as a nexus.
Yeah, so can we kind of go through that just a little bit more in terms of this potential deep state connection here? I mean, what was the point behind it? Was it to get blackmail on, and maintain dirt on these high profile, powerful people? What was the point?
Do you want me to answer that? Because I think I can give that a go. That's for sure. It's an infrastructure. It's all around us. It's not just Jeffrey Epstein. It's there. Eventually, the budget of the CIA and Mossad and other intelligence agencies will become so big that the majority of people will be working for intelligence agencies in some way, or conduits of intelligence agencies. So there's so much of it around, you're going to see loads of it, and they were high level, but what his job was changed over the years. And like anybody, you go into work and you kind of look around for a job. Maybe in journalism, I'd go right for here or right for there, and I'd learn my trade and I'd learn my craft. That's the same with Epstein, and I think his journey shows. So you've got the bars with links to both CIA and the Mossad, and they're training up people like Jeffrey Epstein. They're putting them into positions. They're giving them backstories. Slowly, that person runs operations that are probably completely joint operations. This is when the intelligence agencies are kind of merging. The Justice Department by the early 70s was a complete hellhole of corruption. A lot of those people in there were aligned aligned with the FBI and CIA, and America had kind of been taken over by the deep state by this point. A lot of, I mean, the future president and vice president and president was going to be George H.W. Bush, who during that time was from 1976 was the head of the CIA. It was clear that there was massive connections between the two, and Epstein first went through programs like Iran-Contra and other things, made his money, like Stanley Pottinger as well, made his money, both CIA guys working right there in the center of New York where all the money's to be made, and making their money from what they've earned from running operations. And that meant they were really rich by the time the 80s had gone by. And so by the time he's meeting Ghislaine Maxwell at the end of the 80s, he's a CIA-Mossad flyboy. They're all working together. He meets Ghislaine, and that's like a central, there's no one that would fit Jeffrey Epstein like Ghislaine in every single way. Her intentions, her reach, her family connections meant that they could work as an elite super team. And I think what was even worse is that they were both preferential sadistic pedophiles when you look at the spectrum of sex crime that they actually enacted out during their time. So I think at that point it turned into something else, an operation that allowed the CIA, Mossad, MI5, MI6, whoever, to all work together nicely. Jeffrey Epstein wasn't just selling his soul off to one country. He was going around the world, and he was selling them off on behalf of multiple intelligence agencies. And that makes you money, makes you power, and also it's exciting. So if you can do it and you want to do it and everything's going right, to Jeffrey Epstein, if you think about what it's like to be Jeffrey Epstein, we all think, oh, dirty pervert, dirty pervert. But at the end of the day, he's having a great time. He's living exactly how he wants to live. So why wouldn't you do it as best as you possibly can? And he had all the connections. Ghislaine finished that off. Cherry on the cake, the Maxwell family are linked in with all the intelligence agencies around the world. CIA, Mossad, it doesn't matter. French intelligence, German intelligence, it does not matter. They've sold their parts of software, and they make basically Mossad have really nailed something really clever, which is creating technological evangelists who can create technologies that are needed for other nation states' intelligence agencies. And in that way, they become linked in with these agencies. They become working like a symbiotic. It's a big gray blob of intelligence. And Epstein was part of that gray blob.
Well, a point of contention, if I may, Johnny, it wasn't Syrian intelligence working within the CIA. It wasn't Chinese intelligence. It was specifically Israeli intelligence blackmailing American people with high influence, politicians with dirt. So we can't just say it was one giant blob. We can say it's five eyes. We can say it's six eyes.
I do think there will be evidence that Epstein was working with Chinese intelligence coming out within the next few years. And I also, because I've seen a lot of evidence to that in my time, and I know someone else is working on that, and I do think that the Andrew connection is all about selling guns, and it's all about connection to British intelligence. So I just add that in. You were right to question.
No, but that's okay. I mean, Chinese, potentially he was selling secrets. I know that the Mossad sold U.S. secrets to China in the 90s, so that's like well established, especially missile technology, Air Force technology. But when it comes to like what are his deepest ties, it would be the CIA and the Mossad. So I just wanted to like specify, just because he's selling information to other intelligence agencies doesn't mean he is an officer of those intelligence agencies. So one thing I want to mention and throw into this group is that the Forbes magazine said that they have no evidence that he was ever a billionaire, and there's a giant like cloud of suspicion about where his money's coming from. And he only had one official client, which was Leslie Wexner. And I wanted to throw in his links to the Mega Group. The Mega Group being a group of billionaires, which include Robert Maxwell and Leslie Wexner, that basically have made an agreement to provide financial aid to lobby for Israel in Canada and the United States. And I just want to throw that out there for others to discuss.
Yeah, so Syrian Girl, kind of goes to, so he was supposedly a money manager, but so you're saying that that was just a kind of a front?
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying, and I'm not the only one saying it. I'm gonna send Mario the link to the Forbes magazine that says he wasn't even a billionaire, and there's no like actual paperwork behind his funds. The fact is that this Les Wexner, who was the Victoria's Secret model, which gave him access to young women, of course, he was the owner of the Victoria's Secret franchise. He gave him his apartment in New York. He just gave him the entire thing, like $10 million apartment. So the fact that he, I think it's just a facade. Like he's supposed to be this financial guy that makes all this money and has all these clients. He only had one client that gave him his apartment, and probably gave him the plane as well.
Yeah, so I want to go to Dustin here, but before I do that, guys, I'm going to be going through your questions. What do you want us to be discussing up here? What do you want to know more about? What do you want to ask the panel? Bottom right-hand corner, hit that little pill button and give us your questions, comments, concerns, insults, whatever you want to do. Dustin, welcome, sir.
What's up, everybody? And wish it was under different topics for sure, but good to see everybody. Listen, it wasn't just intelligence agencies and governments that Jeffrey Epstein was providing a service for, right? It was also corporations and NGOs and Hollywood and anybody who wanted to cut a deal where they thought it was necessary to hold over somebody's head the kind of leverage that would ensure that they never went off the reservation, they never went rogue, right? And so that there's a lot of speculation. A lot of times when people talk about this stuff, that these people were somehow secretly recorded, or right, that they would get lured in by the sex and other stuff, and then the recordings would happen. I think that did happen in some cases, but I think the primary service that Epstein was providing to all of these different agencies and to all of these different corporations was that knowing blackmailed leverage, which is right before you can sign the big deal, before we're going to hand you access to the inner circles of power, we have to know that you will never go off the reservation. And which better way than to go, go have a good weekend, enjoyable weekend, doing all kinds of nefarious stuff that would be taped and that they'd be able to hold over your head. I think people miss that quite a bit, but it was pretty well known that Epstein would do that for just about anybody, right? Regardless of which intelligence agency, regardless of what corporation. And so for me, that gives me zero comfort. I give zero benefit of the doubt to anybody who was a regular visitor of Epstein Island, that they somehow were tricked into what they were doing, right? It was a terrible, debaucherous place. And again, I think what we're getting is just the tip of the iceberg, right? The frustrating part of this is the slow leak way that this came out led a lot of people to thinking that stuff that has been out since 2021 with the flight logs, that was the new information. And really what we're getting with this is the depositions related to Virginia Giuffre, which is also just a tiny tip of the iceberg. So, right, as much as I love President Trump, and I believe he is completely innocent in this thing, the idea that this is somehow a comprehensive list of everything that has happened, right, on what we're getting in this documents, I think is also just an unfair way to characterize what we're getting. And what we should be doing is demanding the release of everything. I'll say this about Trump. He seems to be the only person, according to the attorneys, several of the attorneys who represented some of the victims, who was willing to come forward and offer everything that he knew without lawyers, right, that he was being helpful to the investigation. We all know the story about him banning Epstein from Mar-a-Lago. But the question really gets to this, whether it's Les Wexner, which is the founder of Victoria's Secret, who is believed to be the original source of the big money for Epstein, right? It seems like the people Epstein would capture you in, he'd be willing to sell that information, but then he'd also be willing to use it himself in order to force you to maintain a relationship with him. And this kind of leverage psyop intelligence game is really tricky to pick apart, especially when we're only looking at like 1/4 of the puzzle so far.
Can you expound on the corporation aspect of that? Because I know that a lot of private spies do what you're talking about with intelligence work, but I've never heard that allegation about Epstein. Are there specific corporations that there's evidence on this for?
I'll have to go back and dig in, but specifically in regards to I'm brave fan the Thomas Pritzker and some of the information there with Hyatt and with a couple other things, and some of the big tech, which is why I think Stephen Hawking and some of the other academics are looped into this thing. But I've got a document I can go pull up that'll help with that.
Yeah, so cool. So, Doc, I want you to jump in, and actually, I'm gonna have a follow-up question for you specifically, but you have your hand up, so go ahead.
Yeah, sure. No, I just want to comment that what we're seeing out of the release from the court isn't what we would see that would be released from the FBI, or be released from Hillary's laptop, or be released from Hunter's laptop. These are the sources that would really get inside exactly what was happening in the operation, assuming that those people were conspiring with, working with Epstein and Mossad. I'm going to throw that one out there as well. These are pretty typical.
You got a lot of background noise, Doc. Just letting you know.
I'm sorry. See if I'll move to a place a little quieter. These are typical, depositions and so on and so forth. Just because someone's name is mentioned in the deposition, that the reliability on that is limited to, the truthfulness of the particular speaker. And it's also guarded by the fact that the court would not have allowed it into evidence, into the court's, files for it now to be released. So the court found it to be reasonably reliable, and you can judge on how reliable the speaker was. If it's Virginia, then you kind of go, well, that's very, very reliable information. Otherwise, it's just testimony in court. That's what we're looking at here. It's not really going to prove, or to Dustin's point, it's not really going to prove or disprove the guilt of anybody, or the innocence of someone who might have gone to the island and not participated or not understood what exactly was happening there for other people. So it's pretty limited scope so far.
Doc. Thank you for that. I'm gonna rotate you down real quick, and then if you get your mic situated, we'll bring you right back up.
Yeah, I'm gonna donate.
Oh, yeah. So all right, yep. And we will be rotating the panel here, and getting some speakers up. I'm sure this is going to turn into a nice debate at some point. But before we do that, we're going to start going through the posts here. Ryan, if you want to, you pin something up to the top. So
yeah. So this is an interesting one. So we've been working with the team essentially around the clock. It's a 24-hour operation at this point, where we've been going through the Epstein docs. We started live when they dropped here. Nick, you and I dived deep into it, and live as things came out, we're pumping it out. Went to bed, woke up, the team was still working on it. I've jumped back into it. So we found something very interesting. There's a gentleman by the name of Rodriguez. It's actually Alfredo Rodriguez, who was Epstein's housekeeper, who doubled as Epstein's, I quote, human ATM machine. Now the quote's in the nest. It's hilarious. When I saw Rodriguez, I was like, is this a client? Is this someone that's just a friend? So his housekeeper had to keep a minimum balance of $2,000 on him at all times. And this was to pay the girls, to buy them trips, to buy them gifts, to pay them off. And these gifts included things such as iPods, jewelry, and anything the girls wanted. And he stated that the amount that the girls came to the house with was approximately 15. So these girls came in, they paid them off, then they were taken care of. It is really, really disgusting what I'm reading in these documents, but it looks like Epstein had this guy ready to go in case there was any trouble, in case they wanted anything to try to, like, I guess, quote unquote, keep them happy. I don't even know if that's the right terminology. But yeah, this guy was essentially, I guess Epstein wanted to keep some cash around, and he would have this guy just hold it. So it was just like a walking ATM, as they call him.
Yeah, it should be said about Alfredo Rodriguez is he actually, so at one point he tried to allegedly sell the black book, I think, to Virginia's lawyers, and he was arrested and ended up doing more time than Epstein did, and then died a little bit after he got out.
Hey, Ryan, we might have some documents here. I'm not some new documents. I'm not sure how significant they are, but I'm about to check them out. So if you can just hold it down for a few.
Okay, sure. If you could send them to me, too, perfect.
But also about the Alfredo Rodriguez testimony too is while some of this stuff is new, most of this has been out for a number of years. Like it's a lot of just the names that have been redacted. We do have some more pages. I don't remember reading the human ATM thing before, but yeah, I mean that Alfredo's testimony has been kind of crucial for a lot of this stuff. Because he is somebody who clearly feels like kind of betrayed by Epstein, and tries to get one up on him, but also implicates both himself and Epstein in essentially like paying off these underage girls.
Yeah, so just to give you guys a heads up, a few new docs just dropped live. So it's funny enough, it's like very parallel to yesterday as we were talking. The docs have dropped. Nick is actually
Not
getting a
sure
hold
how
of them.
significant they are yet, but we're gonna find out.
It's something. We'll see what they are, but we'll go through them with the team. We'll discuss with you guys live here. So, yeah, that's pretty crazy. So let me go to Syrian Girl while Nick is pulling up those documents, and we'll jump back to Nick as we're going through. Syrian Girl, go ahead.
Thanks so much, guys. So I do want to focus a lot on where Epstein's money came from. I think if you follow the money, you really are going to unravel the entire operation. And just to be a little bit more convincing that he wasn't a self-made man, I have this article from the Forbes that states, Forbes has never included Epstein in its rankings of the world's billionaires, since there is scant proof he holds a 10-figure fortune. As we wrote in 2010, the source of his wealth, a money management firm in the US Virgin Islands, generates no public records, nor has his client list ever been released. The details of Epstein's net worth remain shrouded in mystery, prompting questions about his past business partners and how he raised money for his investment firm to begin with. Now, I believe that, there's ample evidence, and I'm sure Johnny will speak to this, that the source of his income, again, was the mega group. And this mega group is, made up of Jewish and American, Jewish Canadian guys with links to Israel, Robert Maxwell being one of them, his daughter, Ghislaine Maxwell, and Leslie Wexner, amongst other names, which I will mention later. Johnny, yes, thank you for that. That is the source of the money. So the money is coming from Les Wexner, also his Lex Wexner Foundation. It provides funds for people to travel to Israel to do Aliyah, like Jewish Americans to travel to Israel for free. So there's 1,000 different ties. Of course, he met with Ehud Barak 36 times. The reason I come to this, and the reason I think this is the most important part of the story, is we're talking about a foreign intelligence agency that's being allowed to work within America by the CIA. And that, I think, is a major part of the story that is very much under discussed. Johnny, you're giving me 100. Do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, there's loads there with the mega group especially, and I think I'm always nuanced with it, so I'm still going to find a slightly different way of looking at it than you do. I would say that he was 80, like most of his wealth, if we could even calculate it, which we can't, 80% of it would come from Les Wexner, and then the 20% would probably come from him messing around with all the big hedge funds and skimming off the top of everything he was doing and working operations, because he must have made some money, but it was clear he was giving away lots. He was doing lots of silly stuff with his money, and he seemed never to have to worry. And that worry is taken away when someone is paying 80% of your lavish lifestyle. And Leslie Wexner and Jeffrey Epstein did loads of New York property deals that were really weird, including other people like people in the Bronfman family. And one more thing I'll say is that an example of the mega group was Sotheby's in New York, where Ghislaine used to go around around looking for her ballerinas, and she used to stalk the floors there. Now up in the boardroom there, you've got Taubman in charge, who's part of the mega group, and you got Leslie Wexner in on the board during that time as well. And that gave them an ability to do operations within an area like Sotheby's, which is closed off to cameras anyway, and it gave them complete control of what was going on there. So Ghislaine Maxwell was doing more than just looking for ballerinas there. She was recruiting, doing intelligence operations, and making money. They were all after making money. So I mean, they'll make money from anywhere in any way.
Absolutely. Joe, no, Joe's not up here. Sorry. Grant, welcome to the panel, man. Want to get your thoughts on everything that's going on.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. My thoughts kind of go back to why this all blew open and what we learned since then, and that's because of the crime victims' rights. That's really why this all happened. It's a bill that Senator Chuck Grassley passed, got passed back in like 2001, I think, or I mean, it was a long time ago. He's been in the Senate forever now. But this is a Chuck Grassley bill, and it granted victims special rights, and those rights are to be, part of the process during sentencing in federal cases. So, he got the ultimate sweetheart deal, pled to the federal charges, and then the judge violated the Crime Victims' Rights Act. And after the women sued under the CVRA, they were able to get like a tiny, tiny little bit of relief. I mean, enough that they could at least get some financial relief, but they could never hold anybody accountable. And I think that as much as what Epstein did is a big issue, and what we're learning about it is a big issue, I think being forward looking and saying, hey, what could we do to stop this from happening again is another issue. Because I actually, before the Epstein case emerged, I had a lot of experience reporting on another case involving the Crime Victims' Rights Act, where the victims of the crime were, 10, 15 years later, still trying to recoup some of their losses because a federal judge violated sentencing guidelines with an FBI cooperating witness. And not only did they violate all these guidelines that would have required this witness who participated in a massive financial fraud from, paying the restitution that he was required under another act. So they never got to find out about that. But on top of that, this guy's sentencing was held almost in private. So Epstein is a symptom of a bigger problem, which is government secrecy. And sometimes, and in this case, the fact that the law that's there to give the victims rights to break through the walls of secrecy was not properly enforced, and it's very difficult to enforce, and it doesn't have enough enforcement mechanisms or teeth to really protect victims. It's just a very elaborate fig leaf, and that's what allowed all of this to happen. And then for this person to do all of this and then basically get away with it for a decade until finally he started, he got arrested, and the rest is obviously history. So those are my 2 cents. It's a different perspective, I hope.
No, we appreciate that, man. Joe, jump in.
Yeah, I mean, regardless if you
And just to give you guys a peek behind the scenes, Nick and I are actually frantically looking into these new documents that have come out. So that's why it might be a little bit more on the quieter side. It's not that we're not paying attention. It's just that we're trying to get you guys literally live data. So Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, regardless if Trump or Clinton slept with minors or not, to me, they're still 1,000,000% guilty, because we know about this stuff because of civil suits, not because of the FBI, not because presidents who knew what he was doing, ran on being law and order presidents, actually did anything. They kept quiet.
Well, wait, Joe,
Hold
did
on,
you say
let me-
Trump?
Yeah, Trump. Trump.
Oh, God. All right, yeah, okay, yeah, we'll get to this here
I
shortly.
know,
Okay.
I know you like to play Trump's lawyer on here, but Trump famously
Okay.
said he's a terrific guy who likes them young, before denying that he even knew him. Right? He said this. It's in an article. Right? He knew he likes them young. He was around him. He did absolutely nothing to get this guy arrested or get him investigated. That makes him guilty. He's supposed to be our president. He's supposed to protect us, right? Just like Clinton. Clinton's a former president. He's supposed to protect us. He's supposed to report these kind of things. They are guilty regardless if they slept with minors or not, right? They're complicit if they know crime's happening and they don't report it. Are they not, Nick? You tell me.
I mean, is there any evidence that Trump knew any of this was going on?
He said he likes them
is that
young.
what you're telling me?
Have you guys seen this clip of Trump talking about Bill Clinton and saying, you know, he's a nice guy, but he might have some problems with a little guy named Jeffrey Epstein. Have you guys seen this clip? I'll post this on my timeline.
Yeah, Mike.
But I mean,
he also says he's like, Epstein's a terrific guy, but he likes them young. Like he's
wait. What? Yeah, pull the site on that, man, because you know, I mean, I think Trump probably more than any other figure. I mean, did he kick Epstein like out of his club? I mean, I think
Epstein out of his club before Epstein was even arrested.
That's not confirmed.
That is actually last night we heard someone say that was not confirmed.
Yeah, and I posted in the nest an exact clip of him saying he likes them young.
Guys, to be fair, in the document, they asked if they were part of the Mar-a-Lago club, and the girl answered no.
By the way, can I just say something
some of the
about
employees of the club.
Let's do this.
May I just say something about the newest documents? Alan Dershowitz. Yeah. I mean, I think you're looking at what I'm looking at. The only thing that I see of interest here is that Dershowitz is based. The Miami Herald asked for a document to be released that would basically allow people to give all the Doe people who are mentioned in the documents a name. Right? They said, why not? Because most of these people have already agreed to this, something like that. And Alan Dershowitz just joined in and said, yes, I think that's a good idea. Dershowitz has, quote, long advocated for unsealing and transparency in this matter, close quote. Okay.
Okay, so
Taylor, that's docket 20. That's docket 1021, correct? That's the one you're talking about.
That's the last one. Let me. I'm reading it. It's I don't. All I know is it's the intervener's letter. I'm reading it from court listener, so I'm not reading it from maybe
That's docket 1223.
Yeah.
This is what I was that everybody is going to start coming out and having that debate about what is real and what we exactly know. And this is exactly where it comes from. If everything is not brought to the public, people are going to say, I have a feeling Trump did something, or I have a feeling Joe Biden did something. And that's exactly how they want it.
Yeah, so Tira, so far, just based on what you've seen in these new documents, I believe there's like a total of maybe 22 pages, 23 pages of documents. What is the real significance?
There's really, I don't think we're seeing anything new. I think we're just basically sort of seeing a list of people who people think might have information, which doesn't necessarily say much of anything about whether they do. And also we're seeing that the Miami Herald asked for certain additional documents to be unsealed, and Dershowitz has basically joined in that request. So I'm not seeing, maybe you're seeing something different, Ryan. Are you seeing anything different?
No, so I'm on actually the second set, which is just a list of long stuff. So Nick, thank you for getting that to me. I just put the Dershowitz comment, so I'll read it out to you guys. It's actually quite short, so I'll just read.
Wait, hold on. Wait, can I jump in here real quick? This is so disingenuous what Joa just did. He posted this thing in the Nest where it's this big fat headline that says, "Oh, Epstein is a terrific guy," and he just left it at that. And left thousands of people. Thousands of people. Oh, I did, buddy.
Guys.
Where's the quote from? Where's the quote from?
Why
Tell
you
me, Joe.
one quote?
When is the quote from?
You only read one quote.
When's the quote from, buddy? You tell me. You're the one who cited it.
Wait, yell
what
louder.
year is the quote from?
Mike. It's
Joa,
Washington
name the
Post.
year.
It's on Washington Post, and it's on multiple sites.
2002, motherfucker. Epstein wasn't even arrested the first time until 2005.
Yeah, but listen to the whole
Mike.
You didn't think we checked the source.
Hold on, Mike. Mike, how about let's allow him to read. Joe, how about
it's the exact opposite?
Guys.
Let me read the quote.
The quote was from 2002.
Hey, Mike,
stop
Mike,
screaming.
you
It's
can-
so
he
loud.
said-
bro.
Your mic is
Mike,
peaking.
he-
You just got.
Can I just say here, the Washington
I gotta have
Post
my
actually state clearly that the line was that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. He does not say girls. He does not say underage girls. He says women, and women to us means adult women. So that is fair to look at the quote as it was published.
Yeah, look at the
The-
quote. But Johnny,
the
is it
quote
not
was
known
in
that he was at
2002
parties
that was
at
cited.
Epstein's
Yeah,
house?
don't judge
It
everything
doesn't
by
matter
the
what.
one
Why
quote.
does it matter?
Of
the
course
year?
it does. He wasn't even. There wasn't even a criminal rap on him until 2005. Of course it matters. He wasn't a known criminal at the time.
He was
Why-
partying. He was partying.
It was
at
20
Epstein's
years.
House, Mike.
It was
He was
20
partying at
years
Epstein's house
ago,
in New
and it was
York.
before his first arrest. So that
Why
doesn't mean
would-
you have firsthand knowledge. That you're
What-
presupposing he would like be spying on Epstein while he was doing sexual acts. He was not known to be a pedophile until there was an
Why-
actual criminal investigation. You're
Why
presupposing
would
that
he
Trump knew that.
say?
Mike,
Why
Mike,
would
I
he say
saw
many of
them
them are
in
on the younger side?
2004. Do
Why
you
would he
understand
say
that?
that? Why would he
Why would
say
he
many
say
of
it?
them are on
Because
the
he
younger side?
probably saw him with young women. He probably
Yeah.
showed up to, but doesn't mean they
Like-
were underage women, buddy.
Yeah, but
Well,
why
he
make that
was-
comment?
he was
Like,
hanging out.
isn't that a bizarre comment to make about women in general? Unless you
because
mean like
You
15-year-olds.
don't know that, though. You don't know that, and you're imputing it on him. And you're imputing it before there was even a single criminal investigation into him. So
Does nobody up here
it's such
believe?
it's such a dirty. It's such a
You should get a
dirty
retainer.
attempt to try to launder in like a political shot, but it's not even a good one. It's not even a glancing blow.
political
It just
shot, Mike. I would vote for Trump over Biden. It's not a political one. But there's presidents that didn't do their job, that know what's going on. In my opinion, Johnny will tell you he was known to be partying at Epstein's house with a bunch of women. There's video of him partying at Epstein's house with a bunch of women. No, they weren't underage, the women in the video.
And was
But
any of
we
it
know what
after
Epstein
he
did.
actually got arrested or
Yeah,
indicted?
but Mike,
I
he
saw
filled
them.
he filled his
I got
cabinet with-
plenty.
Who the fuck
Okay,
did
go
Bill
ahead.
Barr work for?
Well,
I mean, he was working with
that gets to
Trump.
but that gets to a completely
Acosta.
different issue.
Guilty-
That's right, but that gets to a completely different issue. That gets to the Barr issue.
Doesn't
Yeah,
that's-
okay.
Which is literally, I don't know how long you've been on the space, but I think I've spoken about Bill Barr every single time I've had the conch shell here. And I do agree that Bill Barr was integral to the cover up and integral to actually the Epstein family himself. I'm the one who cited Donald Barr, Bill Barr's dad, literally hiring Jeffrey Epstein. And I quoted both in the Nest and on my own timeline the family relationship going back to Jeffrey Epstein in high school with the Barr family.
Yes.
Barr was the hire of Trump, but it was like a lot of other Trump hires. He hired a lot of these blob creatures, in part because he didn't necessarily know what he was getting into. In part, it was, this is a way of protecting himself against the blob.
Mike, and you like the
I don't know
audience
any
to
other
believe
president.
He didn't become a pedo until he got arrested. That's what you want the audience to believe.
That's
which is
what's
ridiculous.
so weird because the
Wait,
time
that I
period
didn't-
you're talking about is his Epstein's entire crew was filled with 15, 16-year-old girls. I mean, this was not
Only
a
from, so you know that they were
according to you.
okay. So
Only
you
from
know,
2008
no. So you know that he was bringing underage women to Trump's Mar-a-Lago. That's your
He
position.
recruited an underage woman
that's not
from
what I
Trump's
said.
Mar-a-Lago. Half the there's like 4 or 5 names in the disclosure
Post
in the
it.
disclosure list.
Post
It's
post the
document 40 on
underage
the
women.
stuff that was
No, post
Virginia
it, post it, post
Giuffre.
it. Let's read it. Let's read it.
Virginia Giuffre was recruited directly from Mar-a-Lago. This is
What year?
do you
What
not
year?
know this?
Tell me.
She
What
worked
She
year?
at
was
Mar-
16, 17 years old while she was at Mar-a-Lago. Ghislaine Maxwell approached her, lured her, and started her into the grooming to groom her into the operation. So that is a minor in American law.
Okay,
Yeah,
and
I mean,
Trump knew that. Wait, hold on. Wait,
I'm
Trump
not
knew
saying
that.
Trump
Have
knew
you been to
that, but
Mar-a-Lago?
No,
Do you know how big it is?
No.
Do you know how many
I
people
mean,
work
all
there?
of that-
It's a fucking
Yeah,
estate.
but Mike, all
No,
of
because
that
what
is
you're doing,
fallacy.
you're trying to take a cheap shot at Trump here. And I've been to
I'm
Mar-a-Lago.
not trying to take a
multiple
cheap
times.
shot
It's
at Trump. I'm not
huge.
calling Trump a pedophile. I'm just saying that Trump hung out with a pedophile.
Well, I think it's being insinuated here. But if I don't know who by, I don't even see who's on the speaker list.
You
but
can
Here's
say
your
it's me.
question.
You can see it's me, Mike.
Okay, so you're saying that Trump's
I think Trump is like a lot of other rich people in the modeling agency, where he convinces young women who probably want to get ahead to have sex with him. I mean, that seems to be like his MO. I'm not saying that he's unique in that, but Epstein did the same thing with like 19-year-old girl with Johanna Schoberg that we're talking about in this fucking thing. You know, they like take advantage of really young women and get them to have sex with them. This is the thing all rich people do.
Well, actually, for my own education, what is Virginia's role at Mar-a-Lago?
Here's what it says. Can I just read it?
Employee.
Miss Giuffre worked at Mar-a-Lago as a locker room attendant for the spa area. Records produced in this case identify the date of employment as 2000. That's just from the documents I'm reading.
There's also who hired her? Are you suggesting Trump hired Virginia?
No one suggests that.
No.
Trump did say recently he's now the manager of Mar-a-Lago.
No. Someone said that. Someone suggested that Trump, like Epstein, was like recruiting young women to Mar-a-Lago. Like literally, that's the reason I brought that up. So no one can say that. Like
no, he had Trump models
Mike,
that.
Mike,
and so
Mike.
you're saying, okay, so you're saying,
hold on a
that
second,
Trump
hold on.
recruited
Mike,
a locker room girl, 16-year-old locker room girl.
Mike, who brags about walking in on teenagers because you're the owner of the Miss Teen USA pageant and brags about it? Except someone who
What did
hangs
he
out with
say?
a fucking
Hold on, Joe.
Tell
You
me
got a great point
what he
here.
said.
You got a great point here. Can you
No,
keep going with that?
Yeah, I mean, he honestly said that he was boasting on an interview that he could just walk into the dressing room because he's the owner, and that's so great. And he was talking about Miss Teen USA. You know what I mean? This is Donald Trump, and you find it so hard to believe
let's see
that
it.
he's friends
No,
with Pedo.
Joe, the thing that please do. The thing I love about your links is when I actually read it, most of the time it turns out to be the exact opposite of what you're saying. Like this quote from 2002. It's so funny that you would post just the little screenshot, but not the actual link, and then you go to the link and it's the opposite.
Mike, they hung out for 20 years. You're telling me that in 2002, Epstein wasn't a pedo, and only when he got caught was he now a pedo? That's the most ridiculous argument I've ever heard.
No, my friend.
Hold on a second.
There's a difference between rumors and knowing something for sure. Have you
Can
ever
I say
had friends
something here?
that there are rumors about and they're kind of crazy, but the guy's a lot of fun, so you sort of hang around because you don't believe the rumors are necessarily true? I don't know why that isn't equally likely to him knowing that it was pedophile shit.
Can I share something here? Joe brings up a good point, but let me expand on it, okay? You know, he had Trump models. He had the Miss Universe, Miss Teen Universe. He also had a lot of reality TV production stuff in the later 2000s. But you have to understand that Trump was always something of an outsider in Palm Beach. Like he showed up and he was new money. And then there he is taking the nicest house in all of Palm Beach and turning it into this social club. So just because they were neighbors and a lot of things happened, there was a lot of exchanges between the two. You shouldn't place too much burden on that because the reality is that Trump was more of the New York guy. He was up there more, and he was running his own version of what Epstein did, but for older women. Like, I mean, you know, a little bit older. I mean, the teen thing.
But Grant, that's a big accusation to make a different version of what Epstein.
No,
Epstein
but
was running
legal.
a
Hold on.
pedophile
I'm not
ring.
making an accusation. I'm not finished. But it was legal. He was just, you know, the pageant thing, the modeling thing. This is, you know, kind of the point where it's like, yeah, rich guys are always trying to get with these young women. And he was doing these things that were legal, but he's just very scummy about it. But it wasn't like Epstein where he was recruiting underage girls and all this crazy stuff. Like Trump was just doing the lawful version of this with the older women, with the models, with the aspiring models and stuff. Aspiring, let's put, you know. So, I mean, they were doing some of the same kind of activities, but in very different ways. And they ran in some of the same circles, but that doesn't automatically mean that one guy was doing the other thing, you know? Well, doesn't mean that Trump did what Epstein did at all.
Yeah.
He just did kind of his own scummy version of it, but it was legal.
Yeah, news at 11. Trump liked young, beautiful women.
Let me say something. On Howard Stern's show, Trump made a statement that his daughter Ivanka made him swear that he would never date anyone younger than her. And he says every year that passes, it becomes increasingly difficult. She was 17 at the time. So I don't
I don't know how true this is or if it's even relevant.
I don't like Biden either. Like I hate
mean, I don't
He
care
said
who
it
you
on
like or not.
Stern,
We've
Nick.
gone
He said
so
it on
far.
Stern.
We've gone so far.
I think that was
off the
a very, very funny off-color joke. Come on, 17. It's
He's
getting hard.
bragging. The dude is
That's
flexing.
just
I mean, he loves doing that. This is like his flex. That is an older
He was
guy. He can
flexing
say,
look.
"Yeah,
about
you're right."
Although
walking in on teenagers, Mike. It's up on the
Yeah.
nest now. It's on Howard
Okay.
Stern show. Flexing about
Wow.
walking
Oh
in
my
on
God.
I
A
congratulate
crazy
teenagers.
statement. Hey, Joe, are you going to break the pussy tape next? Do you know that he said he could grab
No, that's
women by
not
the
illegal.
pussy?
That's
Oh
not
my
illegal
gosh.
if they have permission,
Oh,
right?
I'm sorry.
That's
What was illegal?
But
What
walking
was
in on
illegal? Okay, so that was illegal. You're alleging that he committed a criminal.
walking in on a naked minor
He
on
committed a
purpose.
criminal act. Joel, tell me
Walking in on a
that's
naked
your
minor on
allegation.
purpose.
So I'm
Joey,
sorry.
you
it was
come up
Your
here.
way
You're like, oh,
allegation
off-color.
is that he
Sir.
committed a criminal act. And by the way, do you know that the guy even did that just because he said it? I mean, he said a lot of crazy shit about
Can
women.
I
The
can I
difference
say one
between
thing?
Trump and
May I
Epstein.
say? Can I say
Yeah,
one
go ahead.
thing?
Go for it.
Okay, so we do have a Howard Stern, tape in which Trump said he would walk in on contestants. Not clear to me that he was referring to Miss Teen USA. We then have a story in which 5 contestants who competed in the 1997 Miss Teen USA beauty pageant said Donald Trump walked into the dressing room while contestants, some as young as 15, were changing. Mariah Bilato, a former Miss Vermont Teen USA, said, "I remember putting on my dress real quick because I was like, oh my God, there's a man in here." Trump, she recalled, said something like, "Don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before." Okay.
When,
We need
okay,
to depose
can I ask
Beetlejuice.
when?
We need to get
Can I
Beetlejuice
ask
on here.
when that was? Wait, do you have that? Is that posted in the nest there?
No, I
Whoever
haven't
just
posted it. It's just this was a story from 2016.
Oh,
When
so
I
it was
guess
Mike,
when
I'm
he
gonna
was
give.
running.
So they
this is what I'm
waited
gonna
to
do
make
here.
that.
I'm gonna give. We got to go over these documents
Just like
here.
the
So I'm
other
gonna give
10
Mike the
women who
final word
accused
here.
Trump
We're
of
gonna move
sexual
on.
assault. Yeah. So okay. So I mean, by the way, that's very clarifying because Joe made this big deal about this Team USA thing for like 20 minutes here, and then you pull the receipt, and it turns out it's a statement made years after the fact in 2016. That was exactly when they were opping Trump on the female stuff. You remember there were like a dozen women who accused Trump of
Well,
sexual
but
assault.
can I just say what happened?
Why would they
Apparently,
make that allegation earlier?
okay. Well, I can think of many reasons because women are not believed in any of these things, as we all know. So that would have,
Well,
and also
the least believable time is when someone's running for president and you wait a decade
don't
to do
try
it.
this. Okay, that's really, there are many reasons why women would not have wanted to discuss
Yes,
this.
but you
But
can
the reason
understand.
it came up.
But political
Can I
operations are a real
may
thing
I
too.
just
Yeah,
finish, Mike? I'm not
and we
accusing
all
Trump.
watched the political operations happen in 2016. So waiting till that moment is kind of discrediting.
After all of the stuff, had come forward in terms of Trump, in terms of the election, things came out, right? We know the pussy stuff, etc. So basically, people went to these contestants. They attempted to contact 49 of the 51, and several. That's how it came out. It wasn't like they immediately rushed to the media and said, "Do this," right?
Well, but
I'm
that's
just
the
saying.
thing, right? They just did this to Russell Brand, right? You had 3 different news organizations approach every single person Russell Brand ever had a relationship with and essentially solicit them for stories about things he might have done wrong to create this big cancel party. We all watched them do the same thing to Trump in 2016. So the fact that that's when it surfaces, that's not a good look.
You know what?
Okay, yeah. So Ryan, I'm going to jump to you now. I don't know. Have you had any time to sort of review these what the documents that have come out so far? Okay.
Yes, I went through all 4 of the docs, and again, thanks again for getting them to me. The 19-page one is just a list of names, numbers, and stuff. I'm not sure what the exact legal term is. One of the lawyers could jump in and let me know. It's just kind of like it's supplemental forms of disclosures for the identities of individuals likely to have discoverable information. It's a lot of the names that we saw already: Ghislaine, Virginia. Oh, no one insanely notable that we haven't seen before. Alan Dershowitz is on there. Jeffrey Epstein's on there, obviously, right? So that one I will pump out next. But there's two that I posted. We discussed them briefly, but I'm going to just jump in and discuss them one more time, just because we went from discussing them in one breath to chaos in the other breath. So the first one is, and I put both of them in the nest, and they're coming out again on the page. The first one is that Dershowitz has long advocated for the unsealing and transparency in this matter to circumvent potential reporting and inaccuracies of misspelled information. The unsealing of docket 1026-3 will be beneficial. So he's filing a motion to unseal 2 dockets, 1021 and 1026-3. I guess he was trying to get ahead of something or trying to get it out into the light, I guess. I don't know. The other one is from the Miami Herald, and it's another person, the Miami Herald and inventors Julie Brown, who came out and said that the releasing of the complete list of names and pseudonyms will avoid the spread of incorrect information and may arise from trying to unweave the particular disclosures and will enable the public and press to understand the court's reasoning. So this is the full page. I combined the two pages into one. That's posted as well if you guys want to read the whole thing. It's essentially they're saying like, hey, we need the full names to understand what's going on here. I'm sure the lawyers can jump in and assist me with some of the legalese that's in here that they may have seen that they probably understand better. But I'll be honest with you guys. These two were not as eventful. I think the one that they're asking for all the names to be released will be eventful if we actually get a hold of all of those names. I'm going to dive deeper into that other document, the 19-page one, to see if I can find any new names that we didn't see yesterday that could be of note.
Yeah, well, I'm in that list of names right now, and none of the names are really sticking out to me so far. But what it is saying is that so it'll give a name and it'll say this person may have knowledge concerning plaintiff's false claims against defendant and others. So that's what this list is. It's not what I'm not seeing is this name is also Jane Doe or John Doe, whatever. But I'm seeing names like recurring, like Bill Richardson. Sky Roberts, so there's a bunch of recurring names that we found in the dump yesterday, but there's no bombshells that I'm picking up. But again, Ryan, if you find something that I'd be interested in hearing from you.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think the it's Alan Dershowitz again for number one in the number of times named in these documents. If you guys are still trying to keep count on that leaderboard, he's still number one.
What are those counts again? Do you have them in front of you, or do you remember them?
I think I remember. I think Alan Dershowitz was 173. The other guy,
Prince Andrew, 76. Bill Clinton was 73. Remember?
Thank you, Tira.
Yeah. God, I'm like an elephant. It's depressing.
I'm actually genuinely shocked that out of nowhere, Dershowitz was the highest count. But then again, he did also double as the guy's lawyer at certain points. That makes sense. And man, these documents are disgusting.
Yeah, so I kind of want to ask about that real quick, and we are going to be bringing up some other lawyers as well here very shortly. So just stand by for that. But Tira, how familiar are you with the what Dershowitz did back when he represented Jeffrey Epstein? Wasn't there
okay? So here's what happened. Apparently, Dershowitz was part of a team. I'm not sure who else. That was negotiating with the government down in Florida. And ultimately, they came to this sort of sweetheart deal, which was basically that there was a non-prosecution agreement that Jeffrey Epstein would be guilty, but it wouldn't really, nothing major would happen to him. And that deal has been criticized, especially because it not only went to Jeffrey Epstein, but it went to his, quote, co-conspirators, one of whom might have been Alan Dershowitz. And that's a real, I think, a legal no-no, but we'll see. If these allegations are true, don't know. And I think someone else mentioned that one of the reasons why that we are able to get some of these documents or previous documents, not this group, was because when they made that relatively secret agreement, and when Alexander Acosta, who then became Trump's labor secretary, when they made that agreement back in, was it 2007? I forget exactly, 2007, 2008, they did not tell the victims anything about it. Okay, so under the Crime Victims' Rights Act, they basically lied, or they sloughed off these people, and these women were supposed to be given access, ability to comment, etc., and they were not. So that's how the case sort of got reopened when they went in front of judge, and they said, I didn't get my rights under the Crime Victim Rights Act. Okay, so that's basically the procedural posture. But I would say that Dershowitz, look, from a standpoint of being accused of something right now, I don't know the statute of limitations for rape. Ms. Giuffre has basically sort of recanted her allegations against Alan Dershowitz. It's very weird sort of recanting, but has said, oh, maybe I was wrong. I don't remember. It's been a little bit strange. I do not know if there would be enough evidence. And I think the statute of limitations, I mean, he's in Massachusetts, it's 15 years, not clear that he could ever be gotten legally for anything like this. I will say that if there are some allegations that he did something legally suspect, right? In other words, he basically put into place a sweetheart deal that absolved himself at the same time as his client, that could be brought to the state bar, and he could be in some trouble if these things are correct.
Stephen.
I just wanted to add to Tira's point. So, and I also don't know what the statute of limitations is on all this, but we need to jump on it. So, I did have some insight and speculation from reading the documents yesterday in their entirety as to what happened between Dershowitz and Virginia. So it's clear in Virginia's in all these depositions and all these for tat between Maxwell and Virginia that. Virginia, and when I say this, I have nothing but respect for her, and I wish that there was a million more of her, but some of the information that she's provided is not entirely accurate, and sometimes when she's deposed for specific information, it's not turned over. And so what happened is Maxwell was able to then attack her credibility as a witness because of all these different issues. And so what I'm thinking happened is over the 7 years that this is going on, or I can't remember the years exactly, but over the years that this is going on, and she's discovering in court over and over and over that her memory is in fact not good, and it's far from perfect. I think that Alan Dershowitz then has the opportunity to gaslight her into thinking that she is not, or that he never had any sort of sexual relationship, and that may be why. This is my internal speculation. That may be why she was able to, or she did recant her accusation against him. But then there's other witnesses like Alfredo Rodriguez. I don't remember the guy's name, but he was one of the staffers that could place Alan Dershowitz at the house alone without his family while there was underage girls there. And then Jane Doe 3 accused Alan Dershowitz of 8 different sexual encounters while she was a minor. So it makes sense to my mind after going through the battle between Maxwell and Giuffre why she may recount her accusation that was originally made, because for years she's finding out that her memory is in fact not perfect. So that may be what happened there.
I think that, he was, as far as I understand, he was threatening to sue her or come after her legally for defamation, and that's why the retraction happened, as far as I'm aware. So I just want to go back to, Johnny, thank you. I just want to go back to where the money is coming from, guys, because the whole thing, this entire thing, the fact that he pretended to be a billionaire, the fact that he had access to all these powerful people through Ghislaine Maxwell, had to be funded, and we really need to look at where the funding is coming from. Johnny said that 80% of it was coming from Leslie Wexner. Leslie Wexner was one of the founders of the Mega Group, along with Charles Bronfman, and I think we should also focus on some of the other members of that group. And
Siren girl, just before you go past that, I want to ask you about Leslie Wexner, the founder of Victoria's Secret. How come he hasn't really been implicated in any of this stuff yet? He seems to be the one that's funding the operations. He's constant. I mean, he was one of the closest confidants of Jeffrey Epstein.
That is a very
why
good
haven't we
question.
seen him be implicated?
And you know what's odd? He sold Victoria's Secret, like right after Epstein died. He sold it, and so maybe he's washing his hands of the whole thing. He said he regrets his relationship with Epstein, trying to distance himself from it. But indeed, why wasn't he there needs to be more scrutiny? Why is there such a cloud? So that's why I want to go back and bring focus back onto this little discussed thing, because we get a lot of salacious stuff in the media. We never really get to the nitty gritty. So this mega group was founded by Wexner and Charles Bronfman, and some of the other members of the group are also linked to Epstein. I'd like to get to them. And this was a loosely organized club of 20 of America's wealthiest and most influential Jewish businessmen, focusing on philanthropy for Jewishness. Bronfman was actively involved in illegally shipping arms to Zionist paramilitaries prior to 1948. He would ship them to Palestine. So the Bronfman brothers were also major donors of the ADL, which I think would definitely interest the people on this panel, specifically because of the ban the ADL movement on Twitter. So these are the people that brought a lot of Epstein's money in order to get him the island. See, the thing is, I think that there's a lot of smoke and mirrors because, Epstein didn't have a lifestyle of a businessman. He wasn't working hard, hustling like you would expect Elon Musk to. He was partying all the time. I mean, where was this money coming from? It wasn't coming from hard work. And of course, we know that his apartment was just given to him. So I would just like to bring it back again to where the source of the money is, and anyone who has information on that.
So I want to push back a little bit because the claims about Leslie Wexner are correct. Leslie Wexner basically funded, as far as we can tell, he did fund Jeffrey Epstein. Nobody, he is on the plane manifest quite a bit. Nobody has actually, I don't know. Nobody seems to know why he initially gave him all this money. Was he being blackmailed? He gave him money. He propped him up. He gave him his apartment. I mean, this is really something to be looked into. Your claims about the mega group are interesting, but of course, there's no linkage that I have ever seen from anybody in that group directly giving Jeffrey Epstein money like Leslie Wexner did. So can we please stick to facts? Now, I also want to point out, Syrian girl, wait, I can also want to point out that the mega group also funded things that are, very Israeli, birthright groups. They basically put the Hillel organization in America on a solid financial footing. Yes, they support Jewish organizations and activities. There's nothing illegal about that. And
They were connected to the crime syndicate as well. They were
you're making claims, you're trying to link certain people, and there's no evidence.
There's lots of
Are we going
evidence.
to do this?
There is lots of evidence. You need to look at Whitney Webb's work then, and you need to read One Nation Under Blackmail, Volume 1 and 2. You need to look at some of the past of the links that are involved with Leslie Wexner, the mega group, Taubman, all of them, how they've basically dominated society. They had links with the mafia, and in a sense, it was a Jewish Ashkenazi mafia. They don't really care about
Johnny,
Judaism.
do we have a bank statement showing that somebody in that group directly gave money to Epstein?
You're presenting a fallacy because I don't have one thing.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you a simple question, yes or no.
At hand right now.
Okay, so you don't have anything. That's all I'm saying.
Lots of evidence.
I'm not saying it might not exist. I'm saying we don't have
read
it.
the evidence, but you're choosing, I think, not to read
It bothers me when people say, "Oh, there's plenty of evidence. You got to go read this, and this." Why not just present that evidence? Because anybody can say that, and we're not going to be able to read everything you tell us to. Give us the evidence. Present it to us.
Okay, we will present it to you as we discuss through this space. I'm going to present to you multiple bits of evidence, but first and foremost, the statement that no one in the mega group gave him money. Leslie Wexner, who was the founder of the mega group, gave him 80% of the money, right? So onwards, I'm going to detail to you as the space goes on, by your request, evidence of other members of the mega group being tied to Epstein. By the way, Robert Maxwell is another member of the mega group that was directly tied to Epstein because his daughter, Ghislaine Maxwell, recruited him into Mossad.
Yeah, so we're bringing up a lot of new speakers here. Just kind of rotating the panel a little bit.
Could I jump in
Lucas,
here?
We'll get to you, but who said that?
This is Derek Rose.
Derek. Okay, yeah, Derek.
I just wanted to add,
and I'm sure Prodigal will respond to you.
Sure, yeah, I just wanted to add one thing about what Johnny was talking about, and I think somebody else touched on it earlier as far as the organized crime aspect. It's absolutely an important component of this, and that some other elements, as far as like saying not liking the idea of some, like Johnny saying, go read this book. I get that. I don't think in this case it's a cop out. Whitney's book is 1,000 pages, so obviously trying to communicate what she, the time that Johnny and her put into that research to map out complex relationships involving CIA agents after World War II, like this, it's not just as easy as just pointing to one person or one thing. So I do think we need to put in the time and the effort if we really want to understand these complex relationships. But another area that we could look at organized crime that I've looked into that does involve Wexner goes back to Wexner's connections in Ohio. He was long ago exposed by some smaller independent media. You can go back. I have some links on my website. Just looking into his history with the mega group and their connections to Ohio businessmen in Cleveland and in the Cleveland mafia, other folks who were Jewish and Israeli supporters and such like that. So there definitely are multiple elements of besides just potential Israeli intelligence, British intelligence, obviously U.S. But the organized crime element goes from potentially New York and anywhere else Epstein may have been, but back to Wexner and his connections to Ohio, which is where he originally founded Victoria's Secret and the whole limited brand. And then one other point I'll just throw in, and I'll pass it back, is the conversation earlier about like the pageants and stuff. I don't know why people get so emotional about mentioning the pageants or some of the stuff said earlier, but I do think, as I mentioned in last night's call, that it is important to look in that. We have Jean-Luc Brunel, the French agent, part of this, of course, arrested and then also killed while he was in prison. M-Squared modeling agency, Epstein connected to that, and then of course Wexner himself, the Victoria's Secret pageant shows and all that. So there was definitely that whole arena, and looking further into folks surrounding that. I mean, when it comes to Jean-Luc Brunel, for example, you can find this it's hard to find, but it's out there. I think I do have a copy on my website, a 60 Minutes episode from back in the 80s about Jean-Luc Brunel when these accusations were being made against him being a rapist and abusing the models back then. And like Epstein, nothing was really done about it. And then once, the whole Epstein thing becomes public, then Jean-Luc Brunel goes down and then he's killed in prison as well. So, to the idea that, because something, well, I guess the last thing I'll end with is because somebody was friends with Epstein before, and then they didn't, I don't know, I'm sorry, I'm losing my train of thought here, but what I'm trying to say is that I think people making the claim earlier that Epstein going down and people linked to him before that had nothing to do with it. I don't think it's possible for us to know whether people were friends with Epstein before or afterwards. Either way, just because they distanced themselves after Epstein went down doesn't mean they didn't know he was doing things before. We have Cindy McCain and others admitting that everybody knew what Epstein was up to. So to think that whether Donald Trump or Bill Clinton or whoever didn't know what was going on, I think is a little silly.
Yeah, Prodigal, I want you to jump in if you can on that.
Yeah, I just got here, so I'm just going to sit back and listen for a bit.
Dude, you always have something to say. What happened?
That must be the first time you've ever said you're going to sit back.
The world is ending. That's a sign.
So we're having a little bit of trouble, I guess, sometimes trying to bring people up and it glitches out and then they drop back down and we bring it back up. So, yeah, if you guys do want to speak, if anybody does want to speak, definitely send us a message. Let us know. And, give us a little bit of a, background of you and what you want to talk about. And we'll try to bring you up.
Well,
In the meantime,
I'll say one thing, Nick. I mean, I think what people, this will be short, but back in, I think, 05, 06, the FBI under Mueller, who, some people on certain political parties love, was made well aware of Epstein's sexapades. I mean, his crimes, allegedly, somewhere around a couple of dozen of victims. But Mueller never chose to prosecute. But yeah, trust that Russiagate report.
So I just posted something. Yeah. This is from last night's set of docs. It's interesting because it goes back into the mystery of who is this redacted name that they keep protecting. So it's a Q&A with the witness. I highlighted the chunk. It's about 4 pages compressed together. And they're going back and forth. They're asking this witness, this girl, I'm not sure who it is because in the top, again, I'm not a lawyer. There's a bunch of Jane Does, so I'm not sure who they're speaking to here. But they ask her, like, were you trafficked essentially to have sexual relations? And we know the answer is yes. And the name that she mentions is Glenn Dublin as well as Prince Andrew. But then there's this one redacted name, which if you notice, like Prince Andrew was mentioned, Glenn Dublin was mentioned, there was no back and forth. But the redacted name goes into a massive Q&A back and forth with the person asking this Jane Doe these questions. So I'm really curious, do you guys think that this name redacted person is, well, not our friend name redacted, but the name redacted person in this document is the person that was mentioned yesterday, that's the prime minister, which we got the camel emoji hint from the witness that we spoke to. What do you guys think? I'd love to get some thoughts from you guys on that one.
I have something right here that's relevant to that. So I have a email that is so this is Giuffre giving a deposition, and she's asked about this email, and in this email it talks about Bill Clinton coming into Vanity Fair, and he's yelling at them, and the word threatened is used to have them not write sex trafficking articles about Jeffrey Epstein. Now, somebody is tagged on this email and it's a redacted person. And so let me read what it says here. It says, does that refresh your memory that when you got this email unredacted, Bill Clinton was included as well as redacted? In the line referred to as two of the world's most respected politicians. So whoever this other politician is that is redacted is on the caliber of Bill Clinton. Now take that as you will. This is a very big person, and their name is constantly redacted, and I've seen them a lot throughout all these files.
Interesting. All right, let's go to Lucas. Lucas, go ahead.
Hey, I'm Lucas Schubert. I'm conservative Gen Z candidate for House here in Montana. And I just wanted to say, with this whole ordeal, it is something that it's important to realize, to take a step back and realize the whole scope of this, where, the Attorney General, Bill Barr, he's out there, the same guy that did nothing to help out Trump in the whole election proceedings. He's out there, going and defending Jeffrey Epstein. That's what he did back then when he's AG. And my main point is just that this is seriously so many people are involved in politics, in government, in finance, business, that even if it comes out, the next redacted file that gets released says every president for the past 50 years is a pedophile who has sex with kids. How much is really going to change? Because all the people, all of these same people are being threatened, blackmailed, etc. by this. And so, I'm not saying this from an angle to say, we should do nothing or that there's nothing that we can do, but I'm kind of phrasing this as a question, I guess. What is there feasibly that we can actually bring real change on this? Because, it is 100% correct to say, listen, there are, the enemies of God run this country. How can, what is, as an overarching thing, can we really do to fix this situation? Because, first, for me, I'm running for state house. I'm getting in there at the state level, trying to get something done. But federally and with this whole system, it is insane. It is insane the amount of power that these people have. Because when Epstein killed himself in the first place, I don't think anyone believed it. I really don't. Maybe 20% of the population who's completely just plugged into the New York Times and whatever mainstream media actually thinks Epstein killed himself and there's nothing suspicious. Most people realize, listen, they know that these people are there doing these things in massive positions of power. So that's kind of what I had to say, and I guess ask,
Interesting. I appreciate that. Anyone want to jump in on that?
I just wanted to jump in to remind people of the bizarre painting that Epstein had of Bill Clinton in Hillary Clinton's dress. And it was clearly like a painting that was drawn either from a photograph or from a still.
Is anyone talking? I can't hear.
Yeah, Lucas says Syrian girl speaking. Let me drop you and then request, and I'll bring you right back up. Go ahead, Syrian. Keep going.
Yeah, so I just wanted to remind people of how close his ties were to Clinton. He actually had Epstein had a painting of Clinton in his home wearing Hillary Clinton's dress. It's the most bizarre thing. You guys all remember that? I'm gonna
Yeah,
put
I've
it
actually
in
seen
the
that picture circulating around. I don't know what the guys of that is. That could have been some joke between them. I don't know. It's still an extremely creepy photo. There's a ton of creepy photographs there.
Was that
There's
a
one where
real
it's George
photo?
Bush sitting on the ground. No, it's a painting.
Oh, God.
It's a terrible painting.
And it's real.
Yeah,
Okay.
but
I didn't know that.
Can I just say about that painting? There's loads of little odd features to it. There's an extra finger here and there, and certain things drawn in. Loads of symbolism, and it's really like kind of people believe if you examine it that it's kind of like a threat. It's a threat out. It's Jeffrey Epstein saying, "I got you. I'm watching you."
Wasn't that painting though done as part of a student work by somebody in Australia, unrelated to Epstein initially?
It was painted,
yeah, it
and
was.
I don't know who commissioned it, why they commissioned it. I don't think any of us.
But it was a student, Katrina, I forget her name.
Very interesting,
but,
interesting painting though. If you look at it, and everybody should go.
Yeah, oh no, it's a
and
weird
have a
painting,
look
but
at
I don't know that
the features.
Epstein
It's very
commissioned it.
interesting.
Yeah, I don't know that Epstein commissioned it or anything to do with it originally. He obviously got it.
Prodigal, you ready? Guess not. Nick,
Run this show. I'll chime in when I'm able.
keep
Okay, yeah,
throwing
so
up.
we might have some news here. I'm trying to verify it first before we actually break it in the space here. So just
Is
give.
it the big guy? Is it about the court document thing?
No, it's okay, yeah. So this is verified. It looks like Prince Andrew has been reported to the police over the sexual assault claims with after the Epstein court files. So that is a new development. That is breaking news here. So we're going to try to get some more information on that. In the meantime, Ryan, if you can hold it for a second, I'll get some more info.
Sure thing. I was actually reading something about it too. Let me go to.
Yeah, I posted up top two of them.
The floor is
where,
open.
Now
I'll
Prodigal
jump in.
wants.
Dropped it.
Go ahead,
If the
Prodigal, and then
floor
we'll go
is
to
open.
Syria.
Oh, sure.
That was it. I mean, it'd be good news if they actually reopen it and really investigate it. If you look up top, twice Scotland Yard and I think the Met Police both refused to look into this, and it's clear that the royal family and other maybe compromised politicians and law enforcement agents in Britain played a role in it. I mean, literally, I think it was revealed that the other officers were engaged in child sexual abuse, etc. So this is something where if anybody brought up these allegations, they were painted as a loon, a conspiracy theorist. But if you actually look at headlines from corporate media, mainstream, it's there. They might not put it on the front page, but a lot of people who have diminished and ridiculed this for years now need to wake up about what has been going on, and they have chosen to ignore.
So I'm actually in an article about it. So this is the reason that they went after him is because the documents. Again, we've discussed this in depth, but let me just hint at it one more time for those who are newer with us. The reason. So I'm reading this off of the National. Says the documents include accusations that Andrew sexually assaulted a minor referred to as Jane Doe number 3 while in London. The filing, which also believed to be about Virginia Giuffre, alleges Epstein instructed her. Someone's microphone is open, so I'm just gonna mute the room just to clean that up for 1 second. The filing, which is believed to be about Virginia Giuffre, alleges that Epstein instructed her to give the prince whatever he demanded and required Jane Doe number 3 to report back to him on the details of the sexual abuse, which is disgusting. The accusations add that Maxwell, quote, facilitated Prince Andrew's acts of sexual abuse. I'm going to put the post out, and it's coming out live right now up top. But I want you guys to jump in and tell me what you think. Do you think that these victims could finally get some justice? What are you guys thinking?
I don't think there's going to be any justice out of this anytime soon. I think the same games are going to be played all the way through. And if we look back in the history, especially of the royal family, they're always been protected. We've got a king in charge. Yes, he had a relationship, a close friendship with Jimmy Savile, but he also had relationships with people who came up in inquiries doing church and into the church, mainly in the Sussex diocese, where Canon Peter Ball, who was a very close confidant of Charles, also molested young boys and has served time and died, I believe, while serving time. There's evidence that, and no one really gets justice. It's always, it seems like a very controlled feeling that we can get over this now together. We'll have an inquiry into it. We'll move on. But I think individually, victims are left behind for as long as possible until the victims themselves have lost sensitivity to their experiences.
Interesting.
Also, I
Go ahead,
think
Sarah.
it's not just the direct victims, the rape victims that are not going to get any justice, but I think the United States people don't seem to be getting any justice because we're not really focusing on the foreign intelligence, working and spying on Americans aspect of it. Where's the justice there? Ed, since the floor is open, if you don't mind, Ed asked for further contact between the mega group and Epstein. And Robert Maxwell was working with the founder of the mega group as a business partner, Charles Bofman, and they actually aided a successful Mossad plot to plant a trap door in US created software that was then sold to governments and companies throughout the world. And the plot was successful because President Ronald Reagan let it happen. And one wonders if Reagan had any blackmail material on him that allowed him to basically sell America out. So where's the justice in that? Where's the, where is the one time these Israeli spies are going to prison for doing these things? There was this one time with Polanski, I believe, or if maybe I say his name
You
incorrectly,
mean
but that was
Jonathan Pollard? You mean Pollard?
Pollard, indeed.
Yes.
Pollard.
Mhm.
And Pollard is somehow connected as well, which I will discuss. But Pollard, he was Maxwell was his handler. So that is another interesting element to this. And Pollard was, of course, exposed by the NSA, not the CIA. I think a lot of this is something that the CIA is allowing to happen because it's been heavily infiltrated. And that, I think, there's not much justice in that. I think there's the story.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I would say that there really is not going to be any big justice that's going to be taking place unless maybe, down the line, someone like Trump successfully goes in and gets into these 3-letter agencies and actually dismantles the, I guess you could say, swamp or whoever else that's there, that's corrupt, has all these ties with, other people. But right now, there's just zero way. Like, it's just not going to happen. And that's not even guaranteed either. I'm not saying it is, but that's the closest that we'll get, potentially. So, yeah, I don't think anytime
So,
soon.
Lucas, can I ask you something? Apparently, it was admitted in court that basically when they went to search Jeffrey Epstein's residences, they found hard drives, CDs.
Sure.
There was some dispute about how they were gathered because apparently they had to leave, get a different subpoena, and then they went back and they weren't there, but they eventually got stuff. Now that was gotten quite a while back. Jeffrey Epstein was basically died in 2019. If that, I think what everybody here would probably ideally want to know is what's on those hard drives, tapes, right? Wouldn't that be sort of what we're all looking for? That seems to be the main evidence that nobody's seen. We've seen a lot of names, we've seen a lot of stuff, and even all these redacted things are not going to prove anything because they're civil cases that don't really go. But the tapes would be pretty relevant, I believe. So if Trump was president, then why didn't he try and I legally don't know if these actually can be released. I'm actually thinking about this right now, but why didn't he do something about it then? That was
Yeah, he had
2019.
control. He had control of his agencies. Are you serious? As soon as his
No, but I'm
presidency
saying if
but
he
I'm giving you
was,
the reason why, right? They
well,
still argue he can't declassify documents he's entitled to.
no,
Like
he's entitled to he was entitled as
I'm not
president
going to
to
make this about
declassify
Trump.
everything.
My point is,
Such
it's
a gut
clear
reaction.
the agencies and the bureaucrats who exist, regardless of which political party has the presidency, have their own laws and their own rules. And that's why.
Correct.
Why would they focus on that when their entire regime, from the CIA to the FBI, was aimed at taking them down in office? And people need to realize this isn't just blackmail, right? This is also financial interests, right? We saw ABC News refuse to report it because they wanted the royal wedding. You look at the Atlantic, right? Laureen Powell, Steve Jobs' widow, is the owner of that. They're never going to touch this. They don't touch it really in depth, right? You look at how Bill Gates was able to control funding. He had large interests in vaccine companies. Everything on the news and regarding this, you mess with them. Who's implicated in this? Deutsche Bank, Barclays, J.P. Morgan, the leader of the U.S. Virgin Islands. These are people in all circles and all facets of American society, including elite institutions. You have Steven Pinker at Harvard, now Dershowitz, etc. So when you ask if all you care about is money and you have no soul and you don't care about the victims, it's pretty clear, because they can not only can they blackmail you, but they can cut off your funding if you take away their golden goose who is raping innocent girls, who's connected to, in my opinion, the CIA, Mossad, and most likely British intelligence. Why would you have to have stern values and know what you're up against, especially when when a lot of the witnesses, even in the Kevin Spacey case, who was besties with Epstein, ended up dead. So, and Epstein himself. So, I mean, the question answers itself, right?
Can I want to ask something here. Are we sure that we're not part of the PSYOP? Like, I mean, listening to everyone here arguing and talking about the Mossad and the CIA and all of that. Why are they releasing this now? I feel like there's a lot going on that they don't want us looking at, and all of us are looking at this. And the truth is, our country is totally captured. We have all of these intelligence agencies deciding right now, as we go into 2024, to put out all this information that certainly Johnny and Derek and Whitney and a lot of other people have been covering for 7-8 years. And my question is, are we playing into their psyop? Are we being sucked into distraction while they are planning to totally put us into some digital gulag we'll never get out of? I'm just wondering what's the end game for us? We are all on this call. Shouldn't we be talking about how we are going to save ourselves from them instead of debating what they know, what they've done? Look at what they've done. They don't care about us. I'm just wondering, like, where are we going from here as we, the people of the United States? I mean, for God's sakes, we're letting them do this. They're distracting us with Epstein case again. That's just my feeling about this.
I mean, Mel,
So, Mel,
everybody agrees with you, but I think, at least for years, you've seen certain segments of society just ignore this or paint him as conspiracy theorists. I support Trump, but if he's implicated, let him be fully prosecuted. I don't hear that from the left. I still hear deflection. Everybody wants transparency. All we can do now is still hope that we can educate the masses and that it leaks out and we embarrass them to the point where they.
But then what? But then what? But then what happens?
We see. So what's
then
your,
we're
what,
in the gulag.
well, I guess we'll see. So what is your plan of action?
I'm asking this group. I'm saying we're all here. I think they're playing all of us. I think that they are playing all of us. Why are they dropping these cases now? What is the significance of dropping it right now?
The FBI fought this. It was
No. I'm talking about bigger than that. G's talking about uniting with Taiwan. We got things going on all over the world. Our borders wide open, and we're all debating something about Epstein that they want us to talk about. All I'm saying is I find the timing of the drop of this Epstein case very suspect when it comes to looking at the last 50 years. And there are people on here like Derek and Johnny and other people that have been saying that this is a distraction. And I'm curious if a lot of people on here think maybe they're distracting us from something else. We found out years later the Monica Lewinsky whole trial was a distraction. Is this a distraction from something they're doing that's worse? That's all I'm asking.
Well, actually, I think it's related to the lawyer that was gonna fight for Israel in the ICC, who happens to be also Epstein's lawyer, whose name eludes me now for some reason.
Alan Dershowitz, and
Indeed.
yes.
So here's the thing. I think that this is kind of a limited hangout in order to threaten anyone who Epstein had blackmail material on to toe the line on Israel. I think that's why they're bringing it out now. Johnny, you giving me a thumbs up?
I have to say that there's a lot going on in the world at the moment, isn't it? We're entering into what a lot of people call Agenda 2030, and something which is probably going to last for the 20, 30 years as we slowly change our societies without any choice into crazy mega cities where everybody gets pushed off on the land and they get to just chop up and use the land as they want. So we're being pushed into a world of tomorrow that isn't our choice and has been written by men in grey suits in the 60s and 70s and imagined by the least imaginative people. And what we're seeing in places like Gaza is like the flattening of the land and the promise that they could make lovely 15-minute cities that will eventually build upwards as technology rises and we will see the mega city unfold. I mean, what we're looking for in the future is exactly what we can see happening, is exactly what they're distracting with us with all of this information now. They need to, because what is happening right now. It's happening underneath us. It's big groups like World Economic Forum and others who have mapped out our future for years, and it's an amazing, you can see everything explained in detail if you go look at their own words, but people don't realize what we're stepping into and how nefarious it is, because it's all linked up with
it really amazes me how some people just take Jeffrey Epstein in order to demonize others. Like we're seeing people demonize Israel, people demonize the World Economic Forum, people demonize all these people. They're using the Epstein files to try and paint these pictures that
trying to distract
have no
away from
factual
Israel's
basis.
Because there's a bigger picture. There's a much bigger picture.
Can I
let him
speak to
defend
this?
Davos elite, please. Defend
Let me speak to this for 1 second, because
Wait, hold on, Tira.
procedurally-
Tira, respectful. Let's let Ed finish, and then we'll come to your
Okay,
promise.
sure.
Ed, go ahead.
No, I mean, it's what happens when these big stories break. People use it to create narratives, just like we see People trying to paint this picture of Trump based on it. People trying to paint this picture of Clinton based on it, when there's no actual hard evidence that either of those men have done anything with Epstein. We're also seeing people paint
What
the
kind
picture
of
of
hard
Israel
evidence
as
would you
in it.
want, Ed?
We're
What
seeing
kind of
people
hard
demonize.
evidence would you
Let me
want,
finish.
Ed?
I'm almost done. I promise.
Would you
We've
want
seen
to see
people. Can
videos
I
of
just
this
finish? I'm
actually
almost
taking
done.
place?
I'm
Because
almost
it's
done. Can I just finish?
disgusting.
We're seeing people demonize Israel now. Like, I mean, I didn't even see that one coming, but people are like acting like Israel somehow behind Epstein, and they were involved in
Well,
Epstein's
Barack
sexual
Bro, you're
crimes.
totally out of your
Like,
depth,
that's
man.
absurd.
You're totally out of your depth here.
Could I respond for a
And that's
second?
from the Times of Israel.
Wait,
That's not from some
wait,
right-wing
wait, wait,
magazine.
wait, wait,
He
wait, wait.
met
Let's
the
just
former prime minister of Israel, met with Epstein in a 4-year period after he had already been convicted over 40 times and traveled there multiple times.
Yeah, but to
I'm
paint
sorry.
Israel, like we're seeing people paint Israel as a nation
Times
based
of
on it.
Israel said the Times of Israel said he was Mossad.
Can I? All right.
But I'm
Can
talking
we
about
just
Israel as a
discuss
country, not one
timing?
individual.
Can we discuss timing and procedure because
We're
people
talking
don't
about rogue
understand?
agencies there, just
No,
like
no, no,
rogue
no, 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 no.
agencies
You
here.
prodigal,
That's the
wait,
point, Ed.
just
There's rogue
prodigal,
agencies.
prodigal, wait. So here's what actually happened. In 2017, Joffrey settled a lawsuit with Maxwell. There were a series of documents because this is a court. These are courts, okay? It's not like they're sitting here going, oh, Hamas invaded and so now we're going to do this. It doesn't work like that, okay? There were documents released in 2020. There were additional documents released in 2021 and 2022. These are the last set of documents released pursuant to that lawsuit. The Miami Herald went in 2017 and under, public accommodation said, we want to see these documents, and the court has been slowly releasing them. This is not, you can say it's part of a scheme, but please don't say it's part of a scheme to somehow whitewash Israel recently, or Dershowitz somehow going before the court, or the ICC or whatever, because it has nothing to do with that. This is a timed release of documents based upon legal asks.
No, I think
Thank you.
I just want to say there
Can-
that massive constant stream of information that they release to keep us distracted is because they're constantly committing bad, nefarious actions behind the scenes without our will. So that's why we're getting the constant stream. That's not something innocent. That's something to look at as being guilty and evidence of guilt.
Can I say
It also
something here?
seems like they're very.
No, before I'm gonna let Tara jump in because you've been waiting for a while. Go ahead, Tara.
I was just going to say it also seems like they're very selective about which names they're actually releasing. And I want to remind people here that the lists that you're seeing aren't necessarily all, implicated as doing wrong. Some of them are victims as well. So I find it interesting that they're mixing these people together rather than, here's a clear-cut, definitive list of people who were doing these horrible things and then keeping the victims separate. I don't know. I just find it really interesting and really telling the way that it's all coming about. And then everyone having to Tira, everyone has to be quiet and wait for you to finish. So please do the same, have the same respect for other people who haven't had an opportunity to speak at all. I want to ask others here, Johnny specifically, especially, when do you suppose we will see the actual list of people who are implicated in, what happened at Epstein Island and with Epstein?
I think the lists are, in a sense, already, all we're going to see is kind of already out there in the ether, and we're making the lists ourselves, and we'll never get to see the list. And the list itself is a fantasy that we want to see because we want these authorities to have told us the truth and have kept the evidence. But I think at the end of the day, we're going to have to make conclusions from all of the evidence that we've got, from phone books, from flight manifests, from all the different records of communications, from the business deals, anything like that. That's going to be what forms the list. I don't think there's one solid list that hasn't been burnt in some way.
Thank you. I appreciate that response.
All right, let's go to Prodigal and then we'll go to Grant.
Yeah, I apologize. I'll be quick. I think another point that hasn't been brought up is that Epstein's own lawyers, like we already know about Terra Mar and that the Clinton Foundation funded Ghislaine Maxwell's ocean charity, essentially. But it was also reported back in 2019, and this is a letter from both of Jeffrey Epstein's attorneys, which were Alan Dershowitz and, forgive me if I'm mispronouncing this, Gerald Lefcourt. but Epstein was part of the original group that conceived the Clinton Global Initiative. So he was a founder, right? This is what his attorneys say. So I mean, this is stuff that's been reported. It never made the news. I'll post it up. It's from an account. I mean, my accounts have been deleted so many times, but I'll tweet it out so you can see the source. But this is stuff that you look at these connections, and I know the one. I believe it was Mel brought up a lot of good points about geopolitical events, the economy, the border, which I all am intensely aware of. But a lot of people do not know yet. At least people who don't live on Twitter or follow the news as intently as many of us might on stage or in this space don't know this, right? So I think that before you can even address an issue, people have to be aware it exists, and I think that this is a positive step. The FBI did not want this to be released; they fought against it. So I'm not going to blackpill on this, and I will. Hopefully, we can shame and push where more is there, because there are groups who are pushing this, not just reporters, NGOs, attorneys, etc., who are trying to get to the bottom of this. And I think that the worst thing you can do is throw your hands up at this time.
Grant, do you want to jump in? And Siri, you can jump in right after. Grant, go ahead.
Thank you. I hear a lot of discussion about imputing causation to correlation, and the timing of release of things is very circumstantial evidence of anything at best. And you just have to understand that there's things happening all over the world. And one of them was that this coalition of groups has been pressing the courts to release this stuff for years. And so correlating the timing of it with some other activity, it's not logically sound. And it's something that, if that's how you're reporting on things, then you should really rethink your overall big picture. There's timing of transactions that can tell you something. Sometimes the timing does tell you things, but the timing of the working of the court releasing something like this, or the timing of this person got indicted 4 years later for the crime they committed, or 3 years later, it doesn't tell you much. And I hear it all the time that the timing is everything. The timing is not everything. Only when the timing tells you, something significant. And here, there's nothing significant about it related to Jeffrey Epstein, and certainly
So
Epstein
there's nothing significant about.
If enough time goes by that these men pass away because they're 100 years old, then yeah, timing is everything, because they haven't even served a minute of time behind bars or any sort of punishment. Yeah, so I mean, timing is actually everything in a case like this.
The other thing, Tara, too, Grant, the one thing I want to say about what you're saying is, okay, you might think that, but have you looked at history, at how many times the media and the courts and everything propped up stories at times where we were watching one thing and something else was happening that was way worse and we didn't even see it? Like, look at the one hand and not the other.
I'm not saying that news media tunnel vision doesn't happen. I'm not saying any of those things happen, but I am saying that the timing of a court ordering these releases has nothing to do with it. There's no causation by the correlation of the one thing happening, a court working through releasing multiple sets of documents at its normal slow pace, versus what's happening several thousand miles away. I don't think the judge is sitting there going, I wonder if Israel needs a boost here. Let me release these Epstein files.
No, I'm not saying that, but I am saying we're not talking about maybe other things, because, well, this is everywhere, all over the news right now, covering everything else.
It's not everywhere. I mean, I think the biggest issue here, I brought it up earlier, is that the Crime Victims' Rights Act doesn't have sufficient enforcement mechanisms to hold federal prosecutors accountable for following its guidelines, nor the federal judges. They're both government officials. Congress made a law to regulate the conduct of these government officials, but they didn't give it a lot of teeth because I believe, and this is based on my experience with the legal system, they just believed that collegiality and doing the right thing would prevail. And this is not the first instance of a major CVRA violation that I've witnessed. I mentioned one that I've reported on. And yes, timing is important when it comes to delaying the release of information. I totally agree. But this is not information that was available 20 years ago that's just getting released now. This is all about lawsuits over the last decade that have been sealed for different reasons and are now being released. So this is like more recent stuff.
That
If
whole
this was like,
process, that whole process of legal action, though, it has been manipulated both times in ways to do with the actual people involved. So, I mean,
okay, dude, you don't know how judges work here.
no, I
and I'm in
understand,
Florida.
but I'm just saying the whole point of
No,
the
no, no.
idea
I'm
of the
in Florida,
constant
right?
stream of information,
Please.
negative on all fronts, is
Yeah, but please,
Yes,
there's a constant stream of information because that's how the world works. But I'm here in Florida,
that's
right?
simplifying the argument
I
I'm
just want to
making.
say this.
Simplifying the
One
argument
quick
I'm
thing.
making is really simplifying it.
Dr. Gorka, go ahead and jump in.
May I? Hello?
Yep.
Go ahead, Dr. Gorka.
Yeah. At the risk of shocking everyone listening on this Twitter space, I'm going to have to agree with Grant for a second. So this whole timing issue thing, it's an utter red herring. Name me a time in the last 8 years when something important wasn't happening in the world that could be seen as being more important than the release of some documents. Documents have to be released sometime. The fact that they're released now is potentially irrelevant unless you have evidence that it's being done to distract you, number one. Number two, let's be very cautious with these documents. These aren't criminal proceedings. These are based upon a civil action, based upon somebody's testimony who had to settle out of court previously, okay? So this isn't just, dyed in the wool, 100% empirical evidence. And what Alan Dershowitz has said in the last 24 hours should be paid attention to. Don't let it distract you from the bigger questions. Number one, for example, in 2014, why did the current director of the CIA meet 3 times with Jeffrey Epstein? That's a far more interesting question. Or where did nobody really knows where this individual got his money from. And then lastly, perhaps the real issue that we should be so the real issue we should be focusing on is how does this individual who is trafficking minors, who's having sex with minors, get a deal from the federal Department of Justice not to be charged with those federal crimes that are very serious, and instead gets a work release sentence for prostitution in Florida? That's the real question. Thank you.
Prodigal.
Yeah, I mean, I think
actually, you can respond or Johnny can. Whatever.
Well, I was just going to say very, very quickly, the first example Dr. Gorka gave there was the same thing we're saying. Don't let it distract you from what's going on. That's exactly what we're saying. He said, Dershowitz said, don't let it distract you from what's going on. That's what we're saying. So you use an example of exactly what we're saying to dispute our argument.
No, I'm just saying don't obsess about this timing thing. Okay, documents have to be released sometimes, sometime, and there's always something going on in the world that bad guys are doing that could be deemed the real issue we should be paying attention to. So unless you have reason to prove that a judge is releasing documents to help somebody else in the Middle East, Israel, or elsewhere, it's just speculation, and really it's a waste of time unless you have corroborating evidence.
But when you said that we don't know where his money came from, we know that his only client was Leslie Wexner. So he was a money handler, and the money he was handling was Leslie Wexner.
With no background in money management. That's the issue. This guy has no background in money management.
And we know that Leslie Wexner gave him his apartment. And we know that Leslie Wexner is part of the Mega Group, which is a group of businessmen that are American, Canadian, that support Israel. So we know that that's where the money's coming from.
I just want to make a point, and these are threads that, regardless of timing, need to be pulled to see where they lead. I mean, I mentioned earlier how Ghislaine's nephew was hired by Hillary Clinton's State Department and was tasked with Middle East policy right when the Arab Spring blew up. We know that they sponsored or gave grants to her charity Terra Mar. We know now that Epstein lawyers claim that he was tied to the Clinton Global Initiative and helped conceive it. People have to realize that when it comes to Clinton, at least in comparison to other participants, other than maybe Ehud Barak and some other people, He was the method that was used to entrap and blackmail these people. What other, you start a global charity, a global NGO, you're going to be doing good. You bring in stars, you bring in businessmen, you bring in politicians, and you lend the credibility of Bill Clinton, who was very popular when he left office. I liked Bill Clinton when he left office. I don't like him anymore. And he played an integral role. And at this point, did he knowingly do it or unknowingly? But either way, it's clear that while this operation was ongoing and that Clinton Foundation and Global Initiative was running, he was running this and helping Epstein, at least maybe unknowingly, achieve this blackmail operation that was committing sex crimes against underage girls. So, I mean, this is stuff that we don't have the answers to. But if people scream about it enough, which, maybe some people on the right haven't, or independents who have a thirst for truth. But this is something anybody, regardless of political allegiance, should care about, period.
Yeah, so Prodigal, you did mention the Clinton Global Initiative, and I believe the Clinton Foundation as well was mentioned in these documents that were released yesterday. What was the connection there? Do you know?
Well, Jeffrey Epstein claimed during his sentencing hearing, to show that he was a charitable man, that he helped conceive the Clinton Global Initiative. We know he took trips with Bill Clinton and other, people that are part of it to Africa, etc. For the Clinton Foundation, they donated to Terra Mar, and Ghislaine Maxwell's on video. I posted up top bragging about her connections to the UN and to the Clinton Foundation regarding these crimes. So I mean, that's just what we know off the bat, right? And the damning thing in regards to this, I mean, if you want to connect other threads, I mean, if you go look at the Clinton Global Initiatives, major donors, when they stopped accepting donations from foreign nations, their major donors, the number one, you can look it up, it was a Wall Street Journal article, was Ukrainian oligarchs. So, I mean, that's an interesting, connection there too. So basically, there's a lot of NGOs operating by intelligence organizations and other institutions against American interests. You see it at the border, and I think people need to have a valid discussion. Listen, it's come out publicly. The Red Cross has a mighty hand, as do Catholic Charities, for what's going on the southern border. Their corporate veil needs to be pierced, and if they're knowingly complicit and engaged in criminal acts, whether it's sex crimes, which in the border it's clear there's human trafficking going on. You can look at stats from the ACLU, which says up to 30-40% are sexually assaulted on the way there. This is stuff where just because somebody says they're an NGO and a charity doesn't mean they're a good actor, right? These non-government organizations operate with impunity, and I think that going back to the Clinton issues, he's too connected to this sexual degenerate monster that we need to know what was there and why he would be there, because you would assume, as people said earlier, that somebody of this nature, meeting with foreign leaders and tech oligarchs and businessmen, they would have given a former president a defensive briefing. But it's clear that, at least in my opinion, that our own law enforcement and intelligence agencies were complicit. And this is something we haven't gotten to the bottom to. And I think that, we should focus on these things.
Well, I think that there was some pushback here in the space about the Mossad connections, and I'm just reading now that 2 Israeli Mossad operatives have actually come out and stated that Epstein was Mossad. Ari Ben Menshini said he was told RT that Prince Andrew wasn't exactly being blackmailed, but he was being used as a useful idiot to bring in other people to be blackmailed. And then these allegations were backed up by Epstein's former mentor, Stephen Hoffenberg, who said that he was a Mossad agent as well. So just, these things have to be discussed. They are important. We're not throwing accusations wildly. I just wanted to make that note. I'll put that, I'll comment that article. If someone wants to put it in the nest, they can.
I wanted to mention that Tucker Carlson just dropped a new video interview with Epstein's brother regarding whether or not he killed himself. I thought, Mario, I think you've had Tucker on your spaces before. I thought if he's available, it'd be interesting to get him in here and hear his commentary on that interview specifically.
Yeah, we can definitely reach out to him. That's a good idea. Thank you, Tara. Do we know? Do we have like a little bit of a background? Because a lot of times Tucker either teases something or the person that he's interviewing has spoken out on it before. Do we know? I think it's Mark Epstein, right? I think that's the name of the
Yes.
brother. Do we know what his opinion is so far on whether or not his brother was killed or killed himself?
Well, judging by, haven't watched the video because I'm listening here in the space, but just his, caption, it sounds like he thinks it was a inside job and a cover up. So, and I think a lot of people agree with him, and even the autopsy said that he didn't kill himself. Is that correct? He states
sorry,
that the Attorney General of the United States helped cover up his murder.
Yeah, so we're trying to work in the background on this right now, but anyway, yeah, I think that a lot of people, especially in the comment section, definitely agree with the idea that the situation comes to Epstein death is really questionable. At best, it's questionable. But maybe Dr. Gorka. Maybe we talked about this yesterday, but
I mean, Nick, when it comes to the death, I mean, other than I believe what it was, Comey's daughter was assigned to the case, which convicted Ghislaine, but the two guards didn't face any repercussions. The Southern District of New York chose not to prosecute. I mean, they got nothing. It was a complete whitewash, which is what you see often in these instances.
Yeah. So, Dr. Gorka, you've worked pretty high up in government. Are they competent enough, would you think, to actually take out Epstein and cover it up like this, in the middle of a Manhattan jail? What are your thoughts on that? And the wind up, and maybe he's busy. Okay, well, you know what? I'll toss it to Ed for some reason. I decided I'm going to toss it to Ed. Ed, same question for you. Is the government actually competent enough to take out Jeffrey Epstein in a jail cell in the middle of Manhattan without anybody, knowing about it or speaking out about it? And he's gone too. Oh, fantastic. Can anybody hear
I
me?
can hear you, Nick.
Are we all okay?
Yeah, no, you're just spitting into the wind.
Does anybody want to answer the question for
I think
me?
it's
Come on,
I think
somebody.
it's one
I
of those
don't want to answer.
difficult questions, Nick. That no one wants to
Yeah,
answer.
I think he didn't kill it. I'll jump in. I think he was murdered. And one of the bits of evidence we have to that end was the fact that he had broken a bone in his neck. And it's quite impossible to do that yourself. Johnny, you testify to this. I'm sure Johnny knows a lot about this case. But yeah, it's quite impossible to do that yourself. One of the autopsy reports said that it was not a suicide. And it's just a bizarre set of circumstances that led up to his death. Now, as far as I know, and people can correct me, that the guy that was supposed to be in the cell with him because he was on suicide watch, the crooked cop, he was removed a day prior, and also Epstein himself said that he had been attacked days ago, and he reported this to his brother as well. And he said that he wasn't suicidal. So there's a bit of a discrepancy as far as I know of what was going on there. Like there's a claim that he had previously attempted to commit suicide, whereas Epstein himself said he was attacked.
Yeah.
Also, the two, not one but two of the guards fell asleep. I mean, how much were they paid to fall asleep? And what of the security cameras? Anyone at all?
I think that
Yeah, they went
So
dead.
yeah,
the
everything's
security,
suspicious. Everything's suspicious, isn't it? I mean,
well,
just to say
yes, but
quick, just to say quickly, it's true. There's a rumor that he said that the guy attacked him, and that's mixed up with some sort of previous suicide attempt, and we're not quite sure of the truth because we're not sure of any of the truth in here. It's all smoke and mirrors.
Syrian girl, he was not, okay. So he didn't have a cellmate. He should have had a cellmate, but it wasn't like somebody was removed. They didn't give him one, and he probably should have had one, but no one was removed. He was not currently on.
Didn't he initially have one, and then they put him in isolation?
Well, all right. So
suicidal thoughts?
what happened was, and I don't, obviously
Well, you shouldn't leave that out. I'm just
listen,
saying.
I do not think he committed suicide. This is one of the areas I agree with a lot of people. Okay, but What I will say is what was said in the Inspector General's report, because Horowitz did a report about this, was that he attempted to commit suicide. He was placed on suicide watch, and then somehow 12 days later, or 12 days before he killed himself, ostensibly killed himself, he was taken off suicide watch. And a lot of things happened after that that should not have happened.
Can you
He should have
speculate
been
how
given,
he died then? Can you speculate on
I think they disabled the cameras and they sent someone in to do it myself, but that's,
It was
I'm
you.
speculating.
It was you. I knew it was you.
I mean, I think people need to look at this as simply as possible, right? These are some of the most powerful
Wait, did
people in
Kira just agree with everyone up here that she
Yes,
doesn't
no,
think
Yeah,
Epstein
I
killed
that's
said,
like
her?
the second time.
Oh, that's
I
incredible.
said it
I'm
earlier.
clipping
I
that.
said I actually I do not think he killed himself. Okay, it's too suspicious. The two guards falsified the records. They fell asleep.
Oh, then he
The
definitely
security
killed
cameras
himself.
didn't
Fair
work.
believe it.
He wasn't given a cellmate. He wasn't on suicide watch. They didn't watch him. They left a lot of linens in his, in his
well, they were
jail cell. It seems
paper.
pretty
It was like,
suspicious to me. It's like
I
a
mean, the thing.
conflation of every bad thing. But Tara, can I say one thing? And I'm sorry for interrupting you before, but I did want to say one thing. I was trying to say that the reason why the names at the victims and witnesses, etc., are, it's sort of conflated is because it came from these depositions, and the depositions include all these different types of people. And if you read, Judge Preska actually has it's a huge document explaining which ones are going to be unsealed and which ones are going to remain sealed. The two main reasons why things remain sealed was they were victims or they were considered outside of the case completely for some reason. Okay, so that's why it's all sort of mixed together. It's
Kira,
not
we
the
also
list.
have
Thank
that.
you.
We also have that infamous prime minister whose name is being redacted. So let's not forget that's not just that they're not just victims.
Well, and probably because there were some security issues raised, but the main ones that are in her document, I didn't read it's like 100 pages long. It's crazy.
I think William Barr
yeah.
killed him.
I mean,
I don't think William Barr,
Because William Barr
He personally killed him?
suspiciously said that Epstein's death was a perfect storm of screw-ups. And he would say that, wouldn't he?
Can
I mean, if I could just say one thing about what they brought up. I mean, I think you guys, we don't need to overcomplicate this, right? It's clear, at least to me, that American, Israeli, and other intelligence agencies were involved. Some of the most powerful people in business and politics, etc. What would you do to protect your name, your wealth, your family if you engaged in outright treason and sex crimes against children in the most horrific manner? You would be a pariah. You might be executed for treason and engaging in this operation. What would you do if your livelihood and your family's name is at stake, right? And when people say, well, I don't know, I mean, we've seen the CIA go rogue multiple times, as other intelligence agencies have. So I think that it's a simple question. It's a simple answer. We have people compromised and connected to this at some of the highest positions of authority. Robert Mueller, Kenneth Starr, et cetera, who were all active and involved on both sides of the political wing. This isn't limited to just the left or the right. So I think it's the same thing. People might not like it, but I've said it from day one. What would you do if your family was involved in foreign influence peddling in Ukraine, Kazakhstan, China, etc.? What lengths would you go to if you were in cahoots with intelligence agencies and to make sure that this doesn't come to light? I mean, somebody brought up Horowitz. I mean, the Inspector General's report still has redacted portions that haven't been released. So it's clear, at least to me, what's going on if you just look at the actual known facts and you say, well, I mean, this is common sense at this point. And I think at this point we can lodge these until they actually provide the transparency that is necessary. Because this has been ongoing, and I agree with Dr. Gorka earlier. I don't think timing. The judge was actually very well. I thought she ran the trial well. A lot of us thought that Maxwell wouldn't be convicted. She was. I'm not a fan that she ended up in Club Fed and is taking yoga and tennis. But for her, there's not much that I see that disparages her. I mean, for me, that we never got answers to that New Jersey judge who was connected to the Deutsche Bank Epstein scandal, where that psycho went in and I believe killed her child and shot her husband. I mean, this is stuff that when you look at it, fiction couldn't write this. One of the best fictional authors could not come up with a tale of this nature. Right. It's sick.
You're right. Can I just say, Nick Taglioni was that cellmate, and his lawyer, wasn't it Bobby Sternum? or something like that who represented Ghislaine Maxwell in court? And how many people had he killed before he was accused of attacking Epstein? I think there's very simple answers to this if we can like ask the questions out loud and look at all of the what happened in that area before Epstein died. I think Epstein was murdered. I think everybody knows Epstein was murdered. He was murdered by someone, but they don't want to define the actual murderer, because then there's a trail of events, evidence, and there's reports, and there's inquests, and there's the truth.
I just wanted to add something about Ghislaine Maxwell, because someone said there's not much on her. There's actually, interestingly, an article from the 80s written by her father, where she was accused of running blackmail honeypots on British politicians, even all the way back then. So I really think that she was more the mastermind of the operation. I think there's a reason she's not the one that's dead in jail. I think if Epstein was an asset, then she would have been the handler. I'm going to post that article.
Or she was smart enough to have a dead man switch. I mean, I assumed when Epstein died, unless he's not dead, that he would have a dead man switch. You know, I'm hopeful. I mean, Assange is not extradited, but I hope he has one too, because it's clear these actors are going to do what's necessary to protect their positions of power, their fortunes, and their wealth, and not end up in a jail or worse.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be that shocking to think about. You know, you brought up Julian Assange, for example. The amount of times that we even know about at this point where various government actors were trying to kill him. You know, even just, you know, what, 5-10 years ago, we even know this stuff was happening. So it's not really that far-fetched. It's just the idea of how they would have done it in this situation, you know, going into the jail and doing it. But, you know, Tucker Carlson even said that most Americans agree with it at this point, that he didn't kill himself. So I just wish more people were, you know, pressing for questions on this rather than, you know, a vocal few of us that have been doing it for a while. And hopefully Tucker's video here will, you know, maybe swing some more people in that direction.
Yeah, even if it's just self-interest motivating you, if they can do this to anybody's children, they can do it to yours, right? That's been my argument with Trump. If they could do this to one of the most powerful men in his own right in private business, and then the leader of the free world, what chance do you have with these rogue agencies? You have none, absolutely none. And I think people need to look, if not for caring about what's going on in the world, for their own self-interest. If they have children or the next generation, or they actually care about this world, you know, this is something that needs to be discussed.
Well, Johnny, we discussed Monica Lewinsky a little bit earlier. Can you enlighten us about whether that was also a blackmail honeypot?
I've never investigated fully. I've always heard the rumors, never really read into it that much. I've been elsewhere. I'm actually getting to, for my site, newspace.com, I'm getting to Bill Clinton's stuff this year, which is really interesting, and will, of course, cover it. And I'm making everything into docuseries nowadays. So I will look at it, but I haven't, no.
Well, I heard that it was like an Israeli-placed honeypot as well. And this was linked to someone that was working with the Pentagon. And the Drudge Report, the three of them, Monica Lewinsky, Drudge, and this lady from the Pentagon, got together and decided to do this honeypot on Clinton, or rather to tank Clinton, because they were leaning towards like Netanyahu's camp. And Clinton was closer to the left wing.
He was very
so
easy to honeypot, though. He was the most easiest president to honeypot in the history of presidency,
well,
United States of America.
The key is that she saved his DNA on her dress and gave it to this woman from the Pentagon, who gave it to Drudge. So she was in on it. She's not like an innocent damsel that was exposed. Like, she gave the dress with the DNA to these people. Just, you know, someone earlier mentioned Lewinsky. I just thought it would interest people to learn about that.
Yes, we're going to be bringing up new speakers here very shortly. That's kind of what we're working on right now in the background. And just a reminder, guys, questions, comments, concerns, insults. Your feedback is actually much more valuable than you probably think it is. We may not necessarily directly respond to it, but we take it into account, and we try to run the show sort of in real time with your feedback. So we definitely appreciate all of that. But
Has got Saudi Arabia's links and Mohammed bin Salman's links and the Khashoggi, Adnan Khashoggi, the gun runner who was linked to Iran Contra, and his links to Epstein?
I don't believe we've dug too far into that, but you're free to.
Yeah, no. Well, if you look at Adnan Khashoggi's role in Iran-Contra and smuggling guns in Iran and other places throughout the 80s, he was linked in with the same group and that small network.
Well, don't forget the savings and loan scandal. He was actually connected to that too, where a lot of money.
The Towers financial stuff with Hoffenberg.
Yeah, so it's very interesting. Did you say when the same group? Do you mean the mega group? Because also Robert Maxwell was involved in Iran Contra smuggling weapons into Iran as well, if I believe correctly. So that's another link between them.
There was, and the beginning of that, the start of that was for one reason, and then it continued on because they had set up networks by that point. So the reason why the guns were running always ran alongside political influence, but the reasons within the 80s, like for instance, at the beginning it was to get George H.W. Bush and Ronald Reagan in office instead of Carter by holding the Iranian hostages. But once the hostages were released, the Iranian embassy hostages. But once the hostages were released, and the reasons that what they were doing, they become more involved with intelligence agencies, and they were selling themselves. These guys sell themselves to all sides as well. Khashoggi was selling themselves to a lot of people. They died. Cyrus Hashemi, who was working alongside Epstein and Stanley Pottinger and Adnan Khashoggi doing that sort of stuff. Both Cyrus Hashemi and Khashoggi died mysteriously in the 80s to fast-acting leukemias and things that look like hits. So they were very, these guys have a time when it is end of the road. Maxwell had a time that was the end of the road around the same time. And just to say to what you were trying to express, which I didn't express properly, these guys were all part of a New York clique, a New York elite that was linked in with intelligence, finance, everything in the 80s. The 80s was booming, but it changed drastically. The beginning of the 80s, like I said, not only operations changed, but the whole of the feeling of how people acted and all of the money available changed as well.
And I believe I saw that MBS was in Epstein's little black book, the MBS being the now king of Saudi Arabia. And I've heard, correct me if I'm wrong, but he actually met up with him a few times as well.
I don't think it was just a few times. I think they were like best buds. I think that the term "brothers from another mother." That is what I've heard. But I am yet to see all of the evidence. I've seen little bits here and there doing my investigating, but I wait to see all that. But apparently they were close, tight knit.
And you mentioned like the ending that these guys often have is always like messy, some kind of cancer, someone gets shot in the back of the head, someone gets killed in a prison cell. And I don't know if any of the listeners are aware, but Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's father, he was killed. He was said to drown off the coast of his boat, but Johnny told me that they said that they found a bullet hole in the back of his neck. But the thing is about
not a bullet hole, it's a little pinprick in the back of his neck. He was put to sleep. He was taken off the boat carefully. The radar on the boat was built in such a way that they could sneak on from the back. They took him off the boat, interrogated him for hours. This is what's speculated in many different from many different sources. And like I say, it's only speculation because it was unlikely a big man like him could fall over the side of the boat. He was found in the water, and it was all very nicely rolled up, but it included a lot of fraud, a lot of other things. things. And Robert Maxwell coming to the end of his usefulness, and them seeing that a warning to the Maxwell family about their allegiance and what they should be careful of and who owns them was one of the biggest messages, was to see Robert Maxwell dead in the water. That was a massive message. And then he was quickly smuggled off to Israel and hidden away from any autopsy, of course.
He received the hero's funeral in Israel. In fact, he got like a state funeral, and there is suspicion that he was stealing the pension funds from all of his workers in his media company. I think
From
it
the
was
Mirror
Mirror
Group,
that he
yeah,
owned.
Mirror Group. And he
was giving it to Israel. But there's also rumors that by the end of his life, he was trying to steal money back to recuperate his debts. And he was getting too close to the Soviet Union. There's also rumors that, the Cambridge Five, that Robert Maxwell was a Cambridge Six, like the sixth member of the spy group that was spying on the British and selling information. So, Robert Maxwell being Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Ghislaine isn't just the bottom bitch of the operation. She was probably the mastermind, I would say.
She was she felt she was equal, and I think people don't realize how much money she made on the side and how much other things she made on the side. She's a very clever lady, very clever. You don't want to get on the wrong side of that woman, that's for sure.
She was front row at Chelsea Clinton's wedding. There's photos of her there.
Yeah.
Well, not front row, but she was there, and you saw her in the picture when they're walking down the aisle.
It is true.
Hal, welcome to the panel, man. Want to get you to jump in, your thoughts and everything.
Hey, Ryan. Thanks. Nick, Mario. Hey, guys. I just want to ask some basic questions, if that's okay. Does anybody really still believe that this island that was set up for essentially sex with underage girls and trafficking in underage girls was anything other than a honeypot to lure in powerful people and have blackmail on them? Does anybody really still believe that that's not true?
Well, I mean, the temple's a little weird, and that you can lock them inside. I think that needs to be looked into a little bit. I mean, there's been allegations that it's a replica of a Phoenician temple, but I mean, this is stuff I don't like to talk about because it distracts. There's enough meat right now that we still need answers to before we delve into
Right.
these
Let's
other
not use the
things.
word meat. Does anybody really believe that the 3 Mossad agents that were found on premise that were there were not part of that same network, that they were actually in residence there? Was that not part of the findings? This is in the report. Janice Banaziak, Daniel Estes, and Mark Zeff. Does anybody really think that these were all just innocent encounters with powerful people, money, science? Does anybody really still believe that Ackman, whose wife actually plagiarized her doctorate, had a relationship with Epstein after he was discovered to have been trafficking in young women, and still accepted donations with him and used that same plagiarism case to go after the Harvard chair? Does anybody really believe that he wasn't part and parcel and knowledgeable of everything that was going on? Does anybody really still believe that Pritzker and his cousin, that's the current governor of Illinois, Pritzker, has been part of this for a while and funding?
Hal, let me jump in real quick because we do have some breaking news. It looks like there have been 328 new pages of Epstein documents that have just dropped, and we are going through them as quickly as possible here. And
what about the timing, though?
But does anybody really understand why any of these people weren't prosecuted for sex with minors at the time? That there wasn't some overt attempt to keep them out of prosecution? I mean, how many people are still sitting on the fence on any of these things? That this wasn't part of a covert operation to blackmail, get influence on powerful people in our government, in science, in the areas of trade. There was a Canadian trade representative to Canada, Canadian trade representative to Japan, that was found to have had sex with an underage girl. I mean, I'm just wondering how many people out there are really still sitting on the fence thinking this was just Disneyland for adults and everything was fine and everything's cool.
Well, there's problems that even if you look past just the Epstein issues. I mean, I'll bring this up. It really doesn't make the news, but Kamala Harris, when she ran for DA in San Francisco and came out of left field and took the office, I mean, she killed the investigation against the diocese there that was engaged in a number of child sex abuse scandals, and she would not even provide the evidence and discovery in her possession so that the victims could file suits. Either we care about this or we don't. And anywhere where we see people covering up for, sexual monsters and degenerates, they need to be prosecuted and it needs to be known. They should not be celebrated.
Right. These are people.
I think the question must be asked. Every single American politician who has a pro-Israel policy, is it because Epstein has blackmail material on them? I mean, RFK is now, very hardcore supporter of Israel, and he rode the Lolita Express twice by his own admission. I think that's the kind of question that Americans need to be asking right now, because we know it's established now that he was part of a Mossad blackmailing operation and the CIA. So why isn't this question being answered? I've watched entire documentaries on Epstein, and not once did any intelligence agency get mentioned in those documentaries. So it's clearly something that we're not really focused on or supposed to talk about. Rather, the focus goes on to the salacious aspect of everything. But I think it's the most important question because it comes down to policy.
Yeah, and why are people that always tell us about the timing of document drops in court cases now telling us not to look at document drop timing in court cases? Why?
Well, because this particular, I mean, honestly, because if you look at the procedure that happened here, as I said, and it's very clear if you go through the court docket, which goes back forever, that 2017 case settled. People came in and said, we want to see all these documents, obviously, as everybody does. And then it went through the process. There was a document release in 2020, 2021, 2022, and now 2023. Now, you might say, I think Dr. Gorka said it best, things are always happening, but there's no evidence that these particular documents were dropped now because they're just part of a sort of series of releases in connection with a court procedure that goes back 6 years now. Thank you.
The only news story that this has buried, at least that what I've seen, and I follow the news intently. Everybody knows about Israel, Gaza. Everybody's aware of the border. Everybody's aware of the Ukraine gate. But Trump actually had a filing that detailed a lot of the election irregularities and violations of elections law in one of the lawsuits, and that has been completely buried. That's the only story I've seen that hasn't been. But I doubt corporate media would address it anyway, at least on the left. I mean, we literally had an MSNBC legal analyst quotation expert here, basically, play cover and attack Trump over and over again. When with these documents, all they said was, "No, I never met him. No, he never visited. We went to a casino in AC." So, I mean, that's the only story I've seen buried. I think everybody's well
So you're aware
of
of all the escalations and the actions that have been going on in the Middle East over the last few days, the hit on another capital of a Middle Eastern country, the terrorist attack.
Yeah, I'm aware of the bombing in Iran. Islamic State claims influence. I'm aware of the assassination of the Hamas leader there. I'm aware of this. Yes, I know. But the room is focused on this subject. If you want to talk about another subject, we can feel free to do that.
No. I'm just suggesting these are the things that have happened concurrently, right? To take our.
Yeah, the U.S. budget deficit, where we're adding $2 trillion every couple of months now. It's exponential. There's a number of issues that aren't getting coverage, but I doubt they would cover it anyway, right? If you look at real wage increases, they're down for across the board. Whites have a minor increase. Black home ownership is at the lowest levels, I think, to the 60s. There's a lot of stories that don't make the news, right? Pete Buttigieg, or the infrastructure bill, must be doing wonders. I mean, I have a derailment over here in New York City. We see train derailments left and right. Listen, there are people who are following it, but I think this story at least will lead to more threads to the people who are pushing these policies.
Let me ask you, right? I don't track mainstream media. Have you seen much mainstream media coverage of this?
No, actually, somebody posted on MSNBC, and they referenced Dershowitz and Trump, ironically, but they left out a lot of these other names. I mean, listen, J.P. Morgan, I think, what did they pay? $275 million to settle one lawsuit with the victims. I think they paid $75 million for the U.S. Virgin Islands. Like, this is stuff you don't pay this kind of money if you're innocent, right? They don't want discovery, especially in civil suits. It's overly broad, right? This is something where sadly, they have the means and they have control of enough media organizations to kill this. We saw this with the foundation's ability to, basically control U.S. media de facto to push vaccine mandates and, isolation and keep kids out of school and take kids away if their parents didn't want to give them an experimental vaccine. I mean, the control is next level. Laureen Powell, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, he allegedly counseled Sergey Brin over at Google on this. I mean, this is something where if these people are guiding our policies, and then just so people know, Eric Schmidt, the former head of Google, basically runs a NGO that is basically drafting the laws that are going to govern the U.S. AI. I mean, the people who are connected to this, just for peace of mind, we need to know that they're innocent and clear because they touch every facet of American society, from culture, Hollywood media, education, etc. So I think that this thread will at least, allow for transparency and maybe, hopefully, if it's pulled to its logical end, lead to us removing and hopefully prosecuting some of these criminals.
Don't you think those investigations should have already happened and been done within 6 years?
I agree. If we live in a perfect world, that would occur. I agree with all of this, but it goes to the highest levels, in my opinion, and they have power and means. I mean, everybody ends up dead. To me, it was crazy to see Kevin Spacey give a speech. I'm not sure if it was Cambridge or Oxford recently, as a coming out party after 3 witnesses and assault claims against them ended up dying under mysterious circumstances. Right? This is the insanity that listen, everybody's too busy. Nobody can make ends meet. They're struggling. If you don't have your eye on the ball, these things fall through the cracks, and they're so intricate and so dispersed, and they move to conceal it. I mean, once we find something, they scrub it off the website. I mean, Ghislaine's Terra Mar connections to the Clinton Foundation were completely scrubbed, and in some instances, even videos of her speaking at events, you can't even get off the Internet Archives, Wayback Machine, etc., which to me shows, this is you have people at all segments of American society that this implicates, and they're going to do everything they can to protect their names, protect their wealth, protect their power, and not end up in a jail cell and a pariah for the rest of their lives.
Okay, guys, so we are currently going through, there's a hell of a background operation going on here, so we appreciate your patience. The team is going through all 328 new pages of Epstein documents, and they are a continuation of what we saw yesterday. Like, these are actually, there's a lot of pertinent information in these documents. One of the first takeaways that we have is actually pinned to the top up there, which actually refers to Epstein trafficking minors and how they would actually bring in, encourage the girls that were brought there to bring in their friends and cast in other minors. And so there was a question asked to one of the victims, at the time, you are 15, 16, or 17 years old? And she says, yes. You were told to bring other girls to the house. After a while, yes. Jeffrey took my clothes off without consent the first time I met him. So it's just further evidence that there were more and more girls that are coming out as these does that were trafficked into Jeffrey Epstein's houses in both Florida and Little St. James, otherwise known as Epstein Island. There's a lot more Bill Clinton in here as well.
So I just posted 1 second, guys. I just posted a new snippet from Bill Clinton. So this came out that the person testified that Ghislaine Maxwell flew Bill Clinton, former president, in a helicopter to Epstein Island twice. So now we have testimony of him being actually on the island. If you recall yesterday, it was that he was on the plane, had dinner on the plane, was never on the island, but now this is suggesting that he was flown via Maxwell's helicopter. She flew him to the Epstein Island, not once, but twice. So now we have that little snippet there. So as you can see, as these documents come out, they're brewing. It's a lot of stuff that we're going to be reading through. Nick, back to you.
I just wanted to jump in quickly. The other story, there's one correction. The other story I think this killed is that they're not going to go after Sam Bankman-Fried for the money he stole and donated to both major political parties. That's another story that's been killed, just like the Epstein story, which implicates people on all sides of the political spectrum. The thing they have in common is that they're engaged in criminality and they're able to conceal their crimes from the American public and have a lot of idiots celebrating them. I mean, for SBF particularly, I mean, his aunt was intricately connected to the World Economic Forum, and his mother was intricately connected to Mind the Gap, which helped launch, in my opinion, one of the major mass mail-in voter fraud ballot initiatives in the world. There's a reason why they're choosing not to implicate this. And I'm not just saying it's the left, because he also donated to McConnell's PAC, McCarthy's PAC, etc. And to me, it's disgusting that they are not going to see where these donations went and what was implicated, just like it is for Epstein. So that's the only other story I know that has effectively been killed by this.
Speaking of donations, Jeffrey Epstein actually gave $50,000 to New Mexico Governor Bill Richardson, and Richardson ended up joining an 8-member advisory board of the Israeli company Genie Energy, which is trying to leach oil out of the Syrian Golan Heights, which Israel illegally occupies. Members include Jacob Rothschild, Rupert Murdoch, Dick Cheney. But it's an interesting thing that we're focusing on where Epstein got his money, which, by the way, was a total of 680 million. It wasn't even a single billion, but they called him a billionaire, which I find super interesting.
I mean, if
He
he's
wasn't a
liquid, that's
billionaire.
nice.
But also where his money was going is something that's important.
So guys, I just dropped another piece up top, like literally in real time. We're going through this, hitting keywords and trying to find what we can to putting it in the nest. So actually, it seems like in this letter from Jenna to Shaza, I'm not sure who these two people are. Jenna is stating that Bill Clinton himself walked into Vanity Fair and threatened them not to write sex trafficking articles about his good friend J.E., which is Jeffrey Epstein. So that is extremely interesting. So yeah.
So would that not make you think, Tira, or actually Johnny? I want to ask you, Johnny. Does that not, give a lot more to the story about Bill Clinton and how Bill Clinton could potentially end up being implicated in this further?
Yeah, I think it goes on forever. I do. Bill Clinton has shown himself to be an extremely naughty boy all through his life. He lost any shame he had after the whole Monica Lewinsky thing. I think that was part of an operation to take away all of that sort of like a bravado that he could put forward, and he got stripped of all of his ethics, all of his morals. He just went out and hung around with one of the biggest pederast spies in the world. And I think the things that happen in between there, behind closed doors, the more we know, the more we'll go, oh my God, but we won't see the worst. So we then make that up in our mind, and we have got to be really careful to realize that Clinton was loads of different things. He was dirty, naughty, sexual. He was doing other crimes, and he was working for the deep state, doing stuff that's obviously spycraft. And he was doing it on a global scale. And Jeffrey Epstein and others were fixers who helped him do that. So I think there's a range of truths about the Clintons that can come out. Like there is a range of truths about all humans. Really, we're all a mixed bag.
Well, earlier we discussed Jonathan Pollard, which was the Israeli spy that leaked out all of the information against the United States, in fact, and was jailed for multiple years. What I wanted to add to the conversation was that Robert Maxwell was actually friends with his handler, Israeli spy Rafi Eitan. So this is not just a single guy. This is a spy ring. This is a whole network of individuals that are linked to Epstein.
Yeah. So guys, we're actively going through these documents. Just like I said, it does say, and I'm reading them as I'm talking to you right here, and it seems that there were other John Does here that are potentially going to be named that have potential knowledge of Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein sexual trafficking. Don't have the names yet. They're probably somewhere in the documents if we're still looking through them. Just give us a few minutes here, but definitely go to the top, click on the tweet up there, and you can basically see Mario going through in an entire thread. You can just keep clicking back, and you can see it in real time as we find out what's going on.
He's actually here.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just using another account to speak from the other account. So there's more information on there's more references to that prime minister. Remember how we talked about that prime minister, which we kind of can almost confirm that it's an Israeli prime minister. But there's more references to that. And it seems more references to Clinton. Which names are mentioned the most, guys?
So far, Clinton with 10, but I haven't had enough time to go through it to see if there's other names, and I haven't been able to search Dershowitz's name. He did pop up a few times more than Clinton, just by me skimming so far.
Yeah, and we know that didn't Prince Andrew get referred to the Metropolitan Police? I saw that notification earlier on my account. You guys posted it. Is that true, Ryan?
Yes, that's true. It was posted. He was referred to me because of I posted a snippet of the document as well as to why he was being pulled in. I'll refresh the audience now. I'm just going to quickly go to it. It says, Prince Andrew was reported to the police after Epstein's court documents were revealed. The documents include accusations that Andrew sexually assaulted a minor, referring to Jane Doe number 3, while in London. The filing, which is believed to be about Virginia Giuffre, alleges that Epstein instructed her to give, I quote, give the prince whatever he demanded, and required Jane Doe 3 to report back to him on the details of the sexual abuse. The accusations add that Maxwell, quote, facilitated Andrew's acts of sexual abuse. And the screenshot is there. I believe we have it in the nest. I'll re-up it back in the nest. But it looks like they're going after him again based off these docs that came out.
Yeah, so I've just got another document here about Bill Clinton. I've just pinned it now. I've just replied to it with a dot. Can you check it? Is that the one you already posted, Ryan?
Yeah, Clinton's fully covered now within the document. All of his stuff I covered over here and posted.
Oh, okay, so the one I just replied to in the group now, you've already mentioned that about him threatening. I'll read out the email for the audience. Let me read out the email for the audience.
Is Bill really the issue, or is Hillary the issue?
There hasn't been any references to Hillary. So what if she's going? I wouldn't think Hillary was there unless
No, that's not what that's not what I'm implying. Most of Bill's trips started after he left office, correct?
Guys?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
But Hillary was Secretary of State. So did this have more to do with Hillary? Where was
getting blackmailed? You mean her getting blackmailed with the information on Bill? Okay, we'll see that. It's a fair point. If a lot of this is being used to blackmail people of influence, then this is very, very logical theory. I'm going to read out Sharon received an email from Virginia, who's a witness.
Wait, can we just go back to that for 1 second? Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State from 2009 to 2013. Bill Clinton, I believe, left office in 2000. When were these trips made? I thought it was 2001 to 2003 or 4, but I could be totally wrong.
Tara,
Does anyone know?
it's been reported and it's confirmed that Epstein visited the Clinton White House multiple times. I'm not sure.
No, but I'm just talking about the Secretary of State discussion.
Hillary theory.
Well, she did hire Maxwell's nephew in the State Department to help guide.
I'm talking about the secretary, that she was Secretary of State. Now that happened in 2009, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Yeah, that.
So were these trips, did they happen before that? I'm just asking.
Some
Thank
did,
you.
yes.
Yeah, they happened between 2001 to 2013.
2000.
Let me read out the email that Sharon received from Virginia, the witness, one of the main witnesses and victims. Hi, Shaza. Good points, all of them. I'm looking at both sides to the picture. On the upside, I think she's talking about one of the pieces being written by Vanity Fair. So Sharon works, I think, at Vanity Fair. On the upside, it will give exposure to build up publicity for the case and the story. But like you said, it must be carefully written and not give any notion about the upcoming book or any new info. When I was doing some research into Vanity Fair yesterday, okay, so Sharon works at mailonsunday.co.uk. What is that, Sunday Mail or something? Mailonsunday.co.uk. Anyway, British publication. Let's open the website. Oh, Daily Mail. There you go. So she works at Daily Mail. When I was doing some research into Vanity Fair yesterday, it does concern me that they could want to write about me, considering that Bill Clinton walked into Vanity Fair and threatened them not to write sex trafficking articles about his good friend Mr. Epstein. Should I be asking about what is the story they're writing pertaining to? I wouldn't want to give the public a bad image or anything like that. I don't know. It's all such a gamble. I just say thank goodness for having a friend like you on the inside who knows how to deal with the viciousness of today's world. I will let Brad know what you've recommended. Thanks again. So it's probably Sharon. I'm not sure if Sharon's recommending to write the piece or not. The email's labeled regarding Vanity Fair, RE Vanity Fair. So that's from Virginia to.
So they
No,
reached out
sorry.
to
Yeah,
Vanity
Virginia to
Fair.
Jenna.
So, Mark, to give you some context, they reached out to Vanity Fair about writing some stuff about this, and there's another email lower where it's like, "Hey, we have some stories, you can run it." She's been getting some traction. The FBI's opened up the case since this has happened, and we have some juicy names we can give you. And then it turns out that Bill Clinton threatened Vanity Fair directly about his good friend. I'm quoting good friend Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, nice. Can you write the whole story in a post so people that
Sure.
don't know the full
Sure.
story, like myself, really, to get the full context. All right, that's another one. Again, everyone, I remember how we did it yesterday. Okay, hold on. We have an X. How many names each one was mentioned? So I'm going to tag you in that, Ryan. Post it out, and then we can mention it.
Oh, that
as
one's
well for
not
the
correct. I
audience.
just told her to redo it.
Oh, okay, perfect. All right, cool. Let me see what else we have. Page 97. That's interesting. All right, let me read that one out. I don't know what it says, so I'm just going to read it as it is. Ryan, I'll tag you in it so you can check it out and decide if to post it. So this one says, one such powerful individual that Epstein forced then minor Jane Doe number 3 to have sexual relations with was former Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz. This Dershowitz is completely screwed after him and Prince Andrew, a close friend to Epstein and well-known criminal defense attorney. Epstein required Jane Doe number 3 to have sexual relations with Dershowitz on numerous occasions while she was a minor, not only in Florida, but only on private planes in New York, New Mexico, and the US Virgin Islands. Holy shit. In addition to being a participant in the abuse of Jane Doe number 3 and other minors, Dershowitz was an eyewitness to the sexual abuse of many other minors by Epstein and several of Epstein's co-conspirators. So I'm not sure who's unmuted. I can't mute. Oh, Nick, you're unmuted.
Sorry.
But yeah, so we're seeing a lot more on Dershowitz here. Let me post that one out.
Well, this you definitely post that
Mario,
one
I'll
out, but
post it for you.
Yeah.
Page
All right,
99 here. It looks like, and this is very interesting. Epstein also trafficked Jane Doe number 3 for sexual purposes to many other powerful men, including numerous prominent American politicians, powerful business executives, foreign presidents, a well-known prime minister, and other world leaders. And that well-known prime minister, I don't know if there's any other context to that, probably being the former prime minister of Israel that we spoke about yesterday. Epstein required Jane Doe number 3 to describe the events that she had with these men so that he could potentially blackmail them. That's pretty damning, if you ask me.
Well, that foreign prime minister could have been collecting the information, Nick.
Yeah. So, Syrian girl, jump in.
Let me check it out. Oh, go ahead.
I wanted to go back a little bit onto the conversation about the timing of everything. And if you look at the headlines, we see Ehud Barak, the former Israeli president, is featured heavily as having met with Epstein 35 times. So I think this is related to the fact that in 2019, when this all first kind of came out and Epstein was convicted in a criminal court, that was at the time when he was running in a presidential campaign. He was going to go back and run against Netanyahu in politics in Israel. So this might also be a bid to tank the Ehud Barak claimed power in the left wing, especially now that Netanyahu is in a very precarious position. And I would like to add to that Leslie Wexner, who we know gave Epstein 80% of his money, as per Johnny's estimate, or the vast majority of his money came from Wexner, who has something called the Wexner Foundation, gave Ehud Barak $2 million for his political interests. So the links between Ehud Barak go deeper. It's known that Ehud Barak was introduced to Epstein by Shimon Peres, another former Israeli prime minister, who actually gave the eulogy to Robert Maxwell at his funeral. So the ties to the several Israeli presidents, the Bronfman family, Wexner Foundation, Dershowitz, all of this shows how deep the links to Mossad really are. And the timing of it, I think, is related perhaps to Netanyahu's precarious presidency at the moment.
Has Leon Black been referenced at all in these new documents? I mean, I'm not looking through them yet. I'm just curious because he was also intricately connected and he faced blowback over at Apollo because of it. So I'm just curious. I don't know
No,
if
he's
he's
not
involved.
in here. I just searched.
All right, so I've written the post for you, Ryan. So essentially that what you've read, that page 99, and maybe actually write the page at the end of each one so people know. You can write like at the end of it, Ryan, put page 99 in brackets. So I think people could refer to anyone that has a document open. But let me read it out again because I think there's an important part to this that what Nick read. So we read about the for anyone that wasn't here yesterday, Jane Doe number 3 was used for sexual purposes for powerful men, including numerous prominent American politicians, powerful business executives, foreign presidents, a well-known prime minister, and other world leaders. But we didn't have the continuation of this. The continuation is what a lot of people, who was it again on stage? Hal, you were referring to is about the blackmail that Epstein was using the underage girls for. Epstein required Jane Doe number 3 to describe the events that she had with these men so that he could potentially blackmail them. So that came in the documents, and I know, Nick, you just read it, and I think this part, the blackmail part, is the most important here. I think it's a big one. So Nick, Ryan will be posting it out now. We've got another one on page 302, Nick. I think you sent it out. Go ahead, Nick.
I'm not sure. I don't think I said 302. Maybe that was Ryan. But
no,
page
someone
97, 97 and 99 have the word blackmail.
I've got another one here. She claimed to have been involved. Okay, so we've got another one here. Well, December 30th, 2015, plaintiff filed a motion to join that Victims' Rights Act litigation. And in her motion to join the Victims' Rights Act litigation, she filed a declaration in which, as I understand it third hand based on the judge down there's order. She claimed to have been involved in sexual relations with Prince Andrew, with world leaders, a former prime minister in some country and other, Mr. Alan Dershowitz. She made a number of spurious allegations, and one of them involved my client, Miss Maxwell. So there's more information on world leaders and Dershowitz and Prince Andrew and the former prime minister. We need those names. So like we're getting Dershowitz and Prince Andrew. If those names are being able to get through somehow, I'm surprised. I'm not sure, maybe not surprised that prime ministers and other world leaders are not getting through. But only guess who those could be.
Mario, I left the page
so
number off because our combination of the doc is going to be different from anyone else's.
Well, I mean, we do know that Epstein in this operation didn't discriminate. It went to the left, it went to the right, it went to the UK, went to Israel, went to the US, went all over. So I think nobody knows the extent. We just know it's massive and it touches the highest echelons of all facets of American and arguably Western society.
Yeah, and on I don't know if we have a page number for this one quite yet, but it seems part of the document asked one of the victims, "Did you bring other girls to him?" Yes, went away. Yes, I brought friends over, and they were also of similar age to you. Yes, they were my peers. High school girls, correct. And this same victim, while you were a teenager, Jeffrey Epstein asked you to live with him. Yes, he wanted me to be emancipated. So clearly a minor at the time. He wanted her to be emancipated. That way she'd end up being a legal adult. And I don't have a page number for that one yet, guys, but I know you're working on posting them.
Has Melanie Walker been referenced at all? Because she was involved with Epstein's meetings with Gates, and I'm just curious if she's been referenced. She has a lot of influence in the American healthcare industry, and I'm curious. Her name doesn't get mentioned as much, and I'm curious if she's referenced anywhere.
What was her name? One more time.
Melanie Walker, just like it sounds.
reading. Yes.
Tira, I think you're upset about this, and we know
Yeah,
why.
but Syrian girl, I don't.
It's a legitimate question.
Ricardo,
to
can you
ask.
please? Can someone? Hey, Syrian girl,
Oh,
I can't
I'm
remove
sorry.
you.
I
Please.
forgot. I forgot you're not.
Please.
You're not on your account.
Oh, I don't have the moderation, but please, guys, I want to go back to the documents, and you can have that debate afterwards. So here we've got more things on Prince Andrew. We've got the high school girls that Nick just read out, and then we've got another one here coming in. Let me tag you in it, Nick. Maybe you could read that one. Just tagged you in it now. Check this one out. Okay, hold on. Dom put out a tweet saying Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton were spotted in San Miguel de Allende in Mexico on the day of Jeffrey Epstein's court documents release that revealed Bill likes them young.
Yeah.
Do you see that?
Yeah.
It was
So,
worth noting that
they're
Clinton
on
met
vacation
and
in
were
Mexico.
photographed
they're
with
on
former Mexican
vacation?
president.
Is that
Oh,
his
yeah.
tweet?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of human
Okay, it's
trafficking going
unrelated.
on at the border. Maybe they're engaging in
So I'm about to.
No, I
I'm
think it's
about to
unrelated.
post.
Yeah.
I'm about to post something I found. I put it in the chat as well, guys. It says that it's about some person named Brunel. It says Brunel was one of Epstein's closer friends and a regular traveling companion who had many contacts with young girls throughout the world. Brunel had been a model scout for various modeling agencies for many ages and apparently was able to get U.S. passports to young girls to, quote, work as models. He would bring young girls ranging to ages as young as 12 to the United States for sexual purposes and farm them out to his friends, especially Epstein.
Yeah, this is
Yeah, but
what I was
that's the guy
mentioning
who killed
yesterday.
himself.
Yeah,
Or that's the guy who killed himself ostensibly,
this is
right?
Jean-Luc
In
Brunel
France.
who ran the M Squared modeling agency, who 60 Minutes exposed him back in the 80s and nobody did anything about it. He was working with Epstein to bring young girls, young women in through the modeling. And yeah, he was arrested after Epstein was arrested. And the story is that he allegedly killed himself in a Paris prison. And his estate actually just last week was reported that now one of the alleged victims is suing his estate, saying that she was abused by him in New York. So he's another part of the larger Epstein network.
Another prison suicide. Another prison suicide, right, Derek?
Yeah, I just put that tweet out. I'm gonna put it in the nest for you guys if you guys want to read it. It's this stuff is disgusting.
You know, the only if there were agencies involved in this, then and they held such a tight lid and didn't let court cases go forward and squashed everything up until this date, then pretty much everybody you're going to see in the list would be considered burnt cards, assets that are no longer useful. And any assets that are currently active or useful, you won't see in the list. Or you won't see in the documents, is my suspicion. But because I'm looking through the names, and they're all pretty much either they've committed suicide or they're no longer useful politically or in any position that matters. Does anybody else want to comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, this is just a civil suit. I mean, we still don't have what was discovered at the townhouse, at Zorro Ranch, at the island. I mean, everybody's seen. There's been pictures of the hard drives, of the CDs, of the DVDs, of the thumb disks, and for the FBI to hold this in their possession, that's a scam the FBI uses often. Ongoing investigation, classification, etc. This is not the story. This is just an appetizer. What's the main course? We may never see if the story dies.
Well, the FBI actually acknowledged that the CDs were titled Young X with X. Now, they didn't name what X was, but supposedly there are these videos of blackmail material of certain individuals, which for some reason the FBI haven't given us, that contain, pretty much child pornography, essentially. So I think that is a very important question. Why do we not know about this? Why do we not know who X is?
I actually,
from a legal.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry.
I was
Derek,
just going
go.
to say about the videotapes real quick. I was searching for yesterday's documents, and I looked through the only two things I saw that are even of any relevance. They don't tell us anything really groundbreaking, but Michael Riccari, who is one of the officers in Florida investigating, he states here, he says, a review of the video disc, which was extracted at the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, reveals that only one hidden camera was functional at the time. Several images of Epstein working at his office, and it goes on. So it says, certain females, I met with certain females to show the video footage to confirm if in fact it was them on the video. So, they're discussing that these video footage did exist. And then there's another document from yesterday, which is a letter that Virginia had mailed to the FBI and asking them specifically, saying, I'm trying to get a hold of any photos and or video recordings released by the FBI to assist us in our case, proving how pedophilia occurred by Jeffrey. So just a couple of references to videos there, but nothing, no discussion of where they went or where they're at.
Like I said, I think from a legal standpoint, what happened was they apparently did collect hard drives, CDs, but because Epstein killed himself, or not ostensibly, I don't think he did, okay? But because he died, they didn't use it in the criminal case. So I guess, I mean, honestly, I'm a little flummoxed if anybody is
Yeah, he
better.
ran an international child sex
What I'm trying to
trafficking
say,
operation with no clients.
what I'm trying to say is that I think we should see these, but I'm not sure procedurally how you get at them. I guess maybe a FOIA request is, I mean, I'm not sure because they're not just going to release them because it's no longer a current case, right? So I don't really know if anybody has any insight on that. I would appreciate it.
I mean, to my knowledge, the FBI is still fighting the flight logs. I mean, Senator Byrne brought this up in the hearings, and I believe it was Durbin tried to pretend that he wasn't aware that there have been requests for this. I mean, there are multiple avenues of discovery and evidence that just aren't being released, and political elected officials and the FBI and the CIA are playing a role in ensuring it doesn't occur. That's why I don't look at this timing as something that is convenient to them. They have wanted this story to die for some time, and they are not happy that it's continuing to make the news because this is something that affects everyone. So I don't know the answer. I just know that the people tasked with enforcing our laws and representing us in America are failing miserably in their profession, or they're actively engaged in a conspiracy to conceal this.
Or
So
prodigal, they're using the same information to control.
Correct. And that's why
Let me,
somebody said earlier that they destroyed it. I don't think so. If you still need to blackmail these people until this threat goes to you, you're keeping that to ensure everybody else beneath you stays in line.
So just posted on Mario's account, my account. She claimed to have been. So there's more bits and pieces that are implicating world leaders, former prime minister, along with Prince Andrew and Dershowitz. She claimed to have been involved in sexual relations with Prince Andrew, with world leaders, a former prime minister of some country or other, Mr. Alan Dershowitz, or other Mr. Alan Dershowitz. Okay, the other is related to Mr. Dershowitz. She made a number of spurious allegations, and one of them involved my client, Miss Maxwell. So it's another bit here, and there's one more here. Epstein also trafficked Jane Doe number 3, which we talked about earlier, for sexual purposes, to many other powerful men. And we read the rest of it. I'll read it again. We read this one earlier. I think it's important, including numerous prominent American politicians, powerful business executives, foreign president, a well-known prime minister, and other world leaders. And then the important part that Nick was highlighting earlier, Epstein required Jane Doe number 3 to describe the events that she had with these men so that he could potentially blackmail them. Let me get Ricardo, if you could get us anyone to do with geopolitics. I'm genuinely curious on how blackmail works when it comes to ministers and politicians, especially powerful people, business executives, and foreign presidents. So if we can get some of those speakers to come on, a couple of geopolitical speakers. Johnny, can you give us some context there? How does blackmail work in the upper echelon?
Okay, can you hear me? Yeah, because I just had to come out and go back in.
Perfect.
Awesome.
Yep.
Basically, this is something that when I was listening to Hal speak earlier, it came back to someone, I can't remember who said it, but it's a perfect analogy. Basically, you've got a party boat, and intelligence is a big party boat. It's the elite are on board, everybody's on board, everybody's having a great time. You get on the party boat, you can't get off the party boat. And that's basically the best way to look at it. It's just everybody gets involved with all of this stuff by association. They're all guilty by association. So blackmail is a spectrum of it. There's just guilty by association, which can still ruin your career, all the way to the evidence being that they've got videotapes and bodies buried in the back, that they find. So there's a spectrum of evidence that comes, but we know these crimes have happened. So we all know that that evidence will be there, scattered around the place, and that's what we're really looking for, is things that we can say that is a certain sign of what has occurred. But we're all still speculating.
A good example is if you look at Catherine Gunn, who was a whistleblower in the GCHQ, and she was actually tasked to find blackmail material on the UN panel that was going to vote for the Iraq war. And she thought it was unethical to do so. But like this blackmail stuff is even like official, running GCHQ. So that's how they sell it. They sell it to these people. And they use that blackmail material to twist people's hands to, in that case, vote for the Iraq war.
Ryan, you've got an interesting one that you're posting.
Yeah, that one's a big one.
Yeah, let me read it out while you're actually you post it and we'll read it out. That's a good one. Right. And did you learn of Sarah Kellen's involvement with respect to the various girls? Objector former found the witness says yes. Who's Sarah Kellen? Does anyone remember?
Yeah, I can tell you. Sarah Kellen was a young girl who was from a Jehovah family. She got married very early to a boy called Noah. She took bikini shots for herself one day, and her family basically turned against her and threw out of the church. She went and found a job with Jeffrey Epstein, and then she was in that perfect state to do whatever they wanted, and that's what she did. She became his personal assistant, one of the ones who saw behind the curtain the most, one of the, maybe you could say one of the three most the people with the third most insight behind Ghislaine and Epstein themselves. Extremely interesting lady.
And she was his booker, is that correct? Schedule?
She did a range of tasks. She was his assistant. She also is in witness statements where she's going up to the girls and saying, right, Jeffrey wants me to take pictures of you. Here, we're willing to give you $500 or whatever. Will you let us? And she did this over again. Now, by the sounds of it, I don't think she enjoyed that part of her job. And there were emails she wrote back home to her parents, who were still kind of rocky on her and still wouldn't have full contact, saying that she was actually afraid and she wasn't sure what she was involved with and she had gone too far. But this is the problem, is that, we've all been young once. You just go down a road, you start stepping down a road. It doesn't excuse your actions necessarily, but these people all got involved in something and they knew there was something wrong.
I'm gonna do a tweet on her.
So she was essentially the recruiter, or you're saying she was a reluctant recruiter?
No, I wouldn't.
How old was
I
she?
think she was backed into the corner, and it was her only option. I mean, when she got kicked out of her family, I think she was 17. She actually returned her. I think it was something about her wedding documents, her divorce documents, to her boyfriend. She actually got off the Lolita Express and handed him the documents. So she's extremely linked. I mean, she's on a lot of the flight logs. She's an extremely important. She's a personal assistant. She's also a booker. She's also a groomer. She's also all of the rest of the things. I mean, she's these people on the periphery who definitely committed crimes. You could say that about Leslie Groff too, who was one of his personal assistants. We all know that it happened from the witness statements and from the fact that the rest of us, Ghislaine can be found guilty, but they can't be found guilty because we don't want to look too much further. Because if we do, then there's questions about intelligence agencies, and it all goes a big rolling ball, and then it's hearings in America, and the Congress and Senate are all angry and all want answers for the people.
Brunel would offer, so this is Brunel trafficking girls. Brunel would offer girls modeling jobs. Many of the girls came from poor countries or impoverished backgrounds, and he lured them in with a promise of making good money. Epstein forced Jane Doe number 3 to observe him. Brunel and Maxwell engaged in it. So Brunel was one of the guys, the modeling agent, I think, who's also died, getting a lot of the girls for Epstein. Brunel and Maxwell engaged in illegal sexual acts with dozens of underage girls. Epstein also forced Jane Doe number 3 to have sex with Brunel on Jane Doe number 3 to have sex with Brunel on numerous occasions at places including Epstein's mansion in West Palm Beach, etc. And multiple locations in the Virgin Islands, in New York City, New Mexico, and Paris, south of France, California. Epstein also trafficked Jane Doe number 3 for sexual purposes to many other powerful men. This is where you get the quote of him trafficking Jane Doe number 3 for powerful men. No, Dershowitz, powerful men, prime minister, etc. We've read it already. But we just starts going through how they'd be getting girls from impoverished backgrounds. Let me post that one out. Nick, I'll give you the mic.
Mario, that was posted out 11 minutes ago.
Oh, you posted that one
Yeah,
already?
yeah, that one's already
Oh,
posted.
nice.
A new one just got
Yeah.
posted too. If you want me to read it real quick for you, it's the big one that we were talking about.
Yeah. What's that one?
Okay, so Dershowitz, Alan Dershowitz, remember that was also Epstein's lawyer, played a significant role in this. He was able to attain immunity from federal prosecution in the Southern District of Florida, not only to Epstein, but also to any potential co-conspirators of Epstein. Thus, Dershowitz helped negotiate an agreement with a provision that provided protection for himself against criminal prosecution in Florida for sexually abusing Jane Doe number 3. So
it was for named and unnamed. So
Ryan,
that's how broad it
I actually mentioned that when I said Dershowitz might be in trouble legally in terms of his legal license. I don't know if he can be prosecuted for rape or anything like that at this point because of statute of limitations. But certainly there's fodder there for saying that was absolutely inappropriate.
So Tira, let me ask you, we've seen Prince Andrew mentioned multiple times in here, but he's been mentioned by name. Otherwise, we're seeing, just generalizations like American politicians and such. Why aren't any of these people being named and identified in a document like this?
Well, if you notice, some of it's not actually redacted, right? Some of the stuff that you're saying when they say major politicians, it's not like they're redacting the name. It's just like the names aren't in there, right?
Well, that's what I mean. Why
No.
not name them?
Well, a lot of these are questions or depositions, and I can't answer that because why didn't someone say what was that name? There would have been an objection, but I don't know why they wouldn't have been able to answer some of these things. So I can't tell you why questions were asked as they were asked, but some of this has nothing to do with redaction. It's just the questions weren't there and they weren't specific.
So if in court filings, there's an accusation that American politicians are involved in sex trafficking minors, why would nobody look into that further? That's kind of my point. Is there?
Well, once again, it's. I mean, a lot of this is all Virginia Giuffre, right? It's not really other people. I mean, there are Jane Doe 2 and 3, and there are allegations, but it's a lot of her documents specifically. Her court case was, I think, brought in 2016, and the allegations are pretty much from when she was 2001, 2000. I don't remember the exact dates. So in some cases, they would look. I think they should have looked into them. Okay, I think that regardless. I don't really care what the date is, etc. They should be looking into all these things. But some jurisdictions might have felt like, well, we can't charge anyone with any of these things.
Yeah. So Derek, I'll ask you: is this the first time that we've actually seen? Because we've speculated over the years that maybe American politicians were involved. Besides just Bill Clinton. Okay, I mean they didn't name Bill Clinton in that section, because what they were doing is saying that Jane Doe number 3 was trafficked and forced to have sex with American politicians, foreign presidents, and such as that. Is this the first time that we're actually hearing about American politicians being involved in the sex trafficking with Jeffrey Epstein?
No, I mean, this again, like I was saying yesterday, I think Johnny and some others have touched on, like most of this stuff, like every kind of all the different things that have been discussed coming out of these new documents, for example, and yesterday, most of this stuff is just things we've already heard through other sources, either through Virginia, who's on Twitter, and she's given interviews and spoken out and stuff, as well as some of the other victims who are more outspoken. So I mean, they, for whatever reason, probably the settlements, don't name names, or also some of them have said that they were threatened at different points. So they still maybe are afraid to speak out completely and say name more specific names. But I don't think this is the first time we're becoming aware that American politicians are connected to, and we're seeing some of these victims. Of course, as everybody I think has restated here a few different times, there was a lot of people that met with Epstein. That doesn't necessarily implicate them in all the activities, whether they went to the island, whether they went to his house, because none of us really know. But we have to try to draw conclusions and try not to jump to conclusions, though. But I don't think this is really that revelatory that American politicians were connected to Epstein, either visiting him at his island or meeting with him at one point or another, because that was exactly what he was doing, is trying to and entrap, create a honeypot, whatever you want to say, connected to as many politicians, and obviously we can go into the whole area with the MIT, the folks invested into basically genetic engineering, genetic science. I mean, Epstein had a whole huge interest in that area of research as well. So I mean, he was ingratiating himself into as many different important areas as he could.
So I've got go ahead, Nick.
No,
and I
you're
wanted
fine.
to well, what I'm curious about is two things. I've got two questions, and we do have I see always Charles is here to answer one of those questions. The first question that I have is we saw Epstein likely get killed, but the witnesses, we haven't seen any witnesses disappear or get hurt, which is thankfully. But I'm curious if they're able, those people are so powerful, they were able to reach Epstein in the jail. Johnny, Derek, or anyone else, Tira, any thoughts on why the witnesses seem to be safe so far?
Can I just say that the witnesses are not safe. There is no way that witnesses in this situation are safe, and a lot of them have not been named, so we don't know whether they've disappeared. And if the system is as corrupt as it seems, as we go through this, we can assume that there have been people who have lost their lives. We can assume that there's been people who it's not ended well for. There's all around this. There's dead people really, but we just don't see them because it's all clean. We're all looking at the rest of the stuff, but there's surely people.
Do you know? I agree. It wouldn't be surprising. I hope the witnesses are fine. Some witnesses are known, and then the other witnesses that are not known, if they really want to get their names, they should have the ability to get their names. Again, considering how powerful we're talking about, prime ministers, world leaders, business executives.
Yeah, think about just like a 10-year period. If we're talking like the Epstein trips on the plane, when it went just before they start raiding him, if from 1994 to then, 10 years, 2.5 sexy massages a day, that's 8,000 plus crimes. I don't think we can realize quite the scale of it all and what it all means. We lose it loses meaning to us. But there's been so many crimes in this, and there's so many victims. All of those crimes, all of that 2.5, they're not numbers. They're human beings. They're girls. They're young girls who were coaxed. They were lured. This is how they do it. They lure the girl in with something. Maybe it's cash, maybe it's the opportunity. Give an old man a massage, and then you just get a little bit of money. Then when they're in, that's when they start to go through the grooming process to get them into the idea of doing this on a more regular basis. And then they get stuck in a loop of shame, abuse, etc.
But we do. So I want to go back. We do know that we don't know of any witnesses that were killed or disappeared.
Well, we do know that there was one witness who died. It was deemed a suicide. I'm actually more inclined to believe this one. It's a woman who had testified, Carolyn Andriano. She died in October and of an overdose of methadone, fentanyl, and alprazolam, Xanax. And she apparently had testified against Maxwell. And she also, in her testimony, said she'd been addicted to pain pills and cocaine for many years to block out Epstein's sexual abuse. So I cannot say she was killed, but she did potentially kill herself.
Well, John Luke Brunel too. I mean, he died.
But Brunel is not one of the victims. What I'm talking about is the people that died that we think would have been killed. Obviously, Epstein and Brunel. So the ringleaders, two of the ringleaders. Maxwell's still alive.
Well, no, Doe 107, didn't she file for an extension because she felt she needed protection?
Sure, she felt she needed protection is different to disappearing or dying. Which is, again, I hope none of them get hurt. But the reason I'm pointing this out is, are they trying to tie? So are they not worried about the witnesses, but they're worried about the information that the ringleaders have, which is the blackmail and the sensitive information on the world leaders? This is my only, trying to connect. There's just too many witnesses for them to start targeting witnesses. It's an endless loop because they were able to reach Epstein. They're able to reach any witness. They're able to reach obviously anyone talking about this. And if Bill Clinton went all the way to Vanity, and we found that out earlier, we posted about it as well. If Bill Clinton went all the way to Vanity Fair to allegedly threaten them, not to put out a piece on Jeffrey Epstein, just shows you that they went to great lengths to cover this. Yet the witnesses seem, we talked about one of the witnesses being active on Well, we've got more documents dropping apparently. Holy shit! There's just so much shit. Nick, is there more documents? You want to update us quickly?
Yeah, there's more. Yeah, there's more exhibits. I'm trying to go through them real quick just to see how significant they are. They were actually filed by the plaintiff in this case. So the victim, and so we're going through those right now. There's probably it looks like there's 21 more pages just dropped.
Okay.
Yeah, we got them. We got them, Mark.
Perfect. The next question I had, Charles, and then we'll read out more excerpts from the drops. Charles, how does blackmail work when it comes to world leaders, politicians? So if you have videos or information on a prime minister or president of one of the, let's go as far as the G7, how can you blackmail someone with that much clout?
Well, I mean, there's lots of ways to do it. I mean, for me, what makes Epstein interesting is his relationship with the tech community and the banking world, because obviously, like, we know that he, for many years, there were many suspicious activity reports, at Chase Bank, where he did a lot of his banking, which is very interesting. It's the most powerful bank, arguably, in the United States, certainly in the world. And then, of course, his relationship with Bill Gates, where it looks like he knew about Bill Gates having an extramarital affair with this Russian bridge player. And coincidence or not, this was right around the time that Jeffrey Epstein's, one of his companies that he had invested in, LinkedIn, was acquired by Microsoft. So there's a lot of ways in which what they do is they'll blackmail people or threaten them with blackmail to get them to do various things that make them richer, and then they run those networks. So in the case of Epstein, we know that he was tremendously wealthy, to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. And we know that he borrowed against the value of his stock to do various operations and activities, including, so-called charitable giving, which was really about raiding technology out of MIT and Harvard. Unless we think that this stuff is finished, we see today Bill Ackman's wife, who of course was implicated with the whole Epstein situation, where she was getting money, on the part of, Bill Ackman's wife is an Israeli, his second wife. And she was getting money from Epstein and concealing it and lying to students about the source of those funds. And then when a report was done at MIT about all of the weird Epstein connections and Joy Ito and everything, they curiously omitted any mention of both Reid Hoffman and, of course, of Bill Ackman. Now, Reid Hoffman is a huge Joe Biden donor, and Bill Ackman is a huge political donor in his own right. I think he's supporting Chris Christie in this coming election cycle. So yeah, there's a lot of that kind of thing going on. The other thing that's interesting too to contemplate is the degree to which politicians and other people want to be blackmailed, because when you have access to the resources of a state or the money of a state supporting your political campaign, you can go much further than if you were just kind of trying to do it on your own. So I think that that's something that is not often understood. And I think this is also true of a lot of people in tech, where they kind of like want to be videotaped, committing the sex crime or doing drugs or what have you. And everyone kind of has, intelligence on each other. We've certainly seen that with Elon and sort of things around Elon. And so I think that that's something to think about as well. And I should say, as I mentioned before in some of these spaces, I did know Epstein. I worked for Alan Dershowitz when I was in high school. So, I was close enough, to take his calls. The notion that Epstein wasn't Mossad, which is what Dershowitz is claiming today, I mean, that's just not true. Like, I was in the office and Epstein would call and we'd chat with him, and then like the Mossad would call like 10, 20 minutes later, to get a briefing on what was going on, and then I would go, get a coffee or whatever. So my view is that Epstein was kind of turned by U.S. and British intelligence, and that was a condition of his sweetheart deal. I think there's a lot of problems with Virginia Giuffre's account of things. Like, she claimed various things about Al Gore that weren't true. She's also connected with this weird Mormon world, which I don't think people really kind of appreciate. Like, Bradley Edwards was a very close associate of Sean Reyes, the Attorney General of Utah, who was implicated in the Operation Underground Railroad anti-sex trafficking thing, which is really pro-sex trafficking. It gets confusing. But Giuffre is, in my interpretation of what she was doing, is that there was a sort of effort to kind of shake down the Epstein network, circa like 2016 or so. And there was sort of an effort to kind of go after them and claim a bunch, to sue them. I think some of that has to do with about the 2016 election, where there was a kind of breakdown between the Israelis and the Russians. And I think that Johnny's giving me the hundreds there, 100 sign there. But so there's a lot of relationships that Epstein had with the Russian world as well as with the French world that is not kind of discussed openly and loudly. There's a lot of people who try to make the Don Barr claim that Epstein was CIA because he worked at the Dalton School. Well, Barr was, ultimately removed from OSS and all of that. He did not have a relationship with OSS. He was sort of forced into academia. He was, of course, deeply tied into kind of the Jewish criminal mafia world, and that's sort of what some of his academic work was about. The interesting thing to me is the Bill Barr stuff and how Bill Barr, we know that there was a decision made to go and apprehend Epstein and Ghislaine over things that happened way earlier in the 1990s, and that those were the cases that were actually used to send away Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, for people who are unaware, his roommate was a guy named I think it's Nicholas Tartaglione. Nicholas Tartaglione was a DARE officer in New Jersey who murdered 4 Mexicans that were involved with the Sinaloa cartel moving drugs. And he murdered them, and then Bill Barr spared him the death penalty. And interestingly, Tartaglione and Ghislaine Maxwell had the same attorney, a woman by the name of Bonnie, I think it's Bobby Sternheim, which is kind of crazy to think about. And before Epstein died, there was these claims that Tartaglione was making in the press that there was a rat problem in the prison. And of course, Epstein was presumably going to be talking about many of the things that he had seen. I'm of the view, for what it's worth, that Epstein was kind of polymorphous perverse, that he would kind of fuck anything that moved. And I think he actually presented for a big chunk of his life as a gay man. And there's a lot of relationships, obviously, that he had with Kevin Spacey, who's since come out as a homosexual. He was also close to this guy named Thor Halvorsen. Thor Halvorsen is a kind of human rights person in different ways, who is involved with the Nexium cult. Of course, there's a lot of this kind of gay network around Epstein that has also hitherto kind of eluded attention. People are very focused on the young girls and the young women, which I think the best way to describe, the experience that I had of sort of seeing some of these situations is that they were kind of disposable in different ways, would be the frame. They were sort of, girls that were picked up in kind of very marginal areas. Many of them were, problematic in that way. I think post 2006, 2007, as the plea deal, was struck, it should be noted too that it was struck by U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta, who was a student of Alan Dershowitz at Harvard Law School. And Acosta, for his part, the Israeli world, Sheldon Adelson in particular, wanted Acosta to be the DOJ under the Trump administration, which was something that I saw and was, a part of.
Charles, I want to ask you this about what you were just talking about. You're talking about this plea deal that was made back in the 2000s, I believe around 2007, 2008. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think it was started in 2006, but completed in like late 2007.
Okay, and so why? What was Alan Dershowitz was able to negotiate a non-prosecution agreement at some point?
No, he was prosecuted and he was effectively treated. They sort of had a carve out in the law. It's now been many years since I was around for some of this, and most of it I was not around for. I worked in the office. I was next to Dershowitz when a lot of this stuff. I took a lot of notes during the Epstein case. But my recollection of it is that Epstein fired a bunch of his pro-Israel lawyers, basically, and he started getting more lawyers that were connected to the George Herbert Walker Bush world and the Jeb Bush world. And my understanding is that was when he started becoming an asset for the U.S. And that basically every person that he was meeting with in the post 2006, 2007, 2008 frame many of those people were targets in different ways for the networks that he was a part of. Now, he was quite close to Ehud Barak, and there was discussion during the 2006 period about him fleeing the country to Israel, though he had never been to Israel before, which was kind of interesting and surprising to me looking back on it now. But my interpretation of Epstein is that he was the Jewish American face of the Maxwell operation. And that when Robert Maxwell, died under very suspicious, controversial circumstances, he sort of inherited that network with Ghislaine Maxwell, and that he was running that network for quite a number of years. And the stuff about the homosexual stuff, there's a lot of evidence pointing that Leslie Wexner was a homosexual. So there's a lot of that kind of like gay angle as well. I think that would also explain why Epstein, purportedly never had children. And I think there's a lot of interesting stuff there. And it's also, go ahead, Nick.
Well, I just kind of wanted to build on what you were saying, and I wanted to go to.
I've got some information as well. Like I've just posted it now. Ryan sent it through. So I'll read out a part here. One witness, Ronaldo Rizzo, was in tears as he recounted defendant bringing a 15-year-old girl to his employer's home, who, in utmost distress, told him that defendant stole the young girl's passport and tried to make her have sex with Epstein, and then threatened her. There's a part that's redacted. Another witness, Joanna Schulberg, testifies that defendant recruited her from the school campus to have sex with Epstein with lies being her personal assistant. But the main one, he took the passport of the young girl. Was that common, Johnny? That happened a lot, probably?
That's a common tactic. They can't leave. They're in your possession. I just want to correct one thing. Epstein did go to Israel, allegedly with Benny, excuse me if I'm mispronouncing it, Shabbatai, a restaurateur who was connected to the diamond industry. And the quote from the Post article, I put it up top, the two traveled to Israel in April 2008. Page 6 reported at that time, after Epstein pleaded guilty to a single charge of soliciting an underage prostitute. And then they quote that during these meetings, they had secret meetings with the Israeli army in order for them to fund covert operations and therefore, et cetera, et cetera.
That was after his plea deal was struck. So there was a question of him. There's a great article today in the Turkish press about how Mossad recruits people, and typically they don't recruit them if they've been to Israel. So it's not to say that he couldn't have worked for Mossad or for the Israeli Defense Forces, but in the 2006 period, there was this question of whether or not he would flee to Israel as a Jew, and then obviously later he built more.
But he did have multiple passports, correct? I mean, how would we even?
He did when they busted him in the 2019 timeframe. This was right around the time in which Ehud Barak, who was a kind of mentor to him, entered the second Israeli elections. Because you recall there had been a number of elections between basically the anti-Netanyahu forces and the pro-Netanyahu forces. And so anyway, he was arrested off of his plane coming back from Europe at the time. And he was more involved with the Israeli world and the Russian world post 06, 07, 08 timeframe. He was prior to that, mostly involved with the British world and with the American world.
I guess my question is, because I know Acosta is implicated here, but I apologize if I mispronounce it, but I believe Michael Mukasey was AG at the time. And
Michael Mukasey. Yep.
Yeah, I don't see. From what I understand, I mean, they took this case immediately from local state DAs and federally, and everybody said this came up from up top. And Mukasey, I mean, he's one person who would know which pressure was on him to give this type of deal. His name is rarely mentioned, but he had the final sign off on this, and I think it's somebody who's skirted attention up till now.
Yeah, and Mukasey has a lot of problems as well in the more modern period of people that he's represented. He's represented a lot of people that have kind of criminal networks and connections to intelligence. That's very true. I mean, I can tell you what I recall at the time was that even those of us who were Dershowitz RAs were kind of like shocked that he had gotten such a light sentence. And Epstein, as somebody who worked with him, who talked to him, he was shocked that he got any time at all. Which I've always found quite interesting. He thought he was going to basically skate scot-free. And I think he kind of threatened what has now been called gray mail, which is this thing where when you do favors for various intelligence services, you threaten that that information will get out if you're punished in any way. So he was kind of engaged in that. And candidly, I could just kind of go on like my own experience of him. I think there's a lot of claims against Epstein that are perfectly like legitimate and real. And then there's a lot of sensational claims that are often articulated by foreign intelligence. And they're done to have us all focus on the sex aspects of the Epstein story and not on the money and technology and finance aspects of what he was up to, which are, I think, actually more disturbing in a lot of ways. The fact that he's like a major shareholder in LinkedIn, the fact that he was one of, he and Harvey Weinstein were the first and second investors in 23andMe. I mean, you can go through like a list of his investments, and it's pretty shocking all the things he was up into in the tech sphere.
Actually, I was wondering.
So we've got. So we'll go. We've got some more things. Ryan, I know you've got some things about prime ministers as well. Where do you want to go? And Nick, you might have some stuff as well.
No,
Anyone
Ryan
wants
can
to
jump
go?
in.
All right, Ryan, do you want to go to the prime minister one, or you want to post it first? Ryan is posting something now.
Okay, yeah. So that's
ahead,
fine.
Nick.
Just in the meantime, while he posts that, I would just I want to mention, or at least ask, because we have Derek or Johnny, either one of you two can jump in. All of this information, a lot of this happened before Alan Dershowitz was able to negotiate a non-prosecution agreement that protected Jeffrey Epstein from federal sex trafficking crimes and then being charged with sexual exploitation of minors. How did that even happen? How was that allowed to happen?
Because no
Was it
client ever got prosecuted. It's not just Epstein.
I've described it in a certain way in the final part of my of the Pottinger series, of the Pottinger ultimatum, because Epstein was faced with an ultimatum in about 2005 that if he did nothing, the consequences were going to be dire. He knew what was happening. The FBI were coming in, but he was also having. He basically fitted up all of the first case, got involved in every side, infiltrated it, and we think it's different the second time. Investigate it. You'll discover that everybody on I mean, when you've got victims who are being represented by David Bowie's Pottinger, they're not nice people. They're not after your best interests. They got links with people much higher up. David Bowie's will be
David Bowie, of
Harvey
course,
Weinstein.
it should be noted, like close to Harvey Weinstein, and of course also very close with Elizabeth Holmes, and has had a number of controversial people that he's represented. The UAE
Hunter Biden
government.
worked for his firm too, no?
That's right, he did for a spell.
But wasn't the prosecution itself the initial case? It was effectively forced to happen, or it wouldn't have happened at all.
Yes, the state authorities in Florida were pushing it, and so that's what triggered the federal response to it.
Okay, so wait, so we actually just have I don't think this has been posted just yet, or maybe it has. It just came through the group, and it kind of it goes further into what I was just asking. So to start off, it says Epstein also trafficked Jane Doe number 3 for sexual purposes to many other powerful men, including numerous prominent American politicians, powerful business executives, foreign presidents, a well-known prime minister, and other world leaders. Now, we'd already heard that before, but then it goes on and says that the government was well aware of Jane Doe number 3, who had been trafficked to all of these people when it was negotiating the non-prosecution agreement with Jeffrey Epstein, as she was actually listed as a victim. So they knew a lot of this stuff was going on, and they still let him off the hook.
Well, this is complicated though, because it wasn't substantiated that there were a lot of people that came forward trying to get a payday or trying to sue when it looked like Epstein was going down. And so many of the claims that were made by various people there were mob connections to them, where they were fabricated claims as well. So what's going on there is that the people who are suing the government in this particular case are claiming that the victims were not notified of the but basically there's a law, I think it's like the victims' rights law, And what it is that they have to be notified if their abuser is getting into some kind of agreement with the government. But the problem, of course, is that there was no trial. So we couldn't actually ascertain whether or not many of these people were actual victims or what was really going on. And so what happened is that when they did when the plaintiff sued, or in the Giuffre's case, there were so many claims made in that suit that that weren't checked, because you have the protection of basically when you sue somebody, you can claim whatever you want basically without getting sued. And so Giuffre has claimed a number of things that have since been proven false in different ways. And that's sort of what makes this a very hard case. And so from the perspective, and by the way, there's lots of lawyers, there's lots of intelligence operations that they want to claim all this crazy shit about Epstein, because what they want to do is they want to topside all of Epstein's operations. So they want to make clear all the things he's investing in. They want to track his entire network. They want to expose the whole game, which I think is sort of not understood the role of intelligence in using the victims or the purported victims as a way of disclosing everything about Epstein's network.
Yeah, and so I'll go ahead and just to kind of conclude that point. It goes on to say, even a rudimentary investigation of Jane Doe number 3's relationship to Epstein would have revealed the fact that she had been trafficked throughout the United States and internationally for sexual purposes. Nonetheless, the government secretly negotiated a non-prosecution agreement with Epstein, precluding any federal prosecution in the Southern District of Florida of Epstein and his co-conspirators. Stephen.
Yeah, so I recognize I haven't been in the space for a couple hours, but earlier Tira was mentioning the statute of limitations, but also at the same time, Charles mentioned that a lot of the stuff that Giuffre's been saying has been found to be inaccurate. So I think that the best case scenario is kind of what's going on right now with Prince Andrew, is putting the fire on all this and finding new names and then getting new investigations, because what we have here isn't enough. And as much as I love Virginia and I'm a fan of hers, she's not reliable enough to just destroy people's lives with her testimony. So what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to go through the whole thing right now and publish new names that I've never seen before. And I know everybody's all about catching these new people, but what we have to do is we have to find these new people, get new investigations, and we have to do it ASAP so that the statute of limitations doesn't run out. So I just wanted to add what Charles was saying.
Yeah, by the way, I think in many of these cases, we'll never know the answer definitively, because many of the women that were involved were from marginal backgrounds or were people from outside the country. And so there's lots of immigrants. There's a lot of trafficking of people across borders as well.
Yeah, but as long as we keep on pulling on the strings, it's that's all we can do, and that's going to have a huge effect.
Definitely, but I mean, the fact that nobody's going to Reid Hoffman, who's one of the top donors to Joe Biden, and asking what was the relationship you had with Jeffrey Epstein, right? We are learning more and more about the relationship between Epstein and Gates, which is it's only the world's largest charity on the planet, right? And we know that Gates has had a lot of connections with organized crime over the years. They used to manage his money. And this is Microsoft products. I mean, you can't do anything on the internet without touching a Microsoft product. So the notion to me that we're not investigating the relationship of Jeffrey Epstein to Sergey Brin, right? Who he was an investor in Google. That's interesting, right? So to me, one of the things that's frustrating to me is that let's assume that we could identify all these victims, which I think is a big assumption. But then the question, what do we do with all the money, right? There's a lot of money here. Hundreds of millions of dollars, and they're billionaires who are effectively propped up by this foreign intelligence asset running around, doing all kinds of crazy shit, and they were funding him. And then the question is, everybody tries to make Epstein into this singularly evil figure, but there's lots of these operations going on right now in different ways with different people that basically get paid by, your Peter Thiels of the world or your, Jeff Bezoses of the world. And so to me, that's actually kind of more disturbing, is that we've kind of loaded all the sins of the world onto this Jeffrey Epstein guy who's dead and can't defend himself. Not to say that, what he's accused of doing is super rosy and everything, but, the government makes claims about people all the time, and people sue each other all the time about things. And Virginia Giuffre has recanted a lot of the crazy shit that she said about various people. So then there's this like larger question of like, what the fuck is really going on here, right? And are we being led astray from looking at these larger, questions of structural power and intelligence community products? I mean, if anyone here calls an ambulance, you're going to call them through Carbine. And Carbine is like one of the largest, basically like ambulance, data systems. And we know the Israelis use ambulances to disappear people all around the world. This is like one of the things that they do quite often. And if you look at like, there's some stuff out there that the Turks have published. They just busted 33 Mossad agents operating in Turkey, but how they recruit people, how they groom them, how they give them a little bit of money at first, then they have them do like basic, criminal stuff, and they kind of walk them through this process. And it's kind of amazing how it works. And I highly recommend people read that. Maybe I'll put it up in the Jumbotron, because there's a lot of people who end up spying for Israel or working for the Israelis, which they didn't even know that they were doing it. They thought they were just, meme posting or just doing various tasks in spaces. Like we've seen a lot of spaces be run, with IDF people and with Mossad people in the background. So,
well, to your
anyway,
point, I just
would like to
posted,
jump in for a
I
second.
put something in the nest on, and we talk about things that have been happening at the same time. There was a story that broke on Daily Mail, which talked about a honeypot scheme that was being run out of Boston and DC.
Yeah, that piece is by my friend Ken Silverstein. People should check
That's
it
right,
out.
it is.
He has a lot of stuff that's going to come out about Robert Menendez and about Jeffrey Epstein as well.
Yeah,
that he's been
that's
working
something
on.
more current than what we're seeing here, right? Which is 6-7 years old.
But it was the scale of it as well, because the number of people who are high profile that he was linked to, and I'd love to hear about this recent plot. But I just want to mention Bill Clinton. Bill Gates, of course, the technology aspects of it. Jeffrey Epstein was linked to all these scientists, and he confessed to them that he hoped to seed the humanity with his DNA. And it's just kind of creepy to think what kind of conversations he would have had with Bill Gates, who was very interested in Moderna and creating a vaccine. And he was also photographed with Bill Gates and Larry Summers, who's the Harvard president, who was formerly the Harvard president. And Harvard seems to be some sort of a nexus for these spy operations and recruitment, because Leslie Wexner also gave money to Harvard up until recently, where both Leslie Wexner and Larry Summers denounced Harvard for not cracking down on pro-Palestine activists. And Larry Summers is also linked to Netanyahu, because he was, said to be shooting for Netanyahu's cabinet. But Larry Summers has frequently met with Epstein, so that is another
I mean, the
Israel
treasurer,
link.
Larry
But
Summers, the former.
yes, exactly.
The ex.
Yeah, he's also on the board of OpenAI, which is Sam Altman's
Yeah.
new project, which of course is also.
Yeah, but
backed
Charles,
by
you
Microsoft.
drop these little things and you make me think, right? Which is troublesome. When you talked about 23andMe and LinkedIn, and now I see this Boston, which is like a hub of pharma and health research. And specifically, the article talks about targeting scientists.
Was Israel? I think was really discussed in the article too, wasn't it? Huh?
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of potential
Yes.
sources.
Let me.
Yes.
Hey
Well,
guys,
the way it
I'm gonna
works typically is that the Russians.
Charles, let me just
Yeah.
quickly jump in, Charles. I was gonna read out a new bit. I've just posted it. Ryan, can you play an audio?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, so there's an audio. The last post I did, Colin Rugg posted out a great video, and I've just posted it as well. We talked about how Epstein trafficked underage girls to a number of unnamed politicians, foreign presidents, a well-known prime minister. We've talked a lot about this, and it was highlighted again in today's document drop. But and there's a video here with Ari Ben Menashe, who's a former Mossad agent, who claimed that Epstein was a spy. He claims Epstein worked and blackmailed for Mossad, which has done a lot of people making that allegation as well. Can you play that clip for the audience to listen to and make up their own mind?
Yeah, I can. Let me know when you're ready and I'll hit play.
Yeah, you can play it now.
You got it.
At some point, head of intelligence in Israel.
You're choppy, man. You can't hear it.
Friendly, very friendly with it.
You're choppy.
Yeah,
Still
Ryan,
choppy?
we can't hear it.
Just give me
Yeah.
2 seconds to connect this
Yeah,
thing.
you do that. You do. But anyone that wants to
Give me
listen to it, you could hear it there. Maybe Stephen or Charles. Does anyone have more information on these? So what Ari Ben Menashe said, and the audio Ryan will play it in a few
Yeah,
seconds.
he's
and other similar allegations.
He's a complicated figure because there's a lot of examples of him overstating other things in the past and his connections with the Russian intelligence world. So you have to be sort of careful. Any of these disclosures on these people, you should really ask about the networks around them, which is I think useful. It's not like if you're an actual fellow Mossad agent, you're not really allowed to go and brag about Mossad operations. I think that's kind of useful to know.
Yeah. So how how would an ex-Mossad agent be able to talk about Mossad operations? And is that
Mark, you want to test again?
Yeah, try it again.
Yeah, sorry.
And I want to highlight that point again, Charles, that you mentioned.
At some point, head of
No, but it's bad. It's bad. It's bad. Yeah. So Charles, maybe Nick, you can try to play it. But Charles,
Yeah,
just going back to
I'll
the
try
point, how would an ex-Mossad agent be able to talk about Mossad operations, him or any others?
Well, there are many examples of them killing, or harming people who talk about Mossad operations after the fact. So then you have to ask the question of is this an allowed leak or is this an allowed disclosure? And I think that there's something here, which is that Ehud Barak was the head. He was a part of the same military intelligence unit as Netanyahu, and so there's a lot of this internal fights within Israel itself that are kind of spilling out. I mean, people know about the fights over the judicial coup that Netanyahu and crew were organizing. And so there's a lot of these fights where you have to be kind of careful with things that people say within the Israeli context, because there's a lot of propaganda basically flying on all sides. So I would be careful on the whole trusting the Ari Ben Menashe stuff. I know there's other people who've done some more work on Ari Ben Menashe. I think, Johnny, did you do some stuff on that? I kind of vaguely recall reading something that you did.
Yeah, I've come past him on a few different occasions because he says a lot. And listen, it's really easy to believe him. And I'm not sure if it's journalistically right to believe him, because it's kind of like circular sourcing, isn't it? You're going to spies who are going to tell you about spies, and you can't trust any of them.
Yeah, the other one that they quote a lot is Eric Weinstein. And I wrote a piece a while back kind of debunking Eric Weinstein and all of Eric Weinstein's connections with the Israeli world, that he's a limited hangout.
Yeah, I agree completely. I agree. 100% agree completely with that. I find it very interesting.
Actually, the first time I ever went in Spaces, I called him out in the space.
We should mention in context the Edge Foundation, which Jeffrey Epstein was, of course, when Eric Weinstein was attending, was fully funding. And Eric Weinstein doesn't talk about his time at the UN before that. It's very interesting that then he claimed that he only met Epstein once, but there was a lot of evidence that he must have met him at the Edge.
Yes, and he's told conflicting accounts about that one time he supposedly met them. I wrote this all up in my Substack a while back, and people are curious. I kind of go through it with kind of forensic detail. And of course, Eric Weinstein works for Peter Thiel and Palantir, and Palantir, of course, is very.
Can I just say that what Charles was saying there? When my first jaunt in 2019 into the Epstein scene was revealing about Nicole Younkerman, who was invested in Carbine 9/11 with Jeffrey Epstein, Peter Thiel, and Ehud Barak. And on the board was Nicole Younkerman, this fantastic elite model who flew on the Lolita Express in 2002 on two different occasions. Yeah, two different occasions. Extremely interesting lady. And the whole look at the company is ex-IDF, ex-Mossad, Ehud Barak, the ex-10th Prime Minister. I mean, it's pretty clear if you leave these people in charge of your 9/11 response systems that you are infiltrated. You are infiltrated, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, one of the things that was always funny to me is that they like to pal around with all these models or good-looking people of different forms. And the models were always the front-facing people, But then in the back room, you'd see all the IDF people or Mossad or Technion or what have
Younkerman
you.
was both of them. Younkerman is fascinating. She is both of the elite models. So at the time of Naomi Campbell and others who worked for elite models, Younkerman was working for elite models. Now runs tech company, partly invested in SpaceX now because she had a satellite array company bought up by them, and she owns Revolut and many other things. Married to Count Bracetti Peretti of the API oil dynasty, and extremely interesting lady. There's a whole load of people, and she's on the flight manifest. She'll come out in these documents eventually. She will try and stop that from happening because that's what she does. But she is a fantastically interesting lady who crosses genres. So she was both the model and she was both the Mossad.
So guys, real quick, I just put out a post. Nick read it a little bit earlier, but I wanted to kind of hit on it one more time because I think it's an important one. I think I put it in the nest. If I didn't, I'll put it shortly after it. But it was posted on Mario's page, part of that massive chain that we're doing. The government was well aware of Jane Doe 3 when it was negotiating the NPA. So if you guys don't know what an NPA is, that was the non-prosecution agreement that we hinted at earlier and mentioned earlier that Epstein and his friends got, including Alan Dershowitz, in Florida. So, and we know that Jane Doe 3 was the victim, the underage girl who was sex trafficked out to people like Prince Andrew and allegedly two big, well-known U.S. politicians, which we also put out that post as well, of which both of their names were redacted. So I'd like if you guys could discuss a little bit more on this part. There's like, if the government was aware that this was happening to Jane Doe number 3, which was one of the third victim, that means there's a Jane Doe 1 and 2. Why did they give this NPA out to these two individuals? And it's not just these two individuals. Remember, it was any one of Epstein's associates as well. Stephen, do you want to take that?
Well, I don't really have very good expertise on that, but what I am trying to do right now is I'm trying to I'm reading through the documents right now as we're speaking, and I'm trying to find all the victimizers, or basically people that had sex with minors, and I do have what I suppose is very interesting breaking information. I don't know if you guys have spoken about this in this space yet, since I'm still pretty new in here, but there's a couple of names. One of them I broke 15-20 minutes ago outside of this space on my profile, and then there's a really big kind of thing in here. So I'm going to read the list here if you guys are interested. So the list is, this is in a deposition where Giuffre is speaking, and she's asked about the people she was sent to have sex with. And it says, other than Glenn Dubin, Stephen Kaufman, who is the individual I broke 20 minutes ago, Prince Andrew, John-Luc Brunel, Bill Richardson, another Prince, the large hotel chain owner, and Marvin Minsky, is there anyone else that Ghislaine Maxwell directed you to have sex with? I am definitely sure there is, but I can't remember everybody's name. No. So what I think is interesting is that I haven't seen this anywhere, that there was another prince besides Prince Andrew that Giuffre had sex with. So I don't know if that's breaking, but that's news to me.
I haven't read that anywhere. This is the first I've heard that.
Yeah, we're trying to find it now.
I'm gonna make a post.
Yeah, I'm looking forward as we speak.
Can you?
So let me tell you where it's at. It's on.
What page is it on?
It's on
page number.
The bottom of. So it's page 204 in the deposition, 205. It's in. I don't know if you guys have Miley's document drive, Google Drive, but it's on the.
These are from yesterday's docs, correct? These aren't from today's.
No, this is today. This is new from today. This was uploaded. Shoot, I'm trying to find it.
Can you DM it to my account, Stephen?
Yeah, well, so I'm working a really ghetto system right now, so I have to get the picture. I'll DM you when I have the picture. Okay.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Even is the hotel same?
And Ryan, yeah,
you think that's the Hyatt Pritzker, or do you think that's different?
I think they were talking about Hyatt earlier, but
Stephen, I think you might be in the document from yesterday because I just searched through the doc from today. I couldn't find it, but I'm gonna double check.
Did you find it in yesterday's document or no?
I'm gonna check right now.
Yeah, the other prince is mentioned yesterday, so one of our team members is saying that as well.
Can I
Everyone's saying yesterday in our team.
Can I suggest?
But this is pretty. This is actually still interesting. Let's do a post on it, Ryan. That's actually still pretty interesting, even if it's yesterday.
Can I suggest a name
Absolutely.
for a potential prince that hasn't been mentioned already? Because I didn't think about it before, but of course, it's princes of Brunei. And he did during the Asia tour. Clinton and Epstein went round and met with the Sultan of Brunei. There's pictures in the actual local newspapers of that, and there's records of the meetings, so we know that happened. And of course, there's Princes of Brunei, and they were all accused of bringing models over and having sex with them and all of that sort of stuff. So there's likelihood that there's great controversy to be found in Brunei.
And of course, Brunei
Did they
was.
actually mention where the second prince was from? Because wasn't there some sort of speculation the other day? I mean, there were a lot of news articles written about it that said that King Charles could possibly be implicated in something here, although he wasn't a king at the time. He would have been Prince Charles. So, I mean, well, the other Charles, that's not quite a prince up here on the stage. What are your thoughts on that? Is there any merit to that at all?
No, I mean, I don't really think it works that way. I mean, so my recollection of like the Prince Andrews stuff is, so for one, the photo of Giuffre's that has been put out of her with Prince Charles, supposedly with her, Prince Charles, and Ghislaine Maxwell in the background, that photo has been like thoroughly debunked. I mean, it first appeared, I think, in the Daily Mail by a guy who got in trouble for faking photos. Now, I'm no fan of the royal family. Like, frankly, I would abolish the whole thing if it were up to me. And I, come from a long, proud line of American patriots that hate the crown. But I think that there's a lot of attacks on the monarchy with respect to with respect to Jeffrey Epstein that are much more. They're not as kind of fair. Now, in the case of the Brunei example, we do know that Epstein went around and he was encouraging different countries to pump oil at whatever price. And this is why years later, you see that he has, he has a passport from Saudi Arabia, right? And so he has these relationships with the oil producing parts of the world, like the UAE, like MBS in Saudi Arabia. So I think that's sort of something to kind of focus on more. I mean, King Charles is, quite old, and even then he was quite old. So I don't know. Of course, we know Prince Andrew was a trade mission guy. And like the way to think about the Epstein folks is they like to collect royals because royals attract other people. They attract other rich people. And so they say, oh, you can meet my friend, Prince Andrew, right? So the royals are kind of like the bait to screw other people in business or to take advantage of them in some way. They're kind of like bobbleheads to kind of distract people.
Well, he introduced him to Donald Trump. I mean, brought him to his property.
Oh, jeez.
That picture of Trump and Epstein.
No, come on.
I know you're not allowed to talk about Trump in here. That picture of Epstein and Trump.
Dude, we spent so much
up
time
in the
earlier talking about Donald Trump. I have a mute button and you don't. So let's not go down this road again.
You guys censor.
You just got here. We've been having this conversation. We spent like 30 minutes on it earlier.
Nick, it's handled. Nick, it's handled. Don't worry. Just keep going.
I didn't know who brought him up. But anyway, yeah, so where's I going with that at this point? Oh, so Johnny, when it does come to other prime ministers, other presidents, because foreign presidents were mentioned in there, and I know that we did talk about prominent American politicians. Is it true there were 2 mentioned in there that were censored? Did I hear that correctly?
I'm not sure.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many were censored, but I can tell you that he's definitely right when he says that the royals are like their collection. This has always been the same with intelligence. If you investigate intelligence in the post-war years, even the pre-war years, they're all mixed up with the royal families and with the elites, because the elites have to be involved somewhere, otherwise they don't get the funding and they don't get all of the permission. And so they've got all of the permission, all of the funding, and yeah, the royals are fantastic in every country. It's not just in Britain. It's whoever they can get close to, and most are quite wise and savvy and aren't interested in getting involved. But a load of them are very greedy and want more money, and so it's all a mixture of personality. But there's a lot of people on this party boat, and some of them are royal. But again, what Charles was saying, don't get distracted by too much by the royals. Andrew's a little bit different. You're being distracted by the fact of all the sexy stuff a lot more because he was doing arms deals for the British government, and that's quite an important part of his relationship with Epstein. I don't think it was as simple as most people make out. I think there was other things going on because royals have influence.
And of course, nobody ever mentions Mr. Hess, right? Who is that big arms dealer from the UK? There's a lot of interesting stuff about Epstein running guns to Saudi Arabia on behalf of the British government, which of course is never really discussed. And of course, Prince Andrew was kind of a cover for that. So you have to be much more sophisticated than just they hang out together. Always look for the money, the drugs, the weapons. A lot of weapons stuff that needs to be kind of understood as well.
We mentioned that earlier, that they had ties to Adnan Khashoggi, which was gun running into Iran as part of Iran-Contra, and that Robert Maxwell and Epstein, who were both tied to the mega group, and the mega group founder was gun running to Zionist terrorist organizations pre-1948 Palestine. So the gun running is a big aspect of this, and the mafia involvement as well is a big aspect of this.
So just to kind of jump in on the other Prince story, I just want to we posted it, I put it in the nest. Thank you again, Stephen, for helping us identify that. So it mentions that other than Glenn Dubin, another person whose name was redacted, Prince Andrew, Jean-Luc Durnell, Bill Richardson, another prince, the large hotel chain owner, and Marvin Minsky, is there anyone else that Ghislaine Maxwell directed you to have sex with? And this is talking to the victim. So it's another prince that's unnamed, plus the person whose name was redacted, which could be the prime minister. It could be one of the two prominent politicians that we discussed. So it's there's a lot of names right now. I think if we count and we assume that the name redacted here is not the two prominent politicians, we have one name redacted, which could be the prime minister or someone else, another prince, and then two prominent other politicians. That's four big mystery names that were removed, according to the lawyers, for matters of national security. Nick?
Yeah, so trying to get a little bit more detail on that. Do we hold on one second? Okay, so we're talking about a prince that definitely went to the.
So I was going to say Marvin Minsky. I'm not sure if you guys saw that. There's more information on him. Ryan, you talked about that already?
No, I didn't hit that one. I just hit Marvin Minsky's name was on the list of the people when listing the other prince. I'll look into Marvin to see if we can find other stuff about him.
I have some info on him. Yeah, he's been listed before. He's been accused of abuse even outside of this Epstein listing here. He's also from MIT, got a relationship with Chomsky, kind of connected to that whole area of Epstein's involvement in the tech sector and that genetic engineering research and that whole area. Marvin Minsky, definitely somebody to look up.
Well, Minsky was mostly interested in AI research.
Yep, over at MIT.
Not genetics. The genetic stuff, a lot of the stuff about how he wanted to seed the planet with his DNA, that comes from a New York Times article. We have to be very careful about that article because it was published at a time where the New York Times.
Well, we can see his investments as well.
Yeah, you certainly can see it with 23andMe. He was very fascinated with genetics, and I can actually speak to that personally because I remember he recommended a number of genetics-related books to me when I worked for Dershowitz. And so there's a lot of the Epstein genetics stuff that's fascinating. I mean, he certainly tried to set up a company to do interesting genetics work out of the U.S. Virgin Islands, but it's unclear that they actually did anything. More likely, he was more interested in basically making shitloads of money with the tech people. And the genetic stuff is not far enough along to do that at this stage.
Speaking of all of these prominent people going to the island, American politicians, princes, presidents, you name it. It seems like Stephen Hawking even being on the island. And then we know once Epstein got arrested the second time, the FBI raids the island, takes all of the hard drives for the surveillance cameras. And so there ends up being practically no electronic record, no video surveillance that we were ever able to see about it. But why? It seems like, I mean, does it not seem, Derek, that that would be like in the interest of the public to be able to see?
Isn't
some
the
of this
idea
stuff?
that they flipped him? Isn't that the idea that they flipped him over to our own intelligence with the non?
Well, I mean, personally, I don't identify with intelligence, even as if I'm in the U.S. I don't know if they have our interests aside, but I mean, I would say that the reason that we're not getting this information, you ask, is this in the public interest? I think most of us would say yes, it's in the public interest to know this information. But I mean, if we take a step back and really wrestle with the fact of everything we've discussed here and all the revelations and information that's been known about Epstein now for years. I mean, again, a lot of this stuff isn't really groundbreaking, brand new information. We just have to contend with the fact that we're living in a world where this sort of situation is reality, where people connected to Hollywood, banking, intelligence, politicians, on and on and on, education system are involved in this kind of activity, and then really ask ourselves, like, okay, do we, just as one example, the elections coming up later this year, do we really think voting is going to change anything when we're dealing with this level of corruption, this level of extortion? And I don't have any faith that these systems of power are going to reveal anything. When just as example, I mentioned before, Jean-Luc Brunel, 60 Minutes exposed him back in 1988, and he wasn't arrested till after Epstein was arrested in 2020, and then whoops, he dies in prison as well. He kills himself allegedly. So I mean, there's too much at stake here for these truths to really rise to the surface and be accepted. I mean, this is why, again, what I said yesterday, 60 years plus later, the JFK situation, we're still waiting for dripping of new documents and new documents. Is the truth going to be in this set of documents? Is it going to be in this set of documents? And people are still writing books about it, but in reality, the information, the truth has been known just about that situation. All the there's so many researchers, so much available data, but that's not. It doesn't really change the mainstream narrative. Children are still being taught the lone gunman theory. Children are still going to be taught that Epstein, if they even ever hear the name, they'll be taught that he killed himself and it was just a fluke thing. And don't worry about who he was, selling, who his clients were or who he was working with. He was just one lone person who happened to do this. It was a fluke. It doesn't happen. Move on with their lives, right? And they're writing the history. They're writing the narrative. Obviously, that's why we're doing this and we're trying to push back against that. But we really need to take a step back and realize this is much bigger. Somebody mentioned Agenda 2030 earlier. I hope there's a spaces on that in the future so those who are concerned about this can take a step back and realize that yes, intelligence is involved, and yes, there is a bigger picture, and yes, groups like the World Economic Forum do not have your best interests at heart. And this is much bigger than just one man, one situation, one case. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll go to Johnny on this one. Going back to what we saw, and we mentioned this earlier, how Alan Dershowitz negotiated a non-prosecution agreement with the feds for Epstein. How much of this stuff did we know before there was even any talk of prosecution? Were there any filings back then that gave us any significant information that people should have known that Jeffrey Epstein was trafficking children?
There was plenty of evidence that something was going on, but the evidence doesn't go anywhere in our systems, in our judicial systems, if there's no cases brought against people, if no one stands up. And the best thing about intelligence operations like that is that they are so completely scary. I mean, anybody who would go up against such a group of powerful, wealthy people must be crazy. That's why there's so many people who just won't tell the truth of their own experiences. So to find people who say anything is amazing, and that's what you need to go forward. You can't do it without people standing up and saying, no more, I'm going to do something about this. But that didn't happen here. And why? Because they're the most powerful people in the world, and we know it, but we're not allowed to speak about it because we live in a state of constant hyper-normalization where all of this stuff is just normal. We know it. We know they're corrupt. We know we're voting for corrupt people. We know we're corrupt ourselves. What's going on? Oh, we're pretending we're all nice. And so we live in a constant, every single generation. What was interesting to be said there is that I just heard there is that you know, a lot of people don't realize that the scandals of the past, yes, they will fade with the memory, and they will become just a little line, a throwaway line. Oh, do you know in the Napoleonic War this happened, to counteract what was written in history? No one knows if it's true or not. Generations move on, and they use that against us. So I think it's a turning of time that they're using against us in this case, as they always do.
Yeah, I think it's a little different though, if I could say, which is that, you know, so the non-prosecution agreement is negotiated between 2006 and 2008. And if you recall, in 2008, what came out, right? The iPhone, right? And we're now in a world where we can have these types of spaces where we can educate one another. You know, we have Substack, we have LexisNexis, we have, you know, all this research we can do and we can bring to bear on these subjects. And we really couldn't do a lot of that, maybe, you know, even like 15, 20 years ago. So a lot of these operations are getting blown up in different ways. You can see that with like the Me Too movement and all the Harvey Weinstein and all the weird stuff going on in Hollywood. And you can see some of the stuff coming now at Silicon Valley and in high finance. So I'm actually a bit more optimistic that there is some kind of accountability and justice, however delayed, you know, happening now. And you look at like the amount of work or the amount of information that's at our fingertips where we can expose, you know, bad actors, you know, it's really kind of incredible. And I think it's just going to get bigger and bigger as time goes on. So it'll be much harder to run these kind of operations in the future.
You know, I go back to the victims here, which are the young ladies that were involved. How are they protected? How are they kept safe? How are they kept immune from? I don't know if it's possible that any of these documents and any of these individuals can still cause harm. But is there a sense that they're being taken? So here's what I worry about. I worry about if we're expecting certain agencies like the FBI to be leading investigations and breaking these systems down, which I'm not seeing happen, because I'm not convinced that they're not part of the system yet. So it may not be in their best interest to break down what they've got going. But are those the same people that are protecting these witnesses and these young ladies?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things to think about is the degree to which the FBI and the FBI's counterintelligence division has been compromised, right? We saw this with Charles McGonigal, where he was like working for the Bosnians and the Russians and the Israelis and a number of other players. And we could also see this with the FBI, you know, there's like all these fake whistleblowers that have come out, but there's also a lot of real ones too. And so the degree to which a lot of our counterintelligence apparatus is compromised in the United States, and the degree to which like we won't prosecute Israeli criminal activity in the US, like that's something that like we all have to contend with. And that's the reality of living in America now, is that there's a lot of people looking the other way on Israeli crimes. And you know, we have people like engaging in Hasbara, you know, taking tactics and training from the IDF and from other players, which is a violation of federal law. Like you're not allowed to get talking points and regurgitate them from foreign governments. And yet we have that now in the United States. And the real question is, do we have a law enforcement apparatus that is going to actually go after some of these issues and risk that they might be called anti-Semitic, risk that they might be, you know, harmed reputationally, career-wise? Do we have to do that?
You guys aren't going to believe this. There are a couple hundred more pages that just came out.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious.
God.
I'm dead serious. So yeah, stand by, guys. We're gonna keep going.
I'm glad I got 2 cups of coffee.
Have you guys already covered this, that the ages were ranged from as young as 12?
I believe it's 13.
Yeah, that was the first. That was the first one.
I believe it's 13.
How many more pages came out, by the way, Nick?
No, hang on. There's another filing. I just don't know how many pages it is yet. It's linked to. Okay, yeah. So there is another filing just now, and there are several more exhibits. I just don't know how many pages yet.
I got you, Mark. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah. In the meantime, name redacted. Welcome to the stage.
Yeah, I keep hearing name redacted, so I'm not sure what's going on, what I'm missing.
111 new pages.
Yeah. So, Charles, I have a question for you, or Johnny. I don't know who wants to answer this, but when the Acosta plea deal, Alex Acosta in Florida with Epstein came out, I know Cernovich was one that did a FOIA, and along with someone else down in Florida, and then some documents were unsealed. And I believe it was under when Mueller was the FBI director. Was there something that came out in that FOIA that Epstein was actually an FBI informant? Because I see this video of Dershowitz today, and I think that was Eric Weinstein on stage too. And Dershowitz says, "Oh well, no, he wasn't connected to any intelligence agencies." So
I believe a document just came out talking about Louis Freeh, who was the director of the FBI, being named.
How do you spell that last name? F-R-E-E?
F-R-E-E-H.
Well, I guess Charles left, but Johnny, I guess you've done some work on it, or
Well, all I know is that rumor that Acosta said that he was somehow intelligence. That's all that I know about that part of it. I mean, it's really murky because everybody wanted to sweep everything under the table. Everything was heavily redacted, and everybody wanted to hide away from it and pretend it wasn't going to happen again. And then we're to where we are now, which is, like I say, the same sort of setup.
Yeah, in the meantime, guys, we're gonna
we're going through the new drop. Yeah,
just to see if there's anything that sticks out immediately.
I can't
like
find that name that you mentioned. Louis Freeh is not in the new docs.
But then, Nick, is that the link you've just sent? Is that the new drop?
It's at the top of that link, so you might have to scroll. I mean, you just look at the latest entry, and it'll.
Okay.
Mario, I'll tag you.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Okay. Yeah. So, in the meantime, here, let's go to. I brought up. Where did I bring up? Where do you go? Oh, David Riley. Welcome to the stage.
Hey, thanks, Nick. Thanks for having me
You're
on.
a radio host. You'd be, I'm sure you've been covering this pretty good. So.
Yeah, actually, it was Whitney Webb that kind of got me diving into this stuff. I first started reading her in 2019, and I can't recommend highly enough her book, One Nation Under Blackmail. She really did her homework and nailed a lot of it, and not just the sexual exploitation of minors, but also the financial crimes, which many believe that Epstein actually pretty much single-handedly triggered the 2008 financial crisis. He was leveraged about 17-1 through Bear Stearns, and he made some bad bets, and it basically forced Bear Stearns to go under. So there's a couple of articles on that. I'll look them up real quick.
Okay, great.
That's the first I hear of it. Epstein,
Yeah.
Epstein didn't have enough capital to have that much of an impact, unless I'm missing something.
He was like I said, he was leveraged 17-1.
Yeah, but then again, everyone is leveraged on Wall Street. Like a 17-1 leverage shouldn't be too.
That's not even that's not too high, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
But do we actually have any idea? I know we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but it seems like him being a money manager was just a front for this entire operation. I mean, he had to at least look wealthy, but how many of these clients actually knew what was going on? And and where did they think he was getting the money?
I think you can look at the fact that if intelligence needs to move money, they need a man to move money, and who better than their own man? I think that's the real the skill of Jeffrey Epstein, that he had many strings to his bow. He was a jack of all trades and seriously a master of none. He could do a bit of this in the financial market with his friends to use the cover of a bank to move some currency for intelligence operations or the like, and skim off the top. I mean, I would believe that's what his role in banking would be heavily linked with intelligence and the funding of intelligence operations.
Yeah. Mario, I'm having problems with my. Oh shit, you're not. I'm having problems with my microphone on and off button, so I need to drop and come back.
Rick,
Yeah, Rick can sort it out for you. I'm going through those files. Anything you've seen in that new drop, Ryan? I was going through it now as well.
I'm reading actually from top to bottom as well,
There's
skimming
one
as
here.
fast as
Hi,
I can.
Jason. Long time no talk. I've been. Okay, there's an interesting one here. I don't know what page that is. Page 82 that the team just sent through. Hi, Jason. Long time no talk. I hope all has been well for you and yours. I'm now back in the USA. Not too many people know about that, and I'd like to keep it that way as my case against Jeffrey Epstein has intensified. I'm here to get this bullshit non-prosecution agreement thrown out and speaking with Judge Paul Castle. He suggested trying to get a hold of any photos and or video recordings released by the FBI to assist our case further in proving how much pedophilia occurred by Jeffrey and the many other monsters he obliged with underage girls. I'm guessing it's one of the investigators. If there's a possibility, please let me know so I can give you Brad Edwards, my attorney's contact details. Many thanks for your time. I hope we should meet again
This
soon.
is Virginia
Okay, that's
Giuffre.
Virginia
Yeah,
Roberts.
that's Virginia
Yeah,
Giuffre.
Yeah, this is the victim.
yeah, so well, Johnny, why is Virginia? You guys were talking about Virginia as one of the main witnesses about her not being as credible as many people are making it out to be.
Okay,
What is your concern with Virginia?
There's a couple of problems with some of the named witnesses, and it's going to come out eventually. I think that the whole case was built on a house of cards, so that things could be undermined when the time come. In 2019, Dershowitz was one of the hotshot lawyers of history, and he had just taken over the case. He had just been he was Epstein's arrested, so he's just on the case of trying to get him out. And I think they knew this arrest was coming. They needed to get him off the case. So there was a Maria Farmer, another supposed named victim, came forward with an affidavit that basically it's like Dershowitz came to the house and went upstairs with young girls who were all dressed as schoolgirls, and it was very interesting. But that whole thing was based upon Virginia Giuffre's complaint against Dershowitz, which she later went back on and said she must have got something wrong. And I think it was a play to get him brought off the case beforehand. And there's a lot of these plays. I really suggest that people look at the beginning of that case, 2013 and 2014. Virginia Giuffre has to get in bed with some really seriously bad people. I write about it in Pottinger Ultimatum, about the relationship there. Also, Maria Farmer, she was later to say a lot of really obviously anti-Semitic comments, and she also she's changed her story on multiple times, and she said she was in hiding for all that time. In actual fact, I found that in my investigations that she had a website called mariafarmer.com. She was on Facebook, she was on Twitter, and she was advertising her art in the gallery where she's supposed to be in hiding from the elites. The exact Guggenheim is there at the Take Home a Nude Awards. I think it's 2006, 2007, when Maria Farmer says she was in hiding, and she wasn't. She was exposed to the actual people. There is a case here that has been undermined from the off, and I'm sorry that I don't know what Virginia Giuffre's real experience is. I know that she went through torment when she was young, and that put her on a road that meant she was easy to lure, blackmail, and manipulate into doing things that were against her best interests, against her ethics, and learn to maybe switch off something inside her that go through. And we have to understand the nuances of abuse, how it affects people, and then what they go on to do afterwards. So it's a very complicated case. There's more than just Virginia Giuffre's testimony that needs to be questioned. It's a really unfortunate affair that I have to say that out loud, because no one really knows and no one wants to hear that.
Yeah, so it
appreciate that.
seems like.
Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, there are a lot of we're sitting here going through this. There are a lot of redactions in this one, it seems, which is a lot more redactions in this one than we've seen in the other ones.
Yeah, I want to go on test. Sorry, not test. I want to speak to Brian. Brian, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I'm listening.
Brian, can you give us a bit more insight on how these drops work? Like, why the court's dropping it bit by bit? We had 2 or 3 drops today. I think 3. One of them was very small. We had one yesterday. Is it going to be like this for the rest of the month? I don't know how long it's going to be. Is it a month, Ryan, Nick? Was it over a month?
I think it was
It's up until
20
January
days.
20th.
January 20th. So over the next 15 days, Brian, we're going to expect a drop every day. Is that how it works? Is that common?
Well, I'm not the expert on this. From what I've been hearing, I believe there should be another drop this Thursday. I haven't heard anything else regarding
Does
more
anyone
drops.
can anyone else answer this question on how these drops work? Is that common? Johnny, Charles, anyone else?
They clean them up typically. So typically it goes through a process to kind of protect various victims, because obviously being named, basically there's a process by which they protect people's privacy and people's rights in these types of cases as they're revealing it to the public. And of course,
But why wouldn't they do it? But Charles, why wouldn't they do all the documents at once and just release everything?
it's a good question. I mean, typically when I've seen this in court situations is they release them as they're clearing them, right? So it's kind of like they have a batch, they go through that batch, they then check it, it's then released. It's sort of how it goes.
Yeah, so I'm going to go through some of the highlights just for the audience while Nick, Ryan, and the team go through the rest of the documents that just dropped less than 10 minutes ago. So one interesting one here, I'm going to read it out. We read it already. I'm just going to do a bit of a recap. Prince Andrew was not the only prince that went to the island. Other than Glenn Dubin, Prince Andrew, Jean-Luc Brunel, Bill Richardson, another prince, the large hotel chain owner, and Marvin Minsky. I think that's the hotel chain owner. What was
that the
Marriott,
Hyatt
wasn't it?
hotel?
Hyatt. Okay, Hyatt.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else that
That's very likely.
Yeah, Pritzker.
Very likely the
Pritzker,
Pritzkers,
Hyatt.
right?
Yeah,
Pritzker's
Pritzker. Yeah.
Minsky
Yeah,
is,
so there's another prince. We're talking about Brunei being the Prince of Brunei
Minsky was
being
Victoria's
one
Secret, I think,
possibility
right?
there.
Wasn't he?
The government was allegedly aware of victim Jane Doe. Number 3, when negotiating Epstein's non-prosecution agreement, which is a point that Ryan highlighted earlier. We're talking about whether Epstein was part of the Mossad, and we're talking about the interview with Ari Ben Menashe, who some of you, I think Charles and Johnny, both of you were a bit skeptical of things he said and claims he's made. But does not mean that, in your opinion, doesn't mean that Epstein was not part of the Mossad, but just means that particular allegation should be taken with a grain of salt. We've got a lot of stuff on. Actually, Ryan, do you have the amount of times Dershowitz and Andrew and others were mentioned? Who was mentioned the most in the latest drop? We're good to do it like we did yesterday. Yeah, we did it yesterday, and a lot of people found it interesting. I think yesterday the number one was Dershowitz again.
Dershowitz, yeah,
followed by
Dershowitz,
followed
and
by
then the
Clinton,
Prince, and then Clinton.
Prince and Clinton were about the same.
Yeah, 76,
but
73.
I think the biggest thing for me today is so far from the drop is more allegations of Epstein having used this information for blackmailing world leaders. I'll read this one, for example. Epstein also sexually trafficked the then minor Jane Doe, making her availability for sex to politically connected and financially powerful people. Epstein's purpose in lending Jane Doe, along with other young girls, to such powerful people were to ingratiate himself with them for business, personal, political, and financial gain, as well as to obtain potential blackmail information. It's coming from John Doe, number 1. And there's another one I'll read out in a bit, which shows Epstein potentially using that information to blackmail world leaders, which we were discussing earlier. I think this is by far the biggest revelation that I've seen. I want to get name redacted back up. He's been covering this as well in the back channels to get his thoughts. We've had some more descriptive things about how, what exactly happened behind the curtains and what Epstein and Maxwell and others did with the girls. So Mr. Rizzo, for example, testified that he watched Maxwell direct a room of underage girls to kiss, dance, and touch one another in a sexual way for Epstein to watch. For defendant and Epstein, for Maxwell and Epstein to watch. Another witness, which is Joanna Sjoberg, testified that defendant recruited her from her school campus. Defendant, I think here's Maxwell. Recruited her from her school campus. From her school campus to have sex with Epstein with lies about about being her personal assistant. 2 other witnesses, one was underage victim, redacted, and the other, the police detective who ultimately ended up investigating Epstein, gave testimony about how Epstein used other women to recruit minors to have sex with him. Most recently, a witness testified that the defendant would call him and ask him to bring over young girls that she would provide to Epstein. So it continues on how that happened, how they managed to convince girls to come to Epstein's house. Name, you're there. Can you hear me? While waiting for Name to come on.
I don't think he's up here.
Oh, it shows him as speaking for me. There's another one here. Prince Andrew being in an orgy, quote, in an orgy with numerous underage girls. Let me read that section as well. Perhaps even more important to her role in Epstein's sexual abuse ring, Maxwell had direct connections to other powerful individuals with whom she would connect Epstein. For instance, one such, by the way, it's just surprising how Maxwell is still alive when Epstein and Brunel are both gone. For instance, one such powerful individual Epstein forced Jane Doe 3 to have sex relations with was a member of the British royal family, Prince Andrew. Jane Doe number 3 was forced to have sexual relations with this prince when she was a minor in 3 separate geographical locations: in London, in Maxwell's apartment, in New York, and on Epstein's private island in the U.S. Virgin Islands. And that's where the orgy with numerous other underage girls happened. Epstein instructed Jane Doe number 3 that she was to give the prince whatever he demanded and required Jane Doe 3 to report back to him on the details of the sexual abuse. Maxwell facilitated Prince Andrew's act of sexual abuse by acting as a madame for Epstein, thereby assisting in intentionally trafficking Jane Doe 3 and numerous other young girls for sexual purposes. Just reading the rest of it here. Okay, we talked about the immunity. Maxwell was another person in Epstein's inner circle and co-conspirator in Epstein's sexual abuse. She was someone who consequently also appreciated the immunity granted by the NPA for the crimes she committed in Florida. In addition to participating in the sexual abuse of Jane Doe number 3 and others, Maxwell also took numerous sexually explicit pictures of underage girls involved in sexual activities, including Jane Doe 3. She shared these photographs, which constituted child pornography under applicable federal laws, with Epstein. The government is apparently aware and in certain instances possesses some of these photographs, which I think, Ryan, you pointed out earlier. So see that these are some of the highlights. Name me there now. I'm not sure. I can
I'm
see
here.
Yeah,
What's up?
I've read some of the highlights that I've seen in the latest drops. I want to get your thoughts on everything we've seen.
I think a lot of it is, I mean, we're seeing some new names, right? But a lot of it has been names that, and specifically details that we probably didn't know about before, but this isn't my area of expertise. So
there's another one here. I've got another one here. Rodriguez stated once the masseuses would arrive, that's from the latest drop of 111 pages. Ryan, I think you posted this. I think you're about to tweet it. Rodriguez stated that once the masseuses would arrive, he would
Just
allow
to be
them.
clear, Rodriguez is the house manager.
Is the house manager not Maxwell, the Epstein's house, correct?
Yes, Epstein's house. He's essentially the right hand for Epstein.
Okay. Rodriguez stated once the masseuses would arrive, so that's, I'm assuming, the underage girls, he would allow them entry. It's good to post this one out, Ryan. He would allow them entry into the kitchen area and offer them something to drink or eat. They would then be encountered by either Sarah or Epstein. Sarah is who again?
Sarah Callan is the one they're talking about there. So she's the personal assistant fixer for the actual arranging.
Oh,
massages. She arranges massages, meetings. She arranges the client to see the girl they've got ready.
She's also labeled as a co-conspirator in one of the documents.
She is that.
So the question I asked earlier, and Charles, you're back. If you want to expand on that, I assume you know.
I'll just finish quickly this one name, and I'll give you the mic to ask the question right after. Just so I'm going to read that part they just came out. They would be taken upstairs to provide the massage. I asked Rodriguez if any of the masseuses appeared young in age. He advised that he didn't ask their ages, but felt they were very young. Rodriguez stated they ate like his own daughter, who was in high school. Rodriguez stated they would eat tons of cereal and drink milk all the time. I don't know why that particular one hits me.
But remember, he used to hire a lot of women that looked young, so that he could, who are overage, so that he could then blackmail people after the fact. So what he would do is he would get them. So this is a common technique that comes from the Okhrana, which were the Jewish, basically the secret police of the Tsar back in the day. And so what you would do is you would introduce somebody to some woman, and they would like flirt or whatever, maybe drink alcohol, have sex. And then what you would then say is, oh, remember that woman you had sex with the other day, you know, who you thought was 20, 21. It turns out that she was 15, 16. And so then what they do is they record your reaction to that and then try to use your reaction as a way of blackmailing you as well.
Jesus.
That's typically how it works. That's like how the operation works.
Someone
Yeah.
So go ahead, Jeff. No, someone actually told me today. Someone I really like, and I think I don't know if he was being, humorous or not. He's just joking. I think he seemed pretty serious. He's not a person that would joke. He goes to me because he was a bit worried every time I do a big space on like the mutiny or Gaza, whatever it is, and now this. He starts getting worried. He's like, Mario, if a pretty girl ever comes to you, just completely ignore her. And I'm like, man, I can't do that. But obviously now I understand why he's saying that. Obviously, it's a common technique, Charles. Well, now that
Mario,
you say this, I'm
there's
avoiding
something.
any female that ever speaks to me. Let
Mario,
me
there's
keep
something
reading.
my father told me, is that there's nothing more dangerous than a pretty face.
Yep. Rodriguez stated that ate like his own daughter who was in high, but you can tell when someone's too young. Like it's just hard to believe that a 15-year-old will look like a 21-year-old, and 21 is still sick for
I
some
mean,
of those
have you
people.
been to Florida, my friend? I mean, I don't know. Things are
Yeah.
complicated there.
Yeah, but it's still not yeah. All right. So Rodriguez said that they would eat tons of cereal and drink milk all the time. Rodriguez said that the girls that would come appeared to be too young to be masseuses. He stated one time under Epstein's direction, he delivered a dozen roses to blank for one of the girls that came to provide a massage. He knew the girls were still in high school and were of high school age. I asked Rodriguez about the massages. He felt there was a lot more going on than just massages. He would clean Mr. Epstein's bedroom after the alleged massage and would discover massager vibrators and sex toys scattered on the floor. He also said he would wipe down the vibrator and sex toys and put them away in an armoire, which is a wardrobe. He described the armoire as a small wood armoire wardrobe, which was on the wall close to Epstein's bed. Ryan, did you post that one out yet for anyone that wants to read it?
Yep, just posted.
Perfect. Right, so that's one here that just came out. So we've got an email from Maxwell's PR guy emails her about her mother telling police about Maxwell's past drug abuse, witchcraft, many kids living on one of their properties, and animal sacrifices. What? Someone mentioned this in the space earlier. I thought they were trolling.
No. So this is trying to discredit the girl who was accusing Epstein. If my understanding was that these were articles that were like,
so Maxwell's PR guy emails her about her mother, or emails her.
yeah, it's
Okay, let me read
emailing
that.
Maxwell about the victim's mother.
Maxwell, yeah. Ghislaine, some helpful leakage. In today's Daily Mail print edition on web, a mom told a detective about her daughter's past drug abuse and also how many kids in the Royal Palm Beach are involved in drugs, witchcraft, and animal sacrifice, according to a confidential report. So they're trying to discredit the witnesses, which makes it tricky. Like, when is information genuinely important to question the credibility of a witness, and when is it just efforts trying to discredit a witness? Like, how do you tell the difference, Johnny?
Well, a witness is never going to be completely credible. They're giving their account of their story, and everybody knows humans are fallible. So that's what the prosecution do as well. They and the defense, sorry, they pick away a statement, don't they? People. That's the best way to make a case fall apart. And it's hard to know about credibility because we weren't there at the time. We've got to look at what they say and then line that up with other evidence. So with the guy you're talking about now, I can tell you one of the names that are going to come out of this eventually in the next however many days, 19 days or so, is another man that this guy mentioned, who's Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who used to go around the Palm Beach house, and this housekeeper mentioned his name already. So we know a lot about a lot of this going on and who were going around the house, but we can never quite work out what they were going around, who's telling the truth, and whether or not trauma makes you change a story, or whether you're just trying to make money. Or humans are a range of things. We're not all the same. Not all of these stories are not going to be 100% innocent and 100% guilty, except for Maxwell and Epstein, who are pretty much 100% guilty, aren't they?
Yeah, and there's a few other names other than Maxwell and Epstein that we could maybe get close to that 100%. We've got another one here from Haley Robson about the recruitment. Let me read that one out. It's interesting. I've just pointed out for you, Ryan. There's a lot there.
Mario, I posted the PR one, by the way, just a heads up. I posted
I posted it, man. So you got to delete yours.
Okay,
Yeah, thanks. All right. So let me go through it. Who had taken Epstein's house to provide massages. Blank further stated that she had been to the house approximately 4 to 5 times in the past year. She accompanied Robson with. All right. So can you remind us who Robson is, please, Jonathan? And Johnny, and I appreciate you staying.